Greetings, everyone. Koku here. I just wanted to jump on real quick before we started the show. Thanks to all of you who are here tonight. I appreciate you. Tonight, we're going to be discussing a couple of things you might have heard about, things you mightn't. We'll be talking about a Whole Foods worker who quit his job on the spot after allegedly falsely accusing a customer of stealing steak in a video that went viral. We're going to talk to Mr. Untouchable hopefully tonight about a topic concerning spirituality. So we look forward to that. COVID numbers are on the rise again. Also, I don't know if you guys saw in related news what they're saying about the jab for children. We'll be talking about Ethiopian rabbis having a beef with some missionaries who target their community. We will be talking about the African villages or communities, a particular one that was in Central Park here in New York back in the day, which was routed, destroyed basically to make room for the what's now known as Central Park. We're going to talk about a black bishop who says Jesus is white and his mom is white too. We're going to talk about an activist. A couple of years ago, there was an activist who was a Pan-African activist who was ousted from an African country for criticizing the French currency in that particular country. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Veterans Day that just passed and how can it serve the diaspora. We're going to talk about Lil Duval and a controversy I guess he sparked recently. And then lastly, we're going to pay a humble tribute to the passing of F.W. de Klerk. That's what we have in store for tonight. And we will start talking about that stuff in just a moment. Shout out to Jonelle, who's in the chat. The Pro-Black Perspective is here. The Learning Curve is here as well. Shout out to all of you for being here. We will start the show right after this.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Glad to be back here again. Glad to see some of you folks here back again. So some of you have become my regulars, like my family. We got Daily Affirmations by Pauline in the chat now. We got Bobby E. Wright in the chat. He says, Bobby E. Wright says, I'm so glad you're talking about Kemi Seba. Yeah, that's going to be discussed tonight. And so I hope that others will join the panel tonight to share in this discussion. And you guys in the chat, post your comments to Shoot the Breeze tab topic. Sorry, post your comments, and I'll read those comments on the air. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to post the first Shoot the Breeze topic, and remember, when you respond to a topic, try to put the number of the topic in front of your response. This way there's no confusion as to what we're talking about. So here's the first comment. It's going to be chopped up a bit. Whole Foods worker quits on the spot after allegedly falsely accusing customer of stealing steak in viral video. Are we going to see more of this type of behavior from employees trying to keep their jobs? What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to drop the link in the chat. And if you want to hop on the panel with me and be live on the air, that'll be cool. So Whole Foods worker quits on the spot after allegedly falsely accusing customer of stealing steak in viral video. And the real heart of the question here is, are we going to see more of this type of behavior from employees trying to keep their jobs? So let's go to the story. This prompt came with the story as well. Let's go to this story. All right, you guys should be able to see this. Yeah. So Whole Foods employee quits after accusing customer of stealing. Whole Foods employee quits after accusing customer of stealing, and they say it again. And it goes, and I'm resigning right now. Whole Foods worker quits on the spot after allegedly falsely accusing customer of stealing steak in viral video. He allegedly went into her car to take the steak. A viral TikTok video shows a Whole Foods worker quitting on the spot after allegedly falsely accusing a customer of stealing meat. User at loswirl.dg seemingly reposted the video. The text overlay and voiceover read, Whole Foods employee quits after accusing customer of stealing. The incident reportedly took at Whole Foods location in Berkeley. The footage starts with a woman going into Whole Foods. She says she purchased a steak at the store and points to a man in a butcher's jacket. The man right here runs to my car, scared the whole shit out of me, she says. He accused me of stealing a steak. The worker seemingly admits his mistake, telling the woman, and I'm resigning now. I'm resigning now, miss. I'm sorry. All right, so I guess this is the video.
Whole Foods employee quits after accusing customer of
Apparently the audio went out there. I don't know what's going on here. But it's basically it's a video where she's recalling. It's the actual person who was accused of stealing the steak, and she was recalling what happened. To continue the article, the worker is holding an apparent receipt that proves the customer purchased the steak. The woman says the employee went into her car to physically retrieve the meat. She retrieved the meat. She apparently tells the employees that he scared the shit out of me. Another employee asks her to stop recording, but she continues, saying that the man opened up my car door and took my meat. The top comment on the video reads, "He resigned because she knew he was going to get fired. He resigned because she knew he was going to get fired for that because he violated company rules." Many large corporations ask their employees to not go after stolen products if they aren't loss prevention officers. To that point, another commenter noted, "If I'm at work, I ain't doing anything but my job. They don't pay me extra to play security or loss prevention." That's an interesting story. What says you guys about that? About that story? Yeah, the lady who was accused is a black woman, based on her voice. Yeah, it's a black woman. Based on her voice, is a black woman, and you saw the guy. Let me see if I could pull this up. You saw the guy in the video. Let me see something.
Acceptable. I totally understand. And he scared the shit out of me. He opened up my door car and took the meat out my car and took my goddamn meat.
Yeah, I think you guys could hear that just now, right? The prompt is, are we going to see more of this type of behavior from employees, right? From employees trying to keep their jobs. So I don't even know if this guy was trying to keep his job or not. I just think that's kind of the mindset of these folks that we have to deal with. We have to deal with this mindset that they're going to want to police us at every turn, right? And if there's no real, see, this is the thing too. If you don't have a way of dishing out some kind of punishment, these folks ain't gonna stop doing what they do. Their people ain't gonna punish them, you know. So it's just a skip to my loo type thing with these folks. They're gonna police you, you know. But I'm not sure that he was doing it particularly to keep a job. At least not from the information I got there. What say you guys in the chat? What do you think of this particular story? Azuliism says it has always been like that. They follow carbonated people as soon as you step in their stores, even when they are just employees, he meant to say. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, number one, his actions don't make sense. Why lose your job to accuse someone falsely? Yeah, it's the thing about this system that we're dealing with. A lot of what they do doesn't really make sense, which I think is a part of our Black equals African frustrations. You know, a lot of us don't understand because what they're doing doesn't make sense. And it's frustrating because we have to prepare for this thing that they've created, if you get my drift. You know, we have to be on point and quote unquote on code to deal with this thing, and the thing that they're dealing with is just so dumb when you boil it down. That gives me a chance to bring in the revolutionary matron. Matron, how are you tonight?
I'm pretty good, Koku. How are you doing tonight?
I'm great. I'm great. I can't complain.
That's good. Just about prompt number one, my thing was this, like we're heavily, like you said, monitored and policed, and they're always trying to regulate our behavior and things like that. And I think that he felt compelled to do something and emboldened because when they experience scarcity, right? Like we were talking about last time, they do horrible things to each other
Hmm.
to try to allocate resources. So we as Black equals African people need to increase our situational awareness and not go out alone, right? Because they are going to become more emboldened by the perceived scarcity that is being projected out onto the larger society. That was it.
Yeah. That's exactly. I think my thoughts as well. The other side of what I said before is what the matron just said, which is you gotta start moving different, man. You can't be out here traipsing about, skipping, and thinking it's nothing. These guys are so friggin' ridiculous that you have to, put on a kind of armor and armor up and face this nonsense that they have going on. Um, Azuliism says, "I know she love her meat boy." Okay, guy, we're gonna just move on from that comment. Um, so I think we've covered that topic. There's not a lot of feedback there, and I don't see Mr. Untouchable, so I'm gonna have to jump to the next prompt instead. Mr. Untouchable wanted me to speak about something last week, and I couldn't quite remember what it was. Still didn't remember this week. He was supposed to email me about it, and I haven't seen an email from him. So hopefully he's doing well. So the next prompt is, again, we're skipping number 2. Next prompt is COVID numbers on the rise again. Are mandates being relaxed too soon? Matron, what do you feel is going on with the COVID numbers, and do you think it relates at all to the mandates?
All right. So in my state, right, there are a lot of parent organizations and groups pushing for there to be relaxed mask mandates at schools and things like that, and they don't want to get their children vaccinated or inoculated or whatever it's being called these days, right? I think that this is about money. I think that they're trying to inspire a new level of fear because they get to playing with the numbers and this, that, and the other. And I think that they want to project more mandates because, like, I think there was some date floating around on January 4th that they were going to require certain groups of people to have to be mandated or to be vaccinated, or they would have other economic penalties. I know that after Christmas, there are a lot of kids that they're saying they want them vaccinated locally here in different school districts. So I really think that it's about money. They're not making money at the rate that they thought they would make money at from the vaccine because there's some hesitancy there. There's a lot of information coming out, and they're just trying to figure out a way to force you to participate in their economic system or to just bow out.
Right. So this prompt did come with an article. So I'll just read the article real quick. Now we'll keep in mind what the matron just said. Let's read what this article is saying. Coronavirus infections rise in northern states, mountain west as holidays near. U.S. could face a 5th major wave of cases, but vaccinations and treatments would likely temper its severity. At the foot of the Rocky Mountains, Tom Gonzalez, director of public health in Colorado's 6th largest county, made a decision in mid-October that felt like a dismaying retreat in the battle against the coronavirus. He reinstated an indoor mask mandate. It was not a popular move, but Gonzalez felt he had no choice. hospitals in Larimer County, which stretched eastward from the Continental Divide to the High Plains and encompasses Fort Collins, were overwhelmed with COVID-19 patients. The uptick began slowly in August, plateaued for a while, and then exploded unexpectedly once the leaves began to turn. By the end of last week, the number of COVID-19 patients in the country's hospitals matched the peak in December 2020. Everyone was like, no, not again, please, Gonzalez said. There have been lots of twists and turns in this pandemic where we're really surprised, and this is the biggest surprise for me. Colorado's setback is not an outlier on the national landscape. The late summer and early autumn easing of the nation's burden of new coronavirus infections has come to a halt over the past 2 weeks, according to the health department data analyzed by the Washington Post. Dramatic drops in caseloads in the Deep South, including the high population states of Florida and Texas, have been offset by increases in the Mountain West and the northern tier of the country. 23 states have seen at least a 5.5% increase in cases over the past 2 weeks, with Illinois, Minnesota, and Vermont reporting 50% more cases on average. The aggregate national caseload, having eased for 2 months, began ticking up after hitting a low of about 69,000 new cases a day in late October. On Wednesday, that average topped 76,000. The looming question is whether this is the start of what would be the fifth national wave of infections since the start of the pandemic, and if so, what the amplitude of that wave might be. No one can reliably predict the answer. Some pandemic modelers have stopped forecasting cases more than a week into the future because they've been wrong so many times. Infectious disease experts say a winter surge is very unlikely to be as severe as last year's, which at one point in January was killing more than 4,000 people a day. Most people are now vaccinated. School-age kids are getting shots for the first time, and the waning of immunity can be offset through newly authorized boosters. Doctors will likely have new drugs at their disposal to prevent most cases of COVID-19 from becoming severe or even fatal. But the disease burden has never been evenly distributed across the country. The places hardest hit recently tend to have low vaccination rates and include much of rural America. A year ago, news that 2 vaccines were remarkably effective against the coronavirus seemed like a light at the end of the tunnel, but the picture that has emerged since is more complex. A sizable chunk of the population is ardently opposed to getting vaccinated, and the vaccines, though extremely effective, cannot provide a perfect shield against infection. Antibodies wane naturally over time, a fact driving the government's push for boosters amongst the most vulnerable populations and the potential expansion of eligibility to every adult. The highly transmissible Delta variant has shown its power, fueling rapid surges that burn out quickly, but also outbreaks that grow more gradually, like the pattern seen in Colorado. Okay, I think we get the point here. I'm not going to keep reading this. As far as COVID upticks and the mandates go, I mean, my feeling is simply that people just got too relaxed to begin with. I mean, during the height of the pandemic, there were folks walking around not taking this whole mask thing seriously, not social distancing, washing their hands, all that type of stuff. And as the news came of a vaccine coming out, whether folks were going to take it or not, a lot of folks just said, oh, including a lot of the vaccinated, said, well, we're good now. You know what I mean? A lot of folks took the stance of, well, if you're getting vaccinated, I don't need to get vaccinated if you're vaccinated. And a lot of folks started to relax on wearing masks and social distancing and all that type of stuff. So, relaxing the mandates was, to me, just following what was already happening amongst most of the population anyway. You know, I think this whole thing is a people issue. Matron, you have any thoughts on that?
I do think that it's a people issue. I think that people COVID is real. Like, I'm not one of those people that don't believe that it's real, but I also believe that people need to be more accountable and responsible for their own behavior instead of just forcing me to like deal with the fact that you want to like breathe my air and be in my space. So in that regard, I do think that they're relaxing some of these mandates a little too soon. It's still a new virus. We don't like really know enough about it. The symptoms, the long haul impacts and effects. Like, I still tell people to give me 6 feet. Like, when I'm out and about in the world, like, I turn around and people that get too close to me, I literally turn around and say things to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, please, give me 6 feet with my mask and my gloves on. And I always washed my hands. But like this really seems like, when we think about the Moors and we see those portraits of, black people washing white people, like, this whole thing reminds me of that, like, from a historical perspective. Like, they not washing their hands, they wiping their nose, touching stuff, and they just being themselves.
In the chat, Azuliism says there is an increase because of all the vaccinated people. They are infected. Daily Affirmation by Pauline asks Azuliism to please explain. Again, if anyone wants to hop on with us, I posted the link earlier in the chat. Let me grab it again. There it is. Right, you guys can hop on the stream and be a part of the platform. Earlier, Daily Affirmation by Pauline said, I believe the mask mandates are being relaxed too soon. Look at the Travis Scott concert where not many people wore masks. And schools in South Florida has no mask mandate. Oh, well, Florida is a mess. Oh, yeah. Florida has been DeSantis and them have been an absolute disaster. And if I was black around him, I wouldn't listen. I would probably do the opposite of what he said, to be quite frank. Yeah, but he was a mess, and Florida in general is always on some bullshit anyway. So there was a lot of folks at these football games, 100,000 people and all that, these huge super spreader events in places like Florida, places in the South for sure. So yeah, Florida was just disastrous during this whole time anyway. KW7 is here, y'all. KW7 says, for this prompt, I'm going to book my appointment for the Fosse on February 31st, 2041. Matron, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about, those reported COVID deaths. Like, that there were a lot of sliding scales when it came to them deciding on how to report a COVID death. Everybody that died was at one point a COVID death, and then everybody that died, whether they were vaccinated or not, if they hadn't been vaccinated long enough, it wasn't considered. So what do you think about their skewing or sliding scale for what it is to die with COVID?
Yeah, it's like it's very similar to what they do in politics. So if let's say you're a mayor or something and you're on your way out, you try to hold off on the number of homicides and hold it off long enough so that when they do count them, they count them under the time where the new, mayor has taken the reins. So it's kind of like that game that they did there with COVID. I think they played this game of, well, we have to make the numbers look significant. So if you died and you had exposure to COVID, even though you died from something way worse, they pinned that on COVID because they have to have the numbers. Again, COVID is real. We know this, right? I've known people now who've died from it directly. But are the numbers? Do the numbers match? Do the numbers match the height of the alert that they have on this, do the numbers match? And if you want to make sure that the numbers match, then everyone who dies in that time period, especially if they have had exposure to COVID, they're just going to pin that on as a COVID death. We got a Zuliism here. Zuliism, what say you?
Hey, good. What's up? I'm going to say something that's very controversial. All the thing we're talking about, they say COVID exists. I don't know. I don't know if it exists. So they say we on this chat talking about mandate. They should bring back mandate. The same people who create the barrel is telling you that something exists. You can't see it. They're telling you all these people are dying. You wasn't in the hospital. You didn't see none of these things. So people who want to walk around, we have you think the mask, if this deadly virus is as deadly as they say it is, that little mask, that funky little mask that you're wearing outside could protect you from that? The CDC said the COVID is 97.398 recovery rate. How are we guys talking about, we want to change this world, we're revolutionary, all of this? The person who created the barrel is telling you about a disease that you don't know if it exists. It's what they tell you. People just said that somebody died of a heart attack. Oh yeah, put COVID on it too while you at it. I got shot 10 times. Oh yeah, he was bleeding, but he got a little COVID in him too.
Sprinkle COVID on him like crack, huh?
Yeah, sprinkle a little COVID on him. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, okay, COVID exists. Bad. They say there's a 97% recovery. Okay, you walking with a mask. This is how I know it's over. And this is how I know it's over. I see 70-year-old people, 80-year-old people wearing masks. I see 40-year-old people walking alone in their car with the windows all closed, wearing masks. And what killed me the most, I was in the park. I see a little boy, a 9-year-old, 10-year-old boy with his brother wearing masks. If they don't get you by the balls, I don't know what it is. For you to be walking in the park with the trees outside with a freaking mask, and people are talking about, yes, the mandate was too soon, we should bring back. What are you talking about? When they tell you stop eating bad food, y'all don't. Stop drinking, y'all don't. Stop taking all these freaking stupid pills, y'all don't. Y'all take all the stupid risks with your lives. Oh, COVID is out. Let me put a mask. And I'm outside in the street. So y'all don't think about how you make you afraid of being outside with the earth.
So the question is, Mchaka asks, Mchaka didn't ask this really. Well, yeah, he did ask. He said, almost 2022, and we still questioning whether it exists. Right? So, who's yelling?
Mchaka, Cap, yeah, of course, Cap. You don't know nothing. It's everybody in the world who's talking about COVID, this, COVID, that. They said Haiti brought AIDS to America. They said AIDS came from Africa. You believed that too in the 80s, right? But now all of a sudden they say it's not true.
I'm totally not dismissing the reality of COVID being a thing. But when COVID first came out, before it came to the consciousness of the whole wide world, the statistics said COVID had a 70% infection rate and a 2 or 3% fatality rate. Right? So that means that most of the population would get COVID. No matter what, about 2 to 3% of the population, even we go 5 to 7% of the world population was supposed to get COVID and die from it, but about 70% of the world population was going to get it. And they just found a way to profit off of it. This is why I criticize the middleman so much, because the middleman is always going to find a reason to sell you something because they're looking for profit all the time. Masks are big money, gloves are big money, hand sanitizer is good money, toilet paper is big money, Lysol disinfectant sprays are big money, these health treatments and remedies that they have synthesized in labs are big money. I'm just saying, like, COVID is real, right? But the statistics about COVID, go back to the statistics that they published 2019, 2020, and what those reports said. 70% infection rate, 3 to 5% fatality rate, And that's where we are on a global scale.
They said there's a 97% recovery rate based on COVID. So y'all dudes in the chat was having unprotected sex while AIDS was in the streets. But now all of a sudden y'all afraid of a little COVID. I'm Aggie. I'm talking about how they said they have little kids playing, exercising in masks. That don't make you feel weird? What kind of world am I living in? Y'all on this shit talking about, oh, black this, we're gonna change the world? Shut up. I ain't changing shit. I'm not saying the lady said the nurses and the thing. Who are teaching the nurses? Who created the program for the nurses? You know how many 800-pound nurses I know?
Well, first of all, it sounds like you ain't afraid of AIDS in the streets, but
no, I am afraid of it. That's why.
I just wanted to deal with that first. I mean,
no, I'm just saying people are like, oh, this and that and the third. Come on, yo, can we think? The mandate this, mandate that. What? Are we serious right now? But shout out to the barrel maker. I respect him to the highest. He's the God. He's God. Because he creates the disease. He gives you the medicine. Not only that, he makes you so scared. Now you're begging for it.
Well, to Urzuli, I'll say this. I'll say this because, you know, all bullshit aside, the truth of the matter is, I get your point in the sense that we should be asking these questions and coming up with these answers ourselves. And I get that it seems counter, quote unquote, revolutionary that you know, you'll have black folks going along with wearing the mask like I do and stuff like that, right? But at the same time, you don't want to be silly either. If there's something out there that's not just taking out white folks, but taking out our folks as well, and I've seen it, and I know you've encountered either people you know or folks you kind of know who have died from this thing, like I have. You want to be safer than sorrier, at least. So you might not take the jab like a lot of us here haven't, I imagine. But you'll still social distance, like the matron said, and you'll enforce that with the people around you. You'll still wear your mask, still wash your hands excessively, right? Because it's better safe than sorry in that respect, right? I don't know if because you're being safe, that makes you counter-revolutionary. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Okay, I understand what, but people are not being safe. They're safe. Oh, I could stay. You know what, Gunner? You want to go to a party? Nah, bro. There's too many people there. I'm not gonna be there. But, bro, you outside in your car with the windows up with a mask on? You're a clown.
Well, okay, but like in all fairness, right? Like if I only have one mask, or you know, like especially those medical grade masks or whatever, right? And I put my mask on when I arrive at my first destination. I take it out of its plastic, and I have more than one destination to go to. Because I did it, you know what I mean? I don't do it now because I keep other tools in my car and things like that. But that's all about profit because them boxes of masks cost like $20 each. But anyway, if I have like 3 stops to make, I stop. I put my mask on at the first store that I go into, and I leave my mask on until I go home and get to a point or leave my last stop, because they have all these quote unquote requirements in the stores and things like that. So it's like, I'm not gonna touch my mask again. I'm not gonna touch my face again until I'm done with my stops. Maybe that's what it is. Like, you never know, man. You never know.
Yeah, I've been telling you about diabetes, about high blood pressure, about AIDS. You're still fucking them bras raw. You're still eating the pork. But now all of a sudden, I'm gonna be careful. I'm gonna wear the mask. This 24/7. I'm gonna take my jab. Stop the cap. What the? This is crazy. 97.8 recovery. Now the kids are 3 to 11, got to take the shot, and and nobody says nothing.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, that's some bullshit right there too. Which is, hold on, let me welcome in Kevin Carre to the podium. Kevin Carre, how are you?
Greetings. Sorry, I'm on my phone. My internet's been out for the last day, but I should be back during the week.
Okay. So I didn't shout it out, but Mchaka 97 is here. Achieve Mindset is here. We know we have Kevin Carre here, who said greetings to everyone in the chat. Ozuli, mute your mic for me, please. Mchaka says, yes, it's so revolutionary, quote unquote revolutionary, to ignore mandates and safety measures. Bravo. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, to Azuliism, we noticed that people wear masks in the car too, and I thought it was silly until I forgot to take my mask off in the car too. LOL. Yeah, that's happened to me as well, actually. And then Mchaka shoots it out there. We need to increase science literacy. Now, Azuli, what say you again to what Mchaka has to say?
Okay, you know what the funny thing is? Because these people want to be whatever. My pops, I know somebody that was a doctor in Haiti, right?
Mm-hmm.
They sent medicine to Haiti to help Haiti. And guess how? The freaking medicine was 10 years expired. You know who sent them? America, Canada, all these other countries. But guess who didn't know nothing about that? The people that they were getting vaccinated with these things.
Right.
But so this man right here want to tell me science. Science? What about the Tuskegee experiment? Go read Medical Apartheid. Fake out. Stop. The same people that you claim that's beating you, that took your name, that took your religion, that took all of that, but you take his medicine, right? Without thinking, right? Just stop it.
If you had an upset stomach tonight, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna shit it out. This is what we've been construing on, Goku. I'm not saying this is what I'm saying. Let me come. COVID happened 2019 going into 2020. Dude, when you do the research, the FDA takes at least 8 to 12 years to come out with a jab. That's a fact. Even if it's due to bureaucracy or whatever, it takes time. Okay, 6 months, 9 months, now you want to mandate a vaccine, a jab that does not cure anything? And it says that when you get injected with the jab, you could infect other people. So now you coming at people who want to be like, hold on, let me wait a year, let me wait 2. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying people for not to take, but so we're not questioning how fast this came out. Wear those masks, please. Put those little masks. So how small are the particles of COVID? Hold on, let me finish. They said one day a tiger in freaking the Bronx Zoo had COVID. How did the tiger went and told them? I got COVID? How did they test a tiger for COVID? We all of us talk about the barrel maker this, the barrel maker that. But no questioning. Give me that shot. Oh yeah, let me put a mask on a 6, 7-year-old who's running around. Let me shut down all the businesses. Mad businesses went out of business. People losing their whole lifestyle. But the CDC said there's a 97.8 recovery. Y'all never want to focus on that part.
No, I agree. I agree with those things, and I think it was clear that I agreed, and the matron as well. The game that's played that we need to be up on better is, like I said, we need to have our own mechanisms to test our own theories and hypotheses, etc., to do our own research. And I think if we were doing that, what would happen is we would have more confidence in what we're being told. We're not listening to our own media. We're not listening to our own scientists, et cetera, et cetera. So I get that sentiment, right? And I get that we should always have some skepticism. And I think for the most part, I think we do have skepticism. But I think what we do as people too, not just as Black equals African people, I think just as people, what we do too is we do hedge. We do say, okay, I'm not taking their jab. Like I'll speak for myself personally. I'm not taking their jab, but I'm going to be walking around in a mask. I'm going to keep social distancing. You understand? Even if I, for some reason, which I don't, but even if for some reason I had some skepticism about the validity or the reality of a COVID-19 virus, I would still wear my mask. I would still wear my mask. I would still social distance. I wouldn't put myself in super spreader events. And I think ultimately, this is what kind of happened with this whole thing, is that people just kind of walked it back after a bunch of time passed by, after people thought the worst of it had gone by. I think also people who went and got the jab, for example, they just relaxed in fact, I noticed for a fact, they just relaxed everything. They said, well, I got jabbed, therefore, according to Aaron Rodgers, I'm immunized, right? And so I think, and as we know, the jab doesn't, I think who said it in the chat earlier, Chief Mindset, I think it was, who said, the jab does not make you immune to the disease. I think that's the issue. You have these folks who feel confident that they're immunized, but in reality, they can spread the disease the same way as before, as if they weren't. Which, all the jab is a therapeutic to reduce symptoms to prevent hospitalization. Go ahead.
So what you're suggesting? I get the shot and I'm still wearing a mask 24/7?
Well, one of the things that D Webb often pointed out about the shot is that once you get the jab, you then shed. And so you actually become more of a spreader to people that don't have the vaccine and to people that do have the vaccine. Like, you shed the viral load more so because it's introduced into your system, and you yourself become an access point for infection.
Yeah, so I heard Azuli starting to ask a question. Well, are y'all saying to take the jab? No, I'm not saying to take the jab at all.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're saying that, the people who's taking the jab, they're relaxing. So what's the point of taking the jab if I have to wear a mask too? Like, this is what I'm saying. So what we're saying is that for the rest of our lives, with this COVID, we have to wear a mask, a muzzle. Not only that, wear a mask, stay home, don't interact with people, don't interact with nature because of COVID. With the CDC said 97.8 recovery.
So what's the end game for this dastardly deed that you're exposing right now? Like what?
I'm not exposing anything. I'm just saying that I don't understand how, when have it, New York City, Brooklyn supposed to be hard. No, we ain't doing shit. So easy for us to look like little. Yeah, let me put my mask on. Oh, excuse me, sir. What? So are we saying that for the rest of our lives, that even when you take the jab, so if I should be wearing a mask, I don't take the jab, I should be wearing a mask, I should be staying home, staying away from nature? You out in the park with a mask on? Are you a lunatic? This is crazy to me. This is crazy to me that I'm in the park. So that means all this thing we're talking about, all these Christians, all this Oludumare, Yinyami, ancestors, they're not looking out for us.
Again, I get exactly what you're saying. I don't know if self-preservation negates other stances, though. That's all I'm saying. Kyrie, do you have anything to add to that?
I'm just listening, man. I'm just listening. Oh, by the way, I think this week in the Bronx Zoo, an hyena tested positive for COVID.
So what?
A hyena tested positive for COVID.
Oh, he was laughing. That's why they thought he had COVID, right? He went and told him. I wonder how they do a test. How did they find out that the animal had COVID?
Remember last year too, during the height of the pandemic, they were saying that they had to slaughter a lot of either a sea otter or no, some minks because they had COVID.
I'm trying to say how do so. Oh my
They
God.
test
Yo,
them. They test them. They always test them. I don't know how they do it.
For COVID. They test animal for COVID. Okay.
Yeah.
In a related topic to this too, that I think was mentioned moments ago. They came out this week where they're allowing the vaccine to be given to 5-year-old kids, as low as 5-year-old up to 11, because which is weird because I think 12-year-olds are still uncovered. Oh no, actually I think the previous vaccine started at 12 or something like that. So maybe this is the gap now that they're closing. And there's this chart. I won't get into reading the whole article, but there's a chart that shows you the side effects for kids 5 to 11. And I found it a little bit interesting. Fatigue is cool. First dose and second dose. Headache is cool. Muscle pain, gets a little worse over time. The shittings take you. Chills, joint pain, fever, vomiting, and they don't, from what I see in the chart, they don't tell you the time, like how many days or whatever, or hours this stuff lasts. Matron, how do you feel? I know we've talked about this in previous shows, but how do you feel about kids now getting the jab?
I think it's utterly reprehensible. I think this is an assault on all children. I think that this is specifically an assault on our children. We have been socialized to see this as excuse me, benign. It's like not a big deal, And like I said, my biggest concern is that we're just offering our children up to these people for slaughter instead of trying to create our own economy, education, and an opportunity to defend it. They're coming for us, and we need to respond.
Just going back a few comments ago, Daily Affirmation by Pauline said, I saw a show where a doctor said the difference is with the Tuskegee experiment. They withheld treatment, and with COVID, they are providing a vaccine. Chaka says, it's called testing, sir. Are you serious? He goes on to say, still waiting for Azuliism to explain what the Tuskegee experiment was. And then Chaka says to Daily Affirmation by Pauline, facts.
But I have one thing to say about that. What did they tell the participants of the Tuskegee experiment while they were a part of that experiment? Didn't they tell the people that were participating in the experiment that they were receiving treatments?
Yeah. Erzuli, what say you to all of that? Mchaka wants to hear you talk about the Tuskegee experiment.
I ain't talking about. I ain't saying jack about the Tuskegee experiment. He not a retard. He know what it is. He's just trying to be funny. But like the matron just said, if they give you placebos and tell you that's treatment, it's the same thing. If they tell you I'm treating you, but they're not treating you, so these same people now are treating you. You're rushing to take. Yo, the same. Oh my goodness. You know what? You're right, bro. Let's wear masks. I'm with the barrel maker now. You know what? I'm definitely with the barrel maker now because I know what it is. So
okay, so for you, hold on. So for you, Erzuli, you're not going to take the jab. You're not wearing masks, and you're not social distancing.
No. This is okay. This is what I said. I said I'm not against anybody who wants to take the jab. You take the jab. I'm saying that it takes 8 to 15 years for the FDA to approve jabs. But all of a sudden, 6 months, 5 months, they got the jab. I'm saying if it was, I would wait. My thing is, I'm more against the mask stuff, and if I'm in the, this is what I'm talking about the mask. If I'm in the middle of like 500 people, okay, I'll put the mask on. If I'm in my car, I'm walking, and I see you coming, I gotta put my mask on. Are we? Are we serious? The mask. So COVID is so powerful that it's killing millions of people, and it can't sneak through your little punk ass mask. Stop it. I'm saying that if you again, and if you take the jab, okay, that's your right to take the jab. But don't look at me like I'm weird.
I think what Zuliism is actually saying is that people need to be more responsible for themselves and use their own head instead of just blindly following along like sheep. But what we recognize just in all societies is that most of the people just want to be told what to do because that's easy. Most people just want to accept whatever it is that someone that sounds like a reasonable, reputable source is telling them to do. And they're just trying to figure it out and do that.
So if you all like, let's say, if you are like, if you are part of the in crowd and you like, yo, I'm gonna take the jab, I'm gonna do this, I could see that. But don't come here telling me I'm anti the crowd, because I know these people have done dirt to us, but I'm gonna listen to them and rush to them and follow their medical advice. The same people that you telling me, oh son, nah man, they're killing us out here, bro. They're redlining. The police are shooting us, but you still run to them for that. What are we talking about, bro? And like the matron just said, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is how easy people don't question it.
I'll agree with you that I don't think a lot of people are questioning it. Like even the people who are pushing folks to take the jab. When you bring up the fact that, look, how much research and development did you put into this? How tried and tested is this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's a shame that a lot of folks don't pause for a moment and think about, those questions and just take it wholesale, hook, line, and sinker. That I will agree with. Like Daily Affirmation by Pauline is saying in the chat right now. I understand your argument. She's talking to you. And passion, I try to play it safe. And I think that's the key word here. Let me bring back in Kare. I think I think your argument is absolutely on point. I think it's just that I think where your argument will rub some wrong is that it's devoid of understanding that a lot of folks are questioning it, but they are being safe at the same time.
I agree with you. I'm not saying not to be safe. I'm not telling people to go out in a group of 1,000 people and talk about, yeah, I'm here, let's party. I'm not talking about doing all of that. What it kills me is that now I see little kids. They said on the news that kids would be the worst to follow masks and to do. These kids are like robots. They're walking by themselves with the mask on. Y'all don't even know what they just did to y'all. What? Kids were the most.
So the question I asked you earlier, before we move on to the next prompt, the question I asked you earlier was, to what is the end game of making folks wear masks and social distance and making kids wear masks. What's the end game?
What's the end game? Shut up, do what I tell you. Don't question shit.
That's always been around though.
No. Our next generation, they're gonna follow the law to the T, not questioning nothing. What's the what? Freaking Obama had a party at Martha's whatever vineyard in the midst of the pandemic with no mask on.
Yeah.
And y'all over here telling me this?
Yeah, it happened.
They asked the lady at the I don't know who's the House representative, is it going to be mandated for these people to take the jab? He said no. At the beginning, I don't know now if it's different. And again,
you're talking about the House and the Senate, right?
Yeah. And again, if you are a doctor and you believe in this, okay. But my question is this: how you talk to me on the side, your brother? The man is against us. The man is this, brother. But then you telling me, oh, son, stay away from me, man. You might have what?
Yeah, but you see, when you say that, and I'm not going to keep dwelling on the topic because I got to move on to the next topic. But when you, like, the way you ended that statement, it says there's a lack of concern that folks just want to be safe. You see what I'm saying? Okay. I get that you're saying that you don't mind people being safe, but even the person like one of us here or who's in the chat right now, even if one of us who question these things and has a anti-establishment stance, right? We still want to be safe too. And so you have to have room in there in your outlook for that.
When they tell you, I bet you all these dudes in the chat that are talking right now, if I ask them how many times they had unprotected sex this year, they're gonna shut the hell up. How many girls they went to see during the COVID pandemic? But now they want to talk about stop.
Well, you're infatuated with who was fucking raw during the pandemic, ain't you? That's at least the fifth time you brought the shit up. I mean, come on.
What I'm trying to say is that if you want to be safe, that's fine. I'm not saying not to be safe, but when it comes to the point where you calling, look about, oh, I see two guys in their house with no mask on, you calling the law, or you come into my face, I'm walking across the street, and then you mad because I don't have a mask on, but you came across next to me, there's a problem. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4, which is a complete different type of topic, but I think the matron might be good here as well. Ethiopian rabbis slam missionaries who target their community. I believe I have an article for this, or is it a YouTube video? I think it's a YouTube video. I think it's a YouTube video. Let's see if you guys can hear this.
הוא נראה לי מתוחכם. הוא רוצה למכור לנו הצבע שלך, שלי, ביחד. אבל הוא מבין, בפנים, הוא בא לקחת יהודים בגלל האמונה שלו. בגלל האמונה של הישו שלו. הוא רוצה לקחת יהודים, כי על ידי היהודים, אני יודע כל מה שהם אומרים. לא יעזור.
Let me pause this for a second and make sure you guys can hear that. Could you guys hear that just now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
Just want to make sure. And now I'll let it play.
We have something that is very, very odd, something very strange. We have Bishop Plummer. He is a leader in a church that is an African-American church. He says that he's coming to Israel because he is African-American, meaning he's black. And he knows that there are 150,000 Jews here who are black from Ethiopia. And he believes that because he's from Africa, the Ethiopian Jews are from Africa, he's a black American, we have Jews here every color, Baruch Hashem, thank God. But he thinks that he will have a stronger kesher, a stronger connection with the Jews from Ethiopia than anyone else. What do you say to him?
אין שום קשר, אין שום קשר בין אפריקנים בארצות הברית לבין יהודי אתיופיה. אין קשר. הקשר הוא לא, הצבע הוא לא קשר. יש הרבה צבעים בעולם. זה לא אומר שהם אותו דבר. זה מה שהקדוש ברוך הוא נתן. מה שמקשר זה הזהות שלך, האמונה שלך, הזרע שלך, מאיפה יצאת, מה המקור שלך. מקורם של יהודי אתיופיה הוא ישראל. קראו לעצמם ישראל. הם לא קוראים לעצמם אפילו יהודים, קוראים להם ישראל, כי הם מעם ישראל. וזה מה שהפריד גם באתיופיה בין השחורים. הוא רק מראה, אתה אומר שהוא כומר ל6 מיליון, נראה לי שהוא לא כל כך מבין. אם הוא חושב, אם הוא לא כזה חכם, אם הוא חושב שבגלל הצבע הוא יבוא לקחת אותי לאמונה שלו. מה הקשר?
What is your message to your community?
יש לנו מלחמה, אנחנו עכשיו צריכים לצאת למלחמה נגד האנשים האלה שהם מזיקים לנו מאז שנבחרנו להיות עם ישראל. אנחנו לא ניתן להם לעשות את זה, אנחנו רק רוצים להעביר מסר חשוב מאוד לקהילה שלנו, לא למכור את הדת שלנו בעז, אמונה של עז, בנזיד עדשים, לקהילה כולה, לנוער, לציבור הרחב. אנחנו באים ואומרים לא להתפתות לאותו אדם שהכומר הזה שבא לפגוע, פשוט לעמוד בפרץ ולא לתת לו מקום, להילחם בו בכל דרך אפשרית.
What do you say to the problem of missionaries that have come here to Israel to convert the Jews?
שזה בא מאכפתיות, מאחדות של כל עם ישראל. הדבר הזה הוא לא ענייני רק לקהילת יהודי אתיופיה בארץ, זה לכל עם ישראל פה בארץ ובעולם. לבוא מארצות הברית, מיסיונר, לנצל יהודים בארץ ישראל, זה פלא גדול.
The translation's not coming up.
באתיופיה, אלפי שנים, המיסיונרים לא הצליחו לנצל את היהודים. הנוצרי הזה או המיסיונר הזה, גם מארצות הברית, לארץ ישראל, בארץ הקודש, לא רוצה לנצל יהודים, לא יצליח לו. אנחנו נהדוף אותו. כמו שהדפו אותו אבותינו, ככה גם אנחנו נזרוק אותו.
כאשר אנחנו הגענו, זכינו להגיע לארץ ישראל, אז פה בארץ ישראל בוודאי שהשפע, ארץ זבת חלב ודבש, וזכינו לדברים גדולים ועצומים, אז בוודאי במקום כזה שיש את כל התנאים.
And now we have a missionary who's a big priest, who's a big bishop, who came into Israel specifically, Dafka, to convert Ethiopian Jews to Christianity. What do you say about this?
הוא נראה לי מתוחכם. הוא רוצה למכור לנו הצבע שלך, שלי, ביחד. אבל הוא מבין, בפנים, הוא בא לקחת יהודים בגלל האמונה שלו. בגלל האמונה של היושע שלו. הוא רוצה לקחת יהודים, כי על ידי היהודים אני יודע כל מה שהם אומרים. לא יעזור. יהדות אתיופיה היא יהדות, אולי היהדות הכי חזקה מבחינת זהות היהודית שלה. כי בכל העולם, במשך 2000 שנה היה קשר בין כולם. יהדות אתיופיה, למרות שלא היה קשר, היא נשארה נאמנה לדתה, לדת ישראל. אחרי 2000 שנה באנו ומצאנו את אותה דת. זאת אומרת, יש חוזר. אז יועיל בטובו כבוד, לא כבוד. אותו אחד יחזור לארצות הברית ויעשה את הנפשות שלו שם, ולא פה בארץ ישראל.
So my apologies. I was watching it from the YouTube screen, but you guys will be being blocked by the banner. So I'm just gonna go back and just show you all a part where I think you'll get the gist of their sentiment during the whole video.
The Jews. שזה בא מאכפתיות, מאחדות של כל עם ישראל. הדבר הזה הוא לא ענייני רק לקהילת יהודי אתיופיה בארץ, זה כל עם ישראל פה בארץ ובעולם.
לבוא מארצות הברית, מיסיונר, לנצר יהודים בארץ ישראל, זה פלא גדול. למה פלא? באתיופיה, אלפי שנים, המיסיונרים לא הצליחו לנצר את היהודים. הנוצרי הזה או המיסיונר הזה, בא מארצות הברית, לארץ ישראל, בארץ הקודש, לא רוצה לנצר יהודים? לא יצליח לו. אנחנו נהדוף אותו. כמו שהדפו אותו אבותינו, ככה גם אנחנו נזרוק אותו.
כאשר אנחנו הגענו, זכינו להגיע לארץ ישראל, אז פה בארץ ישראל בוודאי, שהשפע, ארץ זבת חלב ודבש, וזכינו לדברים גדולים ועצומים, אז בוודאי במקום כזה שיש את כל התנאים.
And now we have a missionary who's a big priest, who's a big bishop, who came into Israel specifically, Dafka, to convert Ethiopian Jews to Christianity.
So I'll stop it there. A question that I have, let me go back so I could see the comments. So I apologize again. Also, let me welcome in Mr. Untouchable, who showed up on Caribbean Time.
Hey, respect Goku. Blessings to my global Black family. Respect.
Yes, indeed. So basically, these Ethiopian Jews in Israel are being kind of coached in a sense by tone by this Uish man you see here on the screen to resist this bishop, this Christian priest from America from resisting whatever he has to say, right? So the prompt is Ethiopian rabbis slam missionaries who target their community. What do you guys have to say to this? Azulius, I'm going to start with you. What do you think about the fact that this guy is coaching these Negroes to resist these other Black folks? And they in turn too also, because I think that was kind of missed in the translation early on. They basically said that they weren't the same Black folks as this Black man coming from America. Azuli, what do you say?
Well, the thing I got on this thing when I saw it is that all the dreams that Black Americans have of uniting with the Africans, they don't view us as the same. Because I saw this already. What the guy said is that we cannot unite on color. We're not the same. He's Israel and he's Black American. And the priest from America came. What he said was that because we're all Black, it would be easier to convert them to Christianity because we're Black, we're African. But this man just said, nah, we ain't. Go back to America. So this thing is me. I'm done with trying to connect with. It's all love, but the connection that with the dream that we have to what this is the example. This man from Ethiopia, and then let's put this to rest. Talk about Ethiopia was not colonized. Stop the cap. Ethiopia is a Greek word that means burnt faces. How you not colonized and the Greek gave your country the name?
Right.
So I say this to say this is what's crazy to me. This barrel maker is just living it up. I understand. All these people are saying that don't know just because we're black, we're not the same. Go back. And the funny thing is, the Torah, the Bible, they are Abrahamic religions. So the black priest here talking about, oh, I'm gonna go to Ethiopia, trying to convert. My man said, nah, bro, stay over there. We're not the same. But all that dream, that's all that.
What's crazy is that these Ethiopian Jews get treated like shit in Israel.
Oh, did you know that they what's the word when they neuter you? They neuter people. What's the word for it?
Castrate?
No, for the women.
Sterilize.
A couple of years ago, they were sterilizing all their women.
Yeah.
But
and
this man right here, and that dream that we have, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I see in this video.
Kare?
What I'm looking at, do you remember this guy? We spoke about him many times. Erzulism and you, Koku. Remember this guy that I won't mention his name on here, but I couldn't stand him at the campus. Well, I'll mention his first name was Shale. Remember him?
Shale, no.
Nah, but go ahead.
Yeah, he reminds me of those guys because I used to be I remember one day we were I was just happened to be standing out. It was like a Saturday late in the evening, and those Israelites were like cursing out. They say, "Oh, we're the original Jews and this and that," and he was over there looking at them and laughing at them.
Oh yeah, Shale, that's that black Jewish kid.
Yeah.
His father's a big black man with a cowboy hat on too, is a Jew as well. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I remember him.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about because it was the first time I saw a black Jewish person and like with the I never saw that in my life. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. But I was saying I want to add to what Erzulism was saying. Also, you forget that a couple of years ago, a lot of the Falashas, they gave blood, right? And the Israelis destroyed that blood. They didn't want to take that blood from them.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's welcome in Achieve Mindset as well. But Matron, what say you to this?
In the Bible, they talk about Ethiopians being the people that are the most teachable people. And that's a whole nother conversation. I'm gonna say this, that you always have two types of black people. You have the black people that are black equals African, which is my kind of Pan-Africanism, and you have the black people that are trying to assimilate into the people that raped and pillaged and destroyed their culture, history, and infiltrated them. And you just have to identify what type of black people you're dealing with, and clearly these are those types of black people that don't want to embrace their actual African identity. They already have an inferiority complex. They are colonized, they are defeated people, and they're just trying to figure out a way to assimilate and participate socially and economically into the Jewish religion and or culture because they see it as beneficial to them. And once you identify that these are the type of people that you're dealing with, you just make appropriate corrective actions going forward.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I disagree with Azuli completely. And the reason why is that it is not wise to take one YouTube video, based off some careless Ethiopians being primed by a Jewish man, creating wedges and say, here, this is an example of how they feel, all 1.2 billion Africans. Therefore, I can't forge any kind of relationship with continental Africans. I think that that's extreme. And I would say this: if it takes YouTube videos to convince you about what some group of Ethiopians think, then I want you to look up the Rastafarians who came from the Caribbean and went to Ethiopia. They have a plot of land on Shashimani land in Ethiopia. They have married Ethiopian women and they live within the communities, and there's no distinctive differences. They created families over decades. So let that video be a balance to what you're seeing here first. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is it's interesting to watch this particular individual because he is the third party in the mix that we ain't really addressing. And the third party person, he is priming these people with a story.
Yep.
And what I would say is, before I create a judgment on what I feel about a particular individual who I haven't met yet, who I haven't sat down with yet, who I think he might just be my brother, let me have a conversation with him first before I jump to a judgment about the type of individual he is, rather than just accepting subjectively and wholeheartedly the opinions of one guy who wearing a cap just like me and say, well, you shouldn't, because he primed the whole conversation. He primed the whole argument. And he said, well, this guy thinks this way. So it's almost the same way when continental Africans come to America and they say, and before they ever reach or set foot on American soil, you have this customs officer. And the customs officer, he primes the continental Africans. And he says, don't mess with them African Americans over there because they are very political, they're destructive, they just create dramas and problems, and they're going to cause you to be deported. So before I ever actually speak to African American, my opinions about the African Americans have already been forged by the third party. So you have to reserve judgment. And you have to take an objective approach. Yes, he feels this way, but let me find out for myself. That's very important. The third thing I want to say is about the African American guy, because I have a problem with him too. Here's where I agree with Azuliism. All of these guys have Abrahamic faiths. So for me, you know what I mean? You just taking off one hat and you putting on another hat, which is really basically the same hat. You know what I mean? And it's really under the gambit of white Jesus business, and I don't business with that anyways.
Right.
You know, so it's a multitude of issues mixed in there, and you just have to piece it out. Because if you don't piece it out, you're going to jump to a subjective judgment. You know what I mean? And I feel like it'll not necessarily be well-founded. You know, you get all the facts first, and then you settle on a conclusion before you jump to a conclusion based off of one person's opinion or one YouTube video. That's what I believe.
I like that. I was gonna see if Achieve Mindset was there, but before that, I'll give Azuliism a chance to respond to that. I think that was well stated by Mr. Untouchable.
That's a very 2 cent Louverture way of looking. I'm fucking with this Ali. So, but we agree to disagree. And mind you, Goku, he's the one that called 2 cents.
Can I mention something I observed too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't this guy remind you of DJ Vlad?
Yeah, definitely.
And he acting like DJ Vlad too, by the way. He acting
definitely,
like
leading questions and priming and stuff. Yep. Achieve Mindset is here. Achieve, what say you to this?
Hello. Yeah. I think well, there is a.
Wait, do me a favor. Turn that whatever. Locate the sultry button and turn that shit down, please, because you came on here a little too sultry for my taste, man. Hello.
Oh,
all right, Achieve, go ahead.
It's early in the morning where I am, man.
Okay.
Sorry, but you have to understand that with Africa, there are people that are confused, and there are people that are, I would say, useless, and there are people that are willing to build. The problem is that these people, especially, you look at the whole conversation with these men, I don't think any of them wanted to be there, and it's bad to say that, well, they are kind of selling out, but if they've been forced, your women have been forced to, be, I forgot what the terminology is, but they've been forced to be sterilized, then, you do anything that the person that's forced you into that situation to do, you do what they say. And at the end of the day, Ethiopia is supposed to be our spiritual home, and they are failing to do what's necessary to actually bring people back and unite around it. And I said that previously.
Yes.
You know, they don't know what their job is, and they keep failing to do their job. And sooner or later, they think that these people are their friends, and then they're going to realize that they're not their friends. And then, you know, it's very sad that you have, I think it's 4 grown black men who were there, and they don't know what the hell they're doing there. And, you know, it's very sad. But I don't think this is quite shocking. I think this is quite normal in this day and age. It would be shocking if they actually stood up to him, but I guess when you have one pale dude, you know, and you have him pointing to 4 grown men, it makes you feel like it's a courtroom.
Yeah.
You know, so instead of giving your opinion there, they've been forced to snitch on one another. So
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, it has that feeling. Like Mr. Untouchable pointed out, and I said earlier too, it's uncomfortable watching this priming going on. It's almost like if you say the wrong shit here, we'll cut your ass for that. You know, it feels real bad. It's like, now when they ask you to listen to their talk, what you gonna say? All right, Whitey. Well, we ain't gonna say nothing too bad. You know, we gonna keep it cool. You know what I mean? So it's definitely like you could tell who's the leader of these people. All, you know, there's 5 grown men in this room at least. You could tell who's the man in charge, so to speak. Did anyone else feel that way?
Wait, you know what, Koku? As someone said this years ago, I didn't make this one up. They're begging for that unleavened butter biscuit.
But did anyone else feel that way when watching that video? It's like, this white boy is one in power here.
I absolutely see that and felt that way, as though he was sitting there teaching and telling these grown black men what to do, how to act, how to behave, what to think, and priming them, as you said. But, you know, how do you even deal with that mindset when you're looking at a Black equals African as my Pan-Africanism perspective? You know, like, it's some people that's just like, you know, you might have to get left by the wayside because you're too far gone.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that this is also an issue about power.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the power dynamic that exists in Israel is, you know, who is at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not gonna do anything to cause power to be, you know what I mean? It's like a sledgehammer landed on an ant. You know, they live well in, well, they would say that they live well in Israel. You know, their stomachs are, they have full stomachs.
Mm-hmm.
They wear nice suits. They're not trying to go back to Ethiopia. And if you go against power, you could very well get shipped back to Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And these brothers here trying to go back to that. So they're really singing for their supper.
Yeah.
You know? But it's about power.
They've destroyed the essence of the Black family in that part of the world, you know, and these Black families are suffering. So, you know, you are thinking from his perspective, those 4 men's perspective, you know, I just have to say this type of stuff, and then, you know what, they will stop bothering me for a week or for a day. You know, you can imagine what happened when they came into their homes and told them, look, your wife is going to have to be sterilized. You know what I mean? So these people, they even want to go back because they assume that that's their home. And it's quite funny and remarkable to see how much pain they can inflict on someone before they actually realize that, you know what, I need to go and do something of my own. And they're still in that country for what reason, you know, you can never understand. The concept of building your own is something that they don't seem to understand, which is very bad.
Razuli, I'm sorry, matron. Let me get Razuliism real quick, then we'll go to the matron.
I was gonna say all I saw is a bunch of Petri Hawkingbird babies sitting there. And guess what? Not to say, but guess Judge Judy has another Black Bailey for her.
Oh boy, matron.
To speak to the point of their eugenics program that they're running with regard to sterilization, in America, they were doing what they call Mississippi appendectomies into the 80s, and they were legislating Black equals African men and women to be sterilized up until the late 70s in an attempt to run their eugenics program and to control populations of African people here. So that's like a part of the agenda. And I don't think that we often talk about connecting the struggles and saying, look, they should know all of us globally, and we don't recognize that we're just looking for a way to fit in to maintain our individual survivability versus our global ethnic survivability and dominance. And I really think that that's a problem.
In the chat, Mr. Bobby E. Wright, Dr. Bobby E. Wright says there's a difference between Black nationalists, Pan-Africanism, and continentalism. I got getting some feedback. And so that's something that we must talk about in relation to this video as well. We can't forget that, and I get it. Maybe it's a part of survival of being a survivor or what have you, like Achieve Mindset and then point it out. But this distinction, this negative distinction of saying those aren't us, this Black American, he's not us, right? We have to talk about that in this video as well. Mr. Untouchable, you did a good job of distinguishing, I think, this idea of Black nationalists versus Pan-Africanism versus continentalism, and what you said earlier, in that you can't watch these one or two people, well, in this case, these four people, and castigate the whole country of Ethiopia based on it. Further, and to add to what you said earlier, I think we also got to add that a lot of these folks are just, Ethiopian nationalists or Judaic nationalists or what have you, but they're not necessarily Pan-African, right?
You know what? When people, because I'm familiar with what Bobby Wright is trying to say, and when people have discussions about as far as Pan-Africanism, based off continental Pan-Africanism, different from what Gavi was talking about as far as global Pan-Africanism. When these discussions are had, there are always people outside of the room who need to be in the room to put their perspective to the table, because if they're not in the room, the conversation is going to be void of a particular argument. It's almost as if the African Union having a discussion when the Caribbean is not in the room, when African American folks are not in the room, when the Canadian Blacks are not in the room, when Brazil has 80 million Black people, 80 million from out of the continent of Africa. Their claim to Africa is just as valid as someone who lives on the continent. And so they should have a say so in the room as well. So when people discuss about continentalism and all that great stuff in a room that's void of other people who should also be in the room as well, then the conversation drastically changes. Because when you say, well, we're going to have our AU, but we're going to exclude Haiti from Haiti is just as much of a African enclave as Zimbabwe is. You can't exclude them off of the table because it's not a complete African Union. These are people with a justifiable claim. They never asked to leave. So you can't take away their birthright to that landmass. So when I hear people talk about continentalism versus globalism, I tend to side with Gavi. I'm gonna go with Gavi, and that's where I stand on the issue for me.
But in regards to these four Black Ethiopian Jews saying that they're not Black and they're not connected with other Black folks based on skin color, what are they displaying here? Are they displaying?
They're displaying tribalism.
They are careless Ethiopians. They are careless Ethiopians. But I would say this: there needs to be an alternative conversation that needs to be had, because you could be a lost Negro But if you have good information or better information or more insightful information, then your mind may change. If you just have one perspective, one guy with a nice tie on, you know, this wish guy pouring into you, you know, I mean, he putting the battery in your back. So all I'm saying is there's an alternative discussion that needs to be had, and they can't be so afraid to sit down and have a conversation with their brother, someone who looked just like them. You know what I mean? Yeah, and you know, it's a work, man, and it's an effort. And granted, when they have another perspective, if they still stick to what they believe to be true, then we gotta charge them to the game. It is what it is. Keep it moving.
Achieve.
I think what people need to understand is that there's not a continental nationalism. There is no, like, you know, African content way of thinking. I think people need to. There's a large confusion between, you know, people in diaspora and people on the continent. These people are not behaving like Ethiopian nationals. They're behaving like tribes. They're behaving like a subset within a tribe, trying to gain the approval of the masses. And so you know, people need to really understand that it's a very different type of behavior. And when you look at these individuals and these males, you have to look at them and say, you know what, you can't associate with them. You know, I think the translated words was said that we will reject him, right? And it's like there is no talk of dialogue, there is no talk of anything. This man is like saying to them, we've heard that these people are coming over here to convert you to Christianity. You know, what do you say? It's kind of like, it kind of reminds me when you read the Bible when Jesus was getting judged. You know, it's kind of like they're judging the African Americans without them being in the room, without having them say so. So it's like they're already putting force in their head, and I think that's what the main important part is. Anytime there is a need for dialogue, there is single-mindedness, and there's a way to kind of force these individuals to think differently. But I think in general, when we talk about the continent, I think people need to realize that people are poor in the continent. You know, there are people that don't have running water. I'm not trying to paint a bleak picture. It is what it is. You're not going to get someone to unite with you if you can't produce the work that's needed for them to side with you. And Pan-Africanism, people think there's a difference between the diaspora and the continent. I don't think there's any difference. The problem is that most people don't know how to get going. You understand? And, you know, for example, if you were to go to Ethiopia and make, you know, advances in Ethiopia to make it like Wakanda, I guarantee you those 4 men will be coming to Ethiopia back and say, hey, I want to go back home. But if we are not able to do that, ironically, they should be doing it because they will say that they are the elders in their community. That's ironic, but they're not. But, you know, since nobody's doing that, that's causing a big problem. And that's why it's lead to those people having those type of mentality. You know, so that's the bottom line of it.
In the chat, Bobby Wright says, some African politicians see Pan-Africanism as being limited to the African continent, including the Arabs in the Maghreb. He goes on to say, that's what I was talking about, Haiti being excluded, but Morocco being welcomed back to the African Union. The Daily Affirmation by Pauline said to this prompt, even in 2020, a whistleblower from ICE alleged they were forcibly sterilizing immigrant Black, Latin, and Indigenous women. Matron, I think you wanted to say something?
No, I would just that, you know, we need our men to stand up and to be men. It's difficult to reach beyond the buffer class that is always presented to us to get to the actual people that are like us, that we can help, that we want to be powerful with. Something that I've said in the past is that the African in the Americas has access to capital markets that other Africans don't have access to, but we are consistently educated against taking that wealth or that resource or that access back to the continent and into other places to empower the mass of people. A high school graduate with engineering books and the loan money that they would get trying to go purchase a Eurasian education could go back to an African country or to a Caribbean country and run it, because they would have the information and they would have the capital to implement their ideas. But we're not told to do those types of things. And I'm old now, so now I got to just like make schools so that they can get that information.
Make sure you guys, if you're here listening, if you can hear my voice right now, make sure you like the video. Show that you like the content that you're hearing. Erzulius, and I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
I understand what's heartbreaking is that we have 5 grown, probably above 40, maybe 50 black men on a TV show with going against his brother, not even saying, "Oh, I'll hear him out," this and that and the third, and then, like somebody just said, these same people neutered your women, sterilized your women, and then you expect, I'm gonna go left with this, you expect your women to submit to you.
Right.
You can't even stand up for your freaking self. This is embarrassing. And I'm not giving no 50-year-old man a chance to these people. I'm not having no conversations with them. There's no way you could have somebody said, "Oh, I'm gonna have a conversation with." No, these 5 men right here, they're done. There's no other conversation to have. Not one said, "You know what? I'll hear him out." At the end of the day, he's my brother. Because none of them said that. So we see 4 men, 5 men there, whatever, talking about, "Oh, nah, stay over there, no connection." I just talk about this is all the dreams we have. Talk about, "Oh, let's go." No, we had a conversation for 20 hours on this on the Matron's web thing where the African kids over there were telling us we're not the same.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, hey, we could all dream. Yes, have beautiful thoughts out there, but we should beware, because, and there's another video coming that is worse than this one. So that was the setup for y'all. Wait till y'all finish. I'm done. Thank you.
Right. And also, we're gonna talk about Kemi Seba a little later. That ties into this a little bit as well. Who's that speaking? Was that Mr. Untouchable?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Let me tell, because Erzuli been to school. Look up the word duress. Look up the word duress.
You mean, oh, they're under duress? Oh, yeah, you know how many times I could be under duress too? Guess what? Like in the word of my man, Martin, before I sell out, I gets the hell out. You don't have to be a bad man. You know what? I'm not coming in today. Nah, I'm gonna skip this interview. You know what? Nah, but you know what? And again, my man Koku put a post on his thing. Whoever feeds you controls you. Boom.
Thomas Angara, yep. That's it.
So your actions could be under duress because it's an economic duress. You know what I mean? It's like, if I don't do these things, I ain't gonna be able to eat tomorrow. So I gotta do things that's really against my personal sentiment. Because if I don't do that, I could be hungry tomorrow. It's duress.
But when do
go back to Ethiopia?
When do we? I'm glad you brought that up, because here comes the question. This ties into the earlier conversation about being, playing it safe and wearing the mask and stuff. When do you stop playing it safe? When do you push back? When do you say F it and go forward?
That'll always be in very small numbers. This is why I say Pan-Africanism. Look, Pan-Africanism will always be, well, let me not say always. Pan-Africanism so far has been in a minority. The people who are the vanguard, we are always in the minority. We always, the rest of the people, they're gonna always be pulling up at the rear. You know what I mean? They looking to see whether what we doing are successful or not. You know what I mean? Because if they tempted to come out of their personal comfort zones, they have to feel like they're gonna win. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So that's just the war we in.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else on the panel want to have a last word for this for this post? All right, we'll move on to the next Shoot the Breeze topic. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. So we're halfway there now. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is why are white people doing this work? And this work refers to before Central Park, there was something called Seneca Village, which was actually, if I'm not mistaken, was called Senegal Village as well. So it was interchangeable, Seneca versus Senegal Village. No, actually, am I wrong here? Hold on. Wait a minute. I could be wrong about which prompt I'm supposed to have up here. I think it's Zuliism. Yeah. Oh, no, that prompt comes later. Yeah. So we're on this prompt for now. Why are white people doing this work? Before Central Park, there was a Seneca Village. And like I said, it was also known as Senegal Village as well. It denotes the fact that it was a bunch of Africans in this area. Let me pull up the article for you guys. Actually, the video right here.
When we look at what it takes to be an American, I think you find no better example than right here in New York with its own free Black communities, in which they defined what it meant to be an American, even when the law and the government did not see them as such. One of the first free Black communities in New York is Seneca Village. Founded in 1825, and that of course is pre-emancipation. When we're talking about New York specifically, slavery ends in New York in 1827.
So a group of African Americans who were affiliated with the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, they were the first to buy property in this area that became known as Seneca Village.
Daily life in Seneca Village would have been impacted by racial violence on a daily basis. They lived in an integrated community, so while it was a free Black community, they had among them Irish neighbors and some German neighbors too, and they intentionally placed themselves there.
Seneca Village comprised approximately 70 buildings. There was 3 churches. The first church to be created was the African Union Church. This church also did have a school, and it was one of the few schools that was available for African American students. So it helps us understand Seneca Village as a place where community and church and education was very important.
I would say one of the more famous residents, if you will, was Albro Lyons. He actually lived in Lower Manhattan during the draft riots. And his daughter, Maritza, who was a teenager at the time, she's the one who left her memoirs and really explained the horror that happened in Manhattan streets during the summer of 1863, when African Americans were basically being tortured and murdered by their fellow New Yorkers. In 1855, when the city starts thinking about a public space that will be called Central Park, they decide that Seneca Village has no value and said we would have more value if we became a public space, and we will call that public space Central Park. Of course, it really had nothing to do with that community or upholding what that community stood for.
You know, it was about 800 acres of land, and while it was not the first example of the use of eminent domain, it was certainly a prominent example. But it is certain that, you know, the creation of the park did really disrupt the development of what was one of the city's most important African American communities.
Within 30 years, Seneca Village is basically established, thrives, and evaporates completely.
So there are not a lot of physical traces of Seneca Village in the landscape. Since about 1997, a group of historians and archaeologists have been studying Seneca Village.
We found more portraits and illustrations, and we found a map that actually had the names of individuals that we didn't know was in our collection, that helped us to understand, oh, this is why these people are there. And then from there, those names on the map, we could connect to the census records, and then we could find out for sure that these were actually Black folk and white folk, and they actually owned their property. They weren't squatters. And so it was just telling a different kind of story.
They found such magical things that I think tell a story of a really dignified, thriving African-American community. It's through their efforts that we know so much more about Seneca Village.
We collected these things and we tried to interpret them to see if they dated to the period of Seneca Village, and so they did. And you look at the newspapers, you look at the maps, you look at the title deeds, you look at family papers, and you just kind of piece that together like, okay, so this is telling an interesting story. How can we bolster this story? How can we humanize it a little bit more?
There's no descendants that have been found from Seneca Village, and it's not from lack of trying. My suspicion is to do with the amount of time that Seneca Village existed for. It existed through to 1855-57. For whatever reason, like so many things in history, we lose them to the archives, but not for lack of trying.
We are in a search. We're on a hunt to try to find direct descendants who are connected to the story, because again, it's just one of those things that will humanize and put a nice punctuation mark, an exclamation at the end of the story.
If you look at the history and the rediscovery of Seneca Village, there is a pattern here, and the pattern is this: the city always erases history. That's what it does. It does so in the name of New York, in the name of progress. And I think it's really important that ordinary people, ordinary New Yorkers, ordinary Americans understand that it's always been other ordinary Americans who have preserved their own communities, even if it means forgetting about that community and then rediscovering them again decades later.
So a question I have here, just to start off, is as Black equals African people, do we have a short-term memory? Meaning, how is it that this came up during the talk about the African burial ground here in Brooklyn? This has come up in other instances. How is it that we forget that we once had this area of land, and the powers that be, this white boy, this savage, came and proclaimed eminent domain, and say, hey, we need a park and we need to put it here, right? So you're going to lose your land, and the people that you buried on this land over the years, it doesn't matter. We're building this park over them. How is it that we don't pass these stories on anymore to the next generation, right? How is it that they can't find someone who's descended from these people? Let me start this time with the matron. Matron, what say you?
So I've had these conversations with people that I'm related to, and they talk about the pain of trying to relive and rehash this reality. So instead of trying to imbue you with your history and a legacy, they try to direct you to look towards the future within the confines of the reality that they were given, instead of allowing you to expand. So instead of worrying about what your grandparents had, what your great grandparents had, who your people were 5, 8, 10, 15 generations ago, they try to explain to you to get a good job, get into the system, get integrated, get assimilated, and do the best you can to get that good education and do the things that you need to do so that you can have a happy and consistent life. Another thing, like it's not just family land that gets displaced by eminent domain. It's things like the expansion of airports and freeways that will displace the dead bodies of your relatives. Even here in Metro Detroit, in my lifetime, and I'm under 50, they've expanded the airport 3 times, and the airport is next door to a cemetery, and that cemetery keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So like, this is a consistent thing that happens.
Kevin Carre, we haven't heard from you in a minute. What say you to this?
Well, I agree with the matron. It's like they keep us busy. It's like you try to do the work, then next thing you know, you have your bills to pay. That you gotta pay attention to this, and some people just want to say, I don't want to do the past anymore. It's just too much research. But if you don't have any roots, you don't know where you're gonna go.
Know your history to find your destiny, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Well, to the question of whether African American, I'm very careful with this because I don't like it to talk about other groups of people, even if they're my brothers in America. You know, I like for them to speak first. But let me just say this though. I think that it's an issue. It's an issue of power. You know, if you have the power to, nationalize or reclaim certain areas, they have the ability to do that. Even though you may protest, even though I've not heard about any protests by any particular group of African Americans about how the land was reclaimed and a park was put in its place. I haven't heard any protest about it, but I think it's about power. Another thing too is when you get psychopaths on the internet, thinking they black Indians, they rather do excavations on Indian land rather than on their own ancestors' land, and then you get other group of Negroes thinking that they're Israelites. So instead of digging where these black people were buried, they're gonna dig in Israel looking for black people over there. So I mean, it's just a lot of misinformation. A lot of not there's not a lot of enough information, and I think that people need to be really properly educated about their history in the past and what they probably would have done in particular areas. But I also think it's about power. The power to do certain things is very important in this debate, and the fact that these people had the power to reclaim that land. I mean, what do you do about that? It's very difficult. It's a difficult question for me.
Achieve mindset. I know you're not in America, but viewing a story like this one, what say you to this story? Is Achieve here? Maybe he's not here.
He said he'd be right back.
Okay. Erzuliism, what say you?
Well, I'm going back to the question that was posed. So it goes to me, bring it right back. I create the parents destroy your home, they take it away, they bury it, and it's like maybe it's too painful to remember, or is this all just made up? Because I don't understand how, if your great grandparents lives in Seneca Village, I don't understand how you're not passing this on. I cannot understand how a group of people, you live in a route, they took your shit by force. The same thing they did to the South Bronx when they built the Bronx Expressway. They do that all the time.
They did in Miami too. Yeah.
In Miami, and they did it in Compton. Like the freeway, the shit they call Riki Freeway, that expressway, they built it because so I do not get how they took your whole joint, and then that story is never been passed on, and it's their great grandkids that is coming back to let you know about your own history.
Yeah.
And guess what's happened when they're doing that? You know how much grant they get to do that? So again, they create the environment, they give you the medicine, and they're making money with grant of researching the genocide that their ancestors did to yours.
Can I add to that? In 2003, I remember in 1991 when they were building that new federal building, because I went to high school over there, Murray Bertram. They were building that federal building, and they had found the bones. They knew about those bones for years. They were building over it anyway. Then I came back.
Downtown Manhattan?
Yeah, Chambers Street.
Yeah, at least I think they built a little like memorial there though, I think. But go ahead.
Yeah. But here's what I'm gonna say. Speaking of the YT, I was there that October of 2003 when they were reinterring the bones. They brought the bones back from Howard. They had to DNA test them, and they got the little coffins from Ghana, and they put the bones in there, and they buried it. The site's still there. The mounds are still there. But I observed, and I have the photos of it. I have to scan those negatives. I have one photo, but a lot of those white folks, they were arguing. Why can't we be on stage? We were helping, put this thing together, and they were like arguing to just sit in front so they can be seen. When it was like these were elders, black elders, I think Dr. Benji Cannon was there. They wanted to go sit there I want to be seen. I'm like, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, they're socio and psychopaths, so they'll do the stuff like what Gunnar described, create the situation and benefit off of it, afterwards. But the question is, you know, why is it the white people always doing this stuff? I think we saw one black lady in this video. But my thing is, and I think Azuliism and the matron all echoed the same thoughts, is like, I get it's about power. These people had the power to take it from you, but you have the power to transmit the memory down through your generations. Because let's face it, this type of stuff should be the impetus for more activism in the future. Let me tell y'all something. When they blow up a cave in Baghdad or Iraq or something like that and kill a couple of people who weren't involved in the bullshit, they create I'm trying to avoid the words here, but they create young folks who will become the future terrorizers, so to speak, right? How come these things are happening to us and have happened to us historically, and we allow ourselves, I get pain, I get it's traumatic, and you might want to forget it, but how do we allow ourselves to actually forget it, right? Because in a sense, that disarms the youth coming up from being proactive instead of reactive, Mr. Untouchable.
That's where I am with it. I'm asking, where is the protest? If these people are going over the bones of your ancestors, where is the protest? You remember when a couple of, maybe a year or two ago, I think that Obama was trying to run pipelines to Montana or some shit like that. And these rednecks went to the state capitol with guns and say, y'all ain't gonna do that around here. And they was willing to die for that. Willing to die for that against the US government. This was their form of protest. And you know what? I don't think that they were ever seriously charged with anything. You know, if you have a right, because I hear a lot of arguments, people say, well, our bones are buried here. We have the blood in the soil here. You know, you have to be willing. If you aren't willing to fight for the things that you claiming is yours, you don't deserve to have it.
Absolutely.
And I want to add to that, Mr. Untouchable. Speaking of the bones, remember the movement in Philadelphia, right? Did you know that I think the university, there was the medical examiner held those bones for like 30 years.
And wasn't it Yale that was doing wasn't it Yale that had the bones in a class last year during the pandemic?
Wow.
That I didn't know about that part, but I know that medical examiner that was been there since, you know, for 30, he's been there since it happened. He resigned. There was no criminal charges against him.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I agree with what
there was something like that with the bones. I forget which college had it. If it's not last year, it was the year before.
Matron, you were saying something?
No,
I was just gonna.
Oh, go ahead, Matron. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I agree with Mr. Untouchable when he says, you know, if you are espousing a legacy that you're not willing to die for, then you don't deserve to be able to lay claim to that, because you really are just trending. You're just following a trending topic. It's something that's cool. It's something that makes you feel good right now for whatever reason, because you have low self-esteem, you have little self-worth. Like, you're not doing what needs to be done, because the reality is that all other people groups are willing to put their life on the line for a legacy that their children can talk about. The other thing that I wanted to say was that, you know, men are not standing up, and women either are not standing up and teaching their children these stories. They're not standing up and standing flat-footed telling them this is who you are. They're investing them into a system of faith and belief that says, don't worry about the shell that is your body, because this is the whole Christian thing. Don't worry about the shell that is your body. They not even there no more. You know, your soul has gone on, so it doesn't matter what they do to your body here in this world and on this plane. And that is a spiritual thing that divorces you from the land of your ancestors and your forefathers, when we know in fact that there are places on this planet that are more spiritually powerful than others. And at the point that they can convince you to transform your mind, to transcend your physical reality, then you become so heavenly bound, you are no earthly good. And there are a lot of people that fall into that category.
We haven't had, by the way, Daily Affirmations by Pauline says they did it in Georgia as well. So this concept of destroying Black communities, it's happened in several places within the U.S. Achieve Mindset has been quiet for a while. Achieve Mindset, what say you to this?
Oh, hi. I think you have to look at it in a certain way, right? They've been destroying Black cities all over the U.S. And I think this museums and this conservation, or whatever they think they're preserving, is a bit of an insult, because I don't think there's a building there they've ever kept that said, hey, this is where Black people used to live in Central Park. They're taking out these bones and they're doing medical research for it. They've learned from the whole YouTube movement of trace your ancestors, that, hey, Black history is good to sell. So they're going to have a museum there, this preservation nonsense, which is an insult, because they've destroyed Black lives and they've not even paid reparation for it to the New York Black citizens. But they're going to build this history or whatever conservation stuff, and they're going to put in museums and say, hey, come and pay, $50 to tell your children about pictures of how we destroyed your cities, and you can't reclaim the place that we've destroyed, and now is a park. And it's very funny that, well, it's not funny, but this is all planned. And the simple fact is that you have a lot of these ADOS people talk about, we're born here, we're from here, and this is where we're from, and none of them are defending this. None of them are actually, fighting for this thing back. It's just like, the Revolutionary Matrix said, it's just trending. None of this thing is gonna stop, because why? You wanna, and it's one of the things that piggybacking on what Matrix said, is that this is why, for me personally, you cannot have Black history be taught in schools in whatsoever capacity. You have to have it taught in the homes, and you have to have it, people teach their children properly about these stuff. Nobody on the right man earth, if you look at the video, I only watched the first bit of it, there was a single woman that was speaking, did not even seem interested to be there. But when she writes her book on her take on the bones, it's going to sell. It's going to sell enough probably for her to retire. But that's all, these things are shaping up to be. And, what's sad is that we not taking care of our own history, but also we have to look at a simple point, is that none of this would have happened if people were actually willing to think strategically of gaining foothold in certain areas to make sure that they protect not only just themselves but the future generation. And I think that's very key to probably the state of affairs. We're failing to actually protect the future. We're also failing to actually investigate our past and learn from the lessons. And for me, when I watch this video, it feels very sad. It feels like an achievement that, way we destroyed their city. Come watch what we did.
I have to agree with that too. I had that feeling as well, that it was just about, look how we destroyed look how we took their shit from them. Look how pathetic. We have to dig and find their bones. Their people didn't even come and dig and move their bodies and stuff. They just let them be consumed by the machine, right? It's a flex. It's a low-key flex. I think it's who's looking to speak right now? Is that
Me.
Kare?
Yeah. I want to add to what he Achieve Mindset said. Two things. All right, I'm gonna come back to the first one about keeping our archive and right now in history. But did you know in Prospect Park there's a cemetery, right? There's a Quaker cemetery. You don't have certain parts in certain times of the year you can see that cemetery, but there's a fence around it so you can't get to it.
Yes.
You have to go through a certain entrance on the nice part of Prospect Park, Prospect Park South, to get to that cemetery. But now back to what I was saying about the first prompt. Now, that's what I do as a black photographer. I preserve what's going on. It started out as fun. You saw me when I was in college. I had you and Israelism. I was just doing it for fun. But now those photos become very valuable because some of our colleagues, have passed away or just straight up disappeared, and I've not seen them in over 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have to have our own little archive, and we can't, as you said, we can't keep going to the schools and letting our enemies teach our history. We got to teach it ourselves.
Right.
That was what the big thing in Virginia was about. A lot of those white parents was like, "You're not going to teach my kids, about our grandparents destroying those black people. We want to keep that under wraps."
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But I digress, though.
Erzulism, you have anything to
add? That's an L. That's it.
Yeah, that's a loss. That's
I
another loss.
want to say this, right? Like, I feel like a lot of these museums, black people don't seem to understand the importance of a museum is. And I know this is condescending, but it's very important, not just for the money that it generates, but how it shapes people's mind for the future. You have to have your museum in your hands, in your collection. I don't think if you look at, what's it called? I don't know. The people that were watching before this, I don't know what. I don't want to say their names, but the people who were watching before this prompt,
the Uish,
the Uish people, they own their own museums around the world.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot own their museum, and without them saying, "Hey, it's going to be owned by us, and you're going to run it, and we'll choose when you get to leave." Having a black museum not owned by a black person should be considered to be, racist and fundamentally not one of us. You understand? But people cannot behave in a way. But you know what? In order to own that museum, it requires capital. And as Mr. Bobby E. Wright said, FBL was quiet on these subjects because it comes around and say, let's get the money together, let's own our stuff. Yvette Carnell is too busy doing some abomination things to actually to get organized with this properly. But when it comes to, hey, those people in the continent, they don't like us over there. But she fails to tell her followers or those idiots that are listening to her that if they're not willing to go there and invest, now climate change, I don't know if you know, but now climate change, they've now come into one accord and agreed that actually climate change is happening, no longer climate deniers. The only place to go is to go back to that land and, rape it again. And these idiots don't seem to get the big picture. So that's all I have to say.
Dr. Bobby Wright in the chat says it's funny the FBA and ADOS are quiet on subjects like the African burial ground or Seneca Village and gentrification, but go hard on our people from Africa and the Caribbean. It's easy to shit on someone who don't have power. And I, not to go on the whole tangent here, but that's my problem with these ghetto youths out here. These ghetto youths out here, it's easy for them to want to draw down on someone like me, but the real enemy of both of us, right, in our community, the real enemy, they have no smoke for that person, and that's some weak-hearted stuff. That's just as Azuli put it earlier, that's just an L. And we are taking L's upon L's. Like we don't know any other letter in the alphabet. Is there any last words from anyone on this prompt before we move on?
I just wanted to add a note about museums, right? Like you're absolutely right that museums should belong culturally to the people that the museums are about. But I grew up in Detroit and we have cultural centers and our museums are held like in trust by the state, the city, the county, whatever, right? And our museums don't even have members on the board of trustees that are reflective of Black equals African people, right? And the one museum, which was the Charles Wright Museum, that was funded by Black equals African people, that represents the African experience in the transatlantic slave trade and a lot of the history of Detroit, they unfortunately don't appropriately fund it. Those people don't know how to go after grants, and when you go in there and try to help them, they feel like you're trying to come in and take over, unfortunately, because a lot of people are. And so there's just a lot of community neglect and benign neglect and power fighting for power in these different instances and spaces. But like, especially here in the Americas, like, the biggest museums that most of us think about are things like the Met and the Smithsonian in DC, that has all these different museums. But like those small independent museums, or creating a historical site and different things like that, all those things take money that Black equals African people don't want to invest in. Right? They just want to go somewhere and pay somebody to like take care of it. And that's what like is frustrating, because we say that we're poor, we say that we're broke, and we say this, that, and the other, but we always want to pay somebody to do the things we should be doing for ourselves. And so to the prompt, which is, why is it that white people are doing this thing, is because we don't want to pay the people in our community that would do this work. We don't want to pay our thinkers, and we don't want to pay our science. We don't want to pay the people that would do these things for us, because we think that either we should hold on to all the money, or that we should pay somebody that doesn't look like us to do the work. So we need to normalize paying Black people to be excellent at things that serve the community. And that's it.
Hold on, Mr. Untouchable.
Who's going?
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
I'm sorry.
That was me.
Okay, Kare, go ahead.
Yeah. Did you know, actually, if you go east on Fulton Street, going downtown Brooklyn, there was a Black museum there. It's still there, but it's in ruins now.
Is it by Restoration Plaza or something like that?
No, further down. When you going downtown Brooklyn.
Oh, okay.
It's right there. It says it, but no one goes there. I mean, I don't think it's been open for years.
Okay, I didn't know that. Razuli?
I could understand the major sentiments about we don't pay, but we don't control the banks. We don't control can we understand that we as a Black people don't have the mint machine to produce money? So who gives you the grant to give it to let's say to matron and in order to facilitate a Black museum? We don't do that. So I understand what you're saying is that, we need to normalize paying, but who's giving out the grants? Where are we going to get this money from?
Excuse me. I want to answer that. Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
They give people who could barely speak English, who they call a rapper, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Who?
Us. We do that. Black people per year. We give the most ignorant set of mother people money to sing about all kind of nonsense and keep them nice and wealthy, where they have hundreds of millions into the billion. Jay-Z's a billionaire, and I think Beyonce is as well. We choose where we want to spend our money. Okay, we go into the droves to pay for Brazilian hair wig, and the Chinese is they basically is do our skin, our nails, all manner of things into the billions of dollars. Now we talking about we don't have no money to support something that is so-called intellectual based or academic based or historical. We choose where we want to put our money. We choose where, and then we won't complain when these academic things, fall into disrepair. I don't want to hear that bullshit. And we have a lot of money. It's a lot of spending money. It's what we choose to spend our money on. That's what I think about that bullshit.
Well said.
Oh, I want to add to what Mr. Untouchable just said too. I spoke to a historian in Harlem. He was saying when Black people first started moving in Harlem, the banks would not give them loans or any kind of money. So you know what they did? They had to pool. They started the numbers game, but they also had to pool their money, and that's how they were able to buy up all those brownstones in Harlem. And the one thing I want to say too, as Malcolm X said, the Black man buys what he wants, but begs for what he needs.
God damn. That's a cool quote right there too. When will we learn? When will we learn, man?
Yo, let's just do our time and then move on.
Let's just die, huh? You son of a bitch. Let's just die. Let's just lay down and die. This guy here, boy.
Let's just drink some prestige.
Yo, Mr. Undetectable Facts.
Boy, it's not an easy road, man. And I always think about James Baldwin's statement of being conscious of being aware of this stuff. It makes you angry all the time. It's a wonder we don't have even more menticide, more suicides amongst our people, man, because to recognize that the solutions, some of the foundational solutions that we need to put into place really aren't hard to do. But because of, I guess, hold on,
who's eating?
My God. No, that was Kari.
No, sorry, I had my mic off. My fault. I thought my mic was muted. Sorry.
Right. So, like this man eating granola at 10:22 on a Saturday night.
That's probably his seaweed chips.
No, gummy bears. A special kind of gummy bears.
Oh, okay. Them gummy bears sound crunchy.
Right? What kind of
grunch? No, I was overtaking it from the bag. I got it in the bag.
Okay.
I feel like for me, I feel like it's an easy fix. I feel like it's an easy fix. Me personally.
Yeah, I feel so too.
But you have to be willing to pay. You have to be willing to pay people who do conduct marketing things on a massive level. This same YouTube and the internet, you could just have marketing campaigns where you market these things and let people know the importance and why they're important, why these places are important, and how it would benefit them or their children in patronizing these places. Just how marketing campaigns to do these things. People talk about Tariq Nasheed, and I don't like to mention people and individuals specifically, but Tariq Nasheed is a brilliant marketer to a point to where even though his information is questionable, the brother was able to garner $1.7 million in a few months. You know what I mean? And regardless of the fact that his information, the way he puts out to the world, is questionable, he had the ability to do that. Why? Because he understood mass marketing. Now, imagine if you was to actually pay someone else to do these same kinds of things 24 hours a day. I'm thinking that these little small places could afford something like that. Pay a marketer maybe $75,000, $100,000 a year to do that. You would see the returns from that. For me, I believe would be very beneficial. But you gotta get on the ground, man. Closed mouth don't get fed. That's what they say on the street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the problem is this: they too busy trying to buy the next Benz, Bugatti, baby mansion, trying to live a life, like Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous of Robin Leach and, the most expensivest shit show type stuff, instead of actually doing the work that needs to be done to benefit the community overall. They don't largely want to sacrifice. And then you got people on the ground who are like, look, I do want to make the sacrifice. I do want to do this. I do want to do that. But then they're not, in a position oftentimes to make significant forays and leaps into that particular field just because they're economically depressed. It's like there's a YouTuber that says they discriminate against you because you're Black, but they do something else to you because you're poor. I don't know how it goes, but it's just like it's the combination of being both Black and poor. But on the path to wealth, you wind up losing some of your Blackness. You wind up disconnecting yourself from the struggles of everyday people. And we have to stop that process.
Here's a key.
They victimize you. They victimize you because you're poor. That's the part.
But here's a key word we gotta get out of our vocabulary: apathy.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to extend Matron's point. If I work for a Black museum, and if I was to tell my bosses, listen, if you was to hire mass marketers via another way, to advertise our company, wouldn't it bring in more and more money into that company? And if they bring in more money to that museum, then when raises come around, I can ask for raises. Me myself will be able to personally benefit from more people coming into the company. So I ain't talking about people outside of the museum. I'm talking about people from within the museum itself, who it's their job to make the museum successful. If not for the community, on a personal level, you could benefit from it. You know what I mean?
But
And it begs it begs what we talked about last week with the HBCUs, how they're mismanaged.
Yeah.
Do you know there's a I went to Maryland years back when I was dating this young lady. She took me to Maryland. They have like an African museum there too in Maryland, but like it's not kept. Like it looks suspect, but it had a bunch of not artifacts, but exhibition about the trials and tribulations of the American people, Black American people. So there's a couple of them and stuff like that. But I think having a museum and this thing right here is like I didn't learn none of that in public school. Like the Seneca Village thing, I learned that as a grown man, and that's not even my history, to be honest. But these are my people. That's how I want to label it. But hey, let the FBA tell us we're not the same. So
right. In the chat, Daily Affirmation by Pauline says there was a particular group who pitched to various cities in South Florida for a grant for a museum to preserve their history. They pitched to folks from their tribe and they got it. Well, that's good to hear. She goes on. 1 second. She goes on to say, oftentimes people inside are afraid. Many operate in fear. And lastly, she said, I went to that museum in Annapolis, MD, as well. So, yeah, so she's corroborating what Razulism said about the museum in Maryland. It's in Annapolis. Achieve Mindset, what say you?
What I want to say is that, first of all, right, the reason why they don't have money is partly to do with not just people spending badly. It's also to do with the fact that you have to understand that Wazungus do not really give money to each other in a way that people think they do. They operate in guilds. So if a museum wants money, they go to those guilds, and the guilds help them raise money through various means, and they give them, the money that's needed to keep operations. Secondly, you have to realize that the issue at hand is that when you like the previous topic for the other week was with this, universities, the failure is that nowadays in our society, we don't organize in guilds. We don't have every day, like a black tech organization. I think there is some, but that actively works with another organization to help them reach certain goals, to have synergies. It's always in isolation. It's if I'm not getting paid, I'm not really gonna do it. And one thing I've realized in museums, because I volunteered for some of them, if you want to make a lot of money in museums, you have to bring a lot of children in. You're gonna have to engage a lot of children. And when the brother was saying that he never learned about Sena Village until in his adulthood, that's not a problem for the school system. The fact that he never learned in school is a good thing. For me, the question is not being disrespectful. Why didn't the parents teach him about it? You understand? And when people say that I never learned about Black history, this Black history in school, or these good Black role models, I'm like, good. It's not there to teach you in schools. The Asians don't learn about their history in school. They don't learn about Genghis Khan in school. They learn it from their homes. So you need to ask, your parents and people that brought you up about, why is it that you never educate me about this person? Why am I reading about Daniel in the Bible and his suffering when I could be reading about Marcus Garvey?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You gotta put them under pressure, and that's the whole thing. With I don't want to take too much time on this topic, but with these kind of situations, we have to see it as high-level intellectual spaces, especially museums. Without money be in the hands of people that are considered to be important and I'll preserve it. For example, we talk about rappers and all these fools, but let's look at this for this way. There are many black doctors, right? There are many black doctors and nurses and all these people. Nigerians like to say that they're highly educated in America and all this stuff, but where are they putting their money? You understand? All these highly educated people, how come they're not donating to some of these museums to keep at least a few of them alive? Which was the main problem, but we, the intellectual class, are not even doing what we're supposed to be doing. And that's part of the main issue. We're not working as a unit. We're not, somebody's got to be the queen, which is the ant queen, and everybody's got to be the soldiers. Everybody's trying to be the queen and get other people to work for them instead of knowing that Pan-Africanism is the ant queen and all of us are the soldiers. And that's all I wanted to say.
I'm going to post Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 right now, but what we're going to do in reality is we're going to take a station ID break. We haven't taken a break this whole time. So let's take a break here, and on the other side, after we do some business here, we'll discuss prompt number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
So the next Shoot the Breeze topic is up. It's what a top-ranking bishop had to say. He said Jesus is white and his mom is white. And I guess the prompt to that statement is, well, how are we winning again if this is what a high-ranking bishop would say? Before we talk about it, though, before I show the video attached to it, daily affirmation by Pauline to the previous prompt. She says many parents from the diaspora don't know their history themselves. Suggest teaching the history widespread in schools like they did with the DARE program in the U.S. The thing I'll say about this is we're at a point where we need the children to be learning with the parents now. This is really where we're at now. We need and we can't rely on these people's schools. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding here. The schools is the problem. That's just the problem. The parents don't know because the schools didn't teach them. And the reality of it is the schools is the problem because we put our faith into the schools as opposed to putting the faith in our own schools that we create, right? This is where you got to start paying your teachers now. This is where you have to start paying your thinkers. I think the matron was about to say something. Matron, go ahead.
I don't know and will not speak for the entire diaspora in regards to what they did and or did not know. What I will say is that in Michigan specifically, right? I'm not even going to go for the whole United States. In Michigan specifically, there's a lot of shame involved in the process of the past and legacy that you have here in this country because you were pushed out of places, usually if your family came from the South or resettled here, and you are not, you don't want to identify yourself with the history that you remember. And so then you throw out all history, and the history that you do know, the legacy that you do have, you don't explain to your children because you think that that's going to somehow inhibit them or not allow them to assimilate into this system, because many people were sold on the Martin Luther King as an integrationist, right? Let's just marry these people, let's just make nice, let's just do this. Let's forget about the history that says these were filthy, dirty, cannibalistic people. Let's forget about all of the things that they did to our ancestors. Let's not worry about slavery. And then they forced us to watch Roots every year, even after the story broke that Roots was a white man's representation of the experience, because and they continue to put a black face on it, right? So even in that, there's a level of psychosis that goes into the parenting and the existence of a Black equals African child in this country. And they tease and tantalize you with like a good paying job, you know, the debt, and then the fact that as the intellectual class, you are thoroughly weaponized against everything that you come from, right? You're taught to revere these other people groups. So a lot of times in many African homes, in many Black equals African homes, it's not that you don't know, it's that you are ashamed of it because you don't have any other identity about it. And the education that you got in school only shared with you the one small piece of the slave trade that said you were sold, they didn't want you, you lost a war, they betray you. And so you are weaponized against Black equals African people globally in a number of ways, as by being a member of the diaspora in Michigan, that knowing that my people migrated from Mississippi. So there are a number of things at play, and it's not always that people don't know, it's that people are too ashamed to tell the story.
Thank you for that. Thank you, and I definitely could see where you're coming from with that. Thank you for that. Shoot the breeze.
That was beautiful, Matron. That was beautiful.
This guy. Shoot the breeze. Topic number 6 is up. Hold on, it's up right now. Top ranking bishop says Jesus is white and his mom is white. So how are we winning this battle again? This is referring to this right here. Let me play this for you guys.
Also opening the monastic life for Ethiopia.
The tradition of monasteries and nunneries has really persisted greatly to this day. There are many monks and nuns in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Why it is something which has become so embedded in your practice?
Yeah, the monastic life, male and female monks are very important for religious purposes. So they teach, they keep their responsibility just for the church, not for other things.
Also, in all pictures of Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ is always depicted as brown-skinned with soft African hair, really, because that's very different from how he is depicted in European paintings.
Well, of course, some people do the Ethiopian face. They make the picture like their own people. For example, in the Caribbean islands make like their own face, dark color. But we believe that Jesus Christ is born from Jews, these white people. It's not important to change the face, the whiteness. So.
But you're surrounded by paintings of both Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary looking like Ethiopians, brown with a soft afro.
They do people, but essentially also Israelites. So it's not very important to change the face for our Lord Jesus Christ and Saint Mary, because they are Jews. They are Jews.
Patriarch Abuna Matthias presides over key services like this one at the Ethiopian Orthodox Christmas at the Holy Trinity Church in Addis Ababa. The most holy item in every Ethiopian Orthodox church is the tablet, a supposed replica of the Ark of the Covenant. It's covered at all times by a draped sheet. With Christianity as its official religion and its ordered hierarchical civil structure, Aksum enjoyed a long period of prosperity and prestige. It had also become a strong military power in the region. The army protected the empire's trade interests and upheld its reputation as a powerful Christian kingdom. Around 520 AD, disturbed by clashes between Christians and Jews in South Arabia, King Caleb of Aksum sent an army across the waters of the Red Sea to South Arabia and defeated the Jews there. According to the Kebre Nagast, after defeating the Jews of Arabia, King Caleb returned to Aksum, gave up his throne, and spent his life in a monastery. However, another account states that he reigned in Aksum for a further 17 years. The Kingdom of Aksum must stand not only as one of the greatest civilizations of Africa, but also of the ancient world. Hundreds of years before Christ, various settlements in what is today Ethiopia and Eritrea were established. Advanced societies that laid the foundations for a great military and religious power. Civilizations which used a written language and coinage, where fine buildings and monuments were erected, where sophisticated goods were made and traded, a unique African civilization. As we've seen, the official adoption of Christianity by Aksum's kings and the urban elite meant that at times there were tensions between them and the Jews of Arabia. Later, the Aksumites would have to deal with the emergence of another religion, Islam. In the next program, we'll see how the Christians, Jews, and Muslims in this part of Africa coexisted, and how in time Aksum's decline gave rise to new Christian and Islamic kingdoms.
All right. So the prompt here is the prompt. Sorry, let me go back and find the prompt again. The prompt here is top-ranking bishop says Jesus is white and his mom is white. So how are we winning this again? There's a point in this this clip that we watched where this top-ranking bishop started to answer a question. He started to laugh, kind of like he was saying to himself, "This bitch is causing me money right now." What say you guys to this prompt? Let me start with Mr. Untouchable.
Let me put a disclaimer out there. Let me put a disclaimer out there because I operate outside the Abrahamic faiths.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't business with the Jesus business and all that business.
Mm-hmm.
But let me say this lady, the first thing I see about this video is this Sudanese bed wench, Zainab Badawi. She goes all over the black world, creates the British has sent her to create all manner of mischief in the black world. The last place she was in Barbados with Mia Motley creating nonsense there. And they sent her, to create these little ridiculous kinds of conversations to make the African world look crazy and stupid. Needless to say, I'm not fussed. I know there are black folks not only this black bishop, Bob Marley, by the way, was buried by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the same guy. But needless to say, I have no doubt that there are some black people who hold to the idea of white Jesus and being as closest to them as possible, and they believe that that's the highest form of spirituality you have. I have no doubt about that. We still have black churches in the Caribbean and America that who have a big, white artistic paintings all over their churches. So I have no doubt. This ain't gonna hurt my feelings. Who feelings is really gonna hurt is really the Rastas. I'd like to play this for them. I like to play this shit for them because well, you know how that go.
Yeah.
But I ain't fussed about it. I'm not confused. He's top ranking by who? Who he top ranking with? All Ethiopians don't have this particular view. I know that to be true because one of the reasons why Haile Selassie, I said this last week, was overthrown is because there was a certain element and section of Ethiopians who had an issue with Haile Selassie having this complex, or we light skin, or we are part of the Jewish business, and we closer to them than really the sub-Saharan African. One of the reasons why he was overthrown was for that very particular issue. So I knew about the idea of these guys having these ideas in their head. It's just another form of colonialism, and the bishops, Ethiopian bishops, are not exempt by the ideas of colonialism. So I understand why you would have this particular view. But like I say, I look at the third party as well. This Zainab Badawi, she is a British implant. You know what I mean? She, like I say, she goes all over the black world, creates nonsense. And if you look at her background, it's questionable, to say the least. But I'll let the rest of the panel discuss this issue.
Achieve mindset. What say you?
There's nothing more I could probably add. I mean, it is depressing, but I mean, there's nothing new here. I think we all knew where they got the Bible from, and we all knew who looks like Jesus. Every Wazungu that grows their hair long looks like Jesus. So there's nothing new to what she's saying. I think what's funny is that she's laughing when he's saying that, and like the brother said, she's not a serious journalist, and it shows that it's more and more mockery that trying to do rather than put out decent information. And I think that it gets to a point for me where I look at it, I'm like, okay, cool. You have to look at the man himself, the bishop, what he thinks, and how long has he been under the influence of this kind of colonial mindset. He probably thinks, after getting that, what's it called, doing that interview, he probably get a citizenship to Britain. So, you never know what really is on the cards for him to have said what he had said. So, because I assume if he plays that in his church, right, there's going to be backlash. You understand? From his own church, he probably might have to resign. Because that's a big thing he's trying to say. But I guarantee you, it's not going to be shown to his church. It's not going to be shown to anybody except for on YouTube here, unless somebody comes and finds it. And it's very interesting, that is.
Kevin Carre, what say you?
I defer to the hot fire that the matron is going to bring. I defer.
With that said, I guess, matron, what say you?
Y'all are so funny. I'm not gonna have hot fire, right? I try to be super respectful, but
Okay,
we have
hellfire.
we have to recognize that these people that are presented to us, these people that we first interact with, these people that get their past to come over to this country or to push narratives in front of us, are people that are incentivized by a machine that's set to destroy us, right? We have to remember that. And so I do believe that Ethiopia is an Arab colony per se, because they were the first ones to go through the process of, I will turn my, as a whole, that will say, I will in the modern age. I will turn my back on people that look like me uh, in an attempt to make peace with the people that I have an ideological likeness with. And so their problems are our problems, but if they're not standing up to do the things that they're supposed to do for the Black equals African world, then I really can't ride for them with the things that they're continuing to go through, because at the point that you align yourself with your purpose, then everything else really does fall into place. In regards to what he had to say, it's like, this is not a new idea for those people. This is not a new way of being for those people, meaning the ones that are pushed in front of us. Now, if we had our own researchers and our own authentic journalists and people that had a more appropriate mindset going in to research these things, like the brothers years ago that went and looked at the different Coptic texts, and they looked at how the church split and fragmented, because we don't even know if these are the people that were a part of the original church, and these are just the ones that fragmented and went white versus the ones that fragmented and went black. So these people know a lot more of their history, but what a lot of times they do is they decide to fragment, plateau, and then restart the story, right? And that's just a lesson that we as Black equals African, as my Pan-Africanism people, can learn from, which is that, you know what, there are a lot of different ways that we got here, but we need to stop, and whether it's conscientism or if it's some other text, the destruction of Black civilization or the miseducation of the Negro, but we need to stop and say, you know what, this is the core book of Black equals African people, and if we can agree on this book, then we can develop our own people and our own ideology and move forward and leave all these other fragmented pieces of Negroes that want to assimilate into the rapists, and let them be.
And let them be. The House Rally podcast in the chat. Shout out to the House Rally podcast, by the way. Shout out D-Web. He says, they tell you who they are in their name. Uish. Nobody is Nigerianish, Yoruba-ish, etc. Even the Bible refutes the white skin narrative. He's pandering. I agree with the panel. I think and Azuli, I'm going to come to you next, but definitely I think the idea is that if your religious leaders are telling you to worship this white boy, you have a major problem, especially when the majority of your community adheres to one or all of these Abrahamic religions. Azuliism, what say you?
I want people to realize that this guy is a high-ranking official in the Christianity jump thing in Ethiopia. It's not like a pastor or a preacher. So we are looking at it as like, oh, it's just one of those people. He has a huge following. People in Ethiopia and probably all over Africa. He was elected probably by the Pope. So for this man to say that Jesus Christ or whatever was a Caucasian person, I don't know, it is very detrimental to awakening within the blacks in Africa and the black. Because I know a bunch of people, I'm about to say something that's more weird. Sometimes when I go to some voodoo stuff, the saint that they put in front of their altars are the white ones.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
I've seen that.
So I'm just trying to show you how deep this thing go. Oh, nah, we looking at, oh, this guy is just, no. This is serious. I've gone to some shrines where they have a certain Caucasian Catholic, and I'm saying this, that our ancestors did it before to use it as a tool to hide their practice. But now in 2021, you're still doing that. So this is, and again, and this goes to what we were talking about when people were talking about Ethiopia was not colonized. Stop. Haile Selassie, these people worshiping King David. Everything is King David committed adultery with a man's wife, got her pregnant, sent the husband to the front line to die so he didn't get caught. This is in the Bible.
Hold on. He got him drunk first, and then he sent him on the front line to die in a war. This guy is a bastard.
Yo, and this is in the Bible, Goku. This is the guy that these black people say, especially like these Rastafarian, King Davis. This is so. This is. I'm just saying, man. Another L. Jeez.
Yeah, that's another L.
Hey, Urzuli. When you go to where you need to go to, do you question Yamamba or Ugan about the fact that he have these kinds of images in his sanctuary? Do you question him about that?
This is the thing. I did, but this person told me it doesn't matter. It's the way he said it. I don't think he even understood it.
Well, put him to the task, brother. Put him to the task. Put him to because you understand. He may not understand. You need to put him to the task, brother.
But what I'm saying, when these people's been doing it for years, this is what I'm saying. Sometimes when you're programmed to that level, I just got to leave you there and keep going.
You could, but you could also plant a seed.
Yeah, no. I do plant the seed, Mr. Untouchable. I do tell them that, yo, you're not supposed to do that. Because if I swear, I go the perfect example. You have seen that European picture where the saint is killing the snake?
Yes.
I forgot. I thought he called Patrick or whatever.
Saint Patrick. He drove the snakes out of Ireland.
Yep.
Yeah. So peep this. There's a god in voodoo called Dambala. Dambala is represented by the snake.
Yes.
So they use that statue to represent Dambala.
Yes.
But not knowing that guy is destroying the snake.
Right.
They don't make the connection to them. They were using that to hide their stuff. So now nobody told them, okay, we free now. Let's remove that.
Well, so I blame you. As a voodooist. Yes, I blame you as a voodooist. You have access. You might have access that he might not have. So what I'm saying is that you need to explain to him the meaning of Saint Patrick, because he just carrying on the traditions of his ancestors, people before him. But if he was to understand the reason or why they was doing it at first, and then you explain to him the history of the guy who they creating that image of, he may take a little change. You know what I mean? I say plant the seed. Before you judge, you might say plant the seed.
Mr. Untouchable, remember, this person that I might be talking to might be 50 times my senior. It's not somebody that's my age or whatever. This person has been doing it. Yes, I could tell the 70-year-old man or the 75-year-old woman about that. But when you're programmed, you're programmed. So you know what they're gonna say. So hold up, it's the same. It's the same thing. Hold up, real quick. It's the same thing when you tell people is you're white, is just black or white. They say no, it doesn't matter. It's the spirit. When you put them to the corner, that's what he's gonna hit me with. It doesn't matter. It's the spirit. So go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna add that a lot of these people go through a thing of, well, I sanctified it. Like they take the ideology to justify their wrong understanding of the ideology. Okay, so you can tell them that every time you pray that darkness is removed, that you're praying for your own annihilation and death, and they'll say, well, no, I don't mean that kind of darkness, I don't mean me. Well, you just literally use those words. So you could tell them that when you are cutting off the head of the snake, that you are divorcing yourself from your own intellectual good damn sense. And they're like, no, I mean people that would come upon me to destroy me. You can tell them that you are praying literally against the assembly and empowerment of people that look just like you, and they will then use the ideology to rationalize the fact that no, that's not what I meant by it, when words have organic meanings and origins.
I understand that. The only sorry, Kevin, just one brief second, brother.
Okay.
I understand that, but you remember now, these people are influential over younger people. And if you are the only barrier to stop that tradition from continuing, I think that you have a responsibility at that point. You have a responsibility at that point to stop the bleeding. You know what I mean? Not to allow the bleeding to continue, because he gonna influence the people that coming up behind him to carry on the same tradition, and the harm will continue on forever. So I say that if you know better, you're supposed to actively try to stop the bleeding. You understand? But I'll let Kevin go, brother. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to clarify what you Urzulism. It's just about Baron. You said something about the guy having white spiritual there in his altar. What about Baron Sandy? I just want you to clarify. Is his wife an Irish woman?
So again, this is how I hear they say that, but again, let's decipher that. They said, according some Haitian people say that Baron Samedi's wife, Baron Samedi, to people don't know, is Gede. Gede represent the spirit of the dead. Like if you want to get pregnant, they care about the children. So the power of sex, the power of the children, Gede does all of that. So Gede is the beginning and the end. But Baron Samedi is one of the Gedes. So Baron Samedi's wife is supposed to be Bridget, and some people say Bridget is Irish, right? But let's break this down further. A lot of people, this is why I feel like the spirituality that we have today has been tainted to the most. So I've heard, Kari, people said that Bridget is Irish. But then let's break this down further. They said the Twa people used to live in Ireland. The Twa people were black. So is it? Do you see what I'm saying? So it's weird. So but the Haitian people who says that Bridget is Irish, they believe it's a white woman, not the Twa people that we have learned. You understand what I'm saying? So and even this, like a lot of black people celebrate St. Patrick's Day. The St. Patrick drove out the snake out of Ireland. They don't realize that they're celebrating a man that killed the Twa people.
Right.
The Twas who had the snake in their forehead, just like the Kemet people, the Egyptian people. So we're in very dire situation. So again, I just made that connection now, Corey, because like they do say, some people said Bridget is an Irish woman, but I'm saying, are they saying she's a white? And they say she's a white British, Irish woman. So this is what I'm saying. The culture is tainted.
Yeah. Yeah. So remember, history is told by the conquerors.
Exactly.
So a couple weeks ago, I was doing a show that was talking about African gods. I think it's the episode about African gods in America and in the Americas. And I think there was something that I was discussing which I couldn't remember. Mr. Untouchable was supposed to remind me. So, Mr. Untouchable, you were the second prompt tonight, and I think it should come up now. It should come back now because you weren't here earlier. What was that prompt? It was about spirituality. What was it that you wanted to discuss again?
Oh, before I start that, as far as, because I want to respond to what Azuli say. Okay. In the words of my dear sister, the matron, she say, yes, all these things have happened. Yes, the black people have been denigrated and propagandized, all that. But in her favorite word, she say, what you gonna do?
No, I'm saying I get what you're saying. I'm letting you know I'm reporting the news, but I do
Yes.
say stuff when I go around them. They look at me funny. They look at me funny style. It's like one day I went down there, I saw one of them beating the drum. I said, "How y'all let this man in here?"
Mm.
Yo,
So y'all think
hold on. I went down there. I see one of them beating the drum, and I'm like, "Dude, why is that?" They all yelled at me. "Oh, you always bring that stuff here." Da, 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 da. I said, "Ah, you right." And I left.
so. Your thing is, as long as you are popular, you're gonna go around your people. But if you're unpopular, you gonna leave them to their ignorance.
No, 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 no. I say if I'm there, I'm gonna say something.
Okay.
Whether they take it is their own. I
Yes.
just told you. I went down there. I saw one of them drumming serious voodoo rhythms,
Okay.
and I was shocked. I said, what is that?" They said, "Oh, people are different." I say, "I understand, but this is supposed to be sacred. You don't let. It's not everybody you let." And I could understand. I'm not saying you can't tell them about, but right there, beating the drum during our ceremony, and I left. But I was the enemy after
Yes. Yes.
that.
Yes. 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 I hear you. As far as the discussion with Koku, I think that we was touching on African religions
Mhm.
and the fact that we don't really discuss them in the Western world. We only really discuss really the Abrahamic faiths and things of that nature, but really don't like delve into African spirituality. Oh, and I think I talked about the fact that in the Bahamas and in other Caribbean countries, African religions are outlawed. In particular, Obeah. Obeah is a thing that is illegal to
Yeah.
practice in the Bahamas. It continues to be, and never was taken off of the books.
Right.
And I think that also that we was talking about my experience with you said you was mentioning something about having like this out of body experience.
Oh, yes, that's it. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. And I think I was supposed to talk about that.
Yes, yes,
So,
right. So
yeah.
you're right. Right. So that was it. I couldn't remember it. Now you've reminded me. So
Yes.
we were talking about like in African spirituality, you could receive what church people will call the ghost, right? Or the
The
spirit.
Holy Ghost. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I think one of the questions I was wondering about someone who's gone through it, what was the experience like? Could you remember anything during the experience, et cetera, et cetera?
Oh, I never had the Holy Ghost, but I know people who have had the Holy Ghost,
Uh-huh.
and let me compare it. There are videos on YouTube with people when they when they are in voodoo ceremonies, when they people say the horse is get on top of their head and ride them or some shit like that.
Mhm.
But you really come out of yourself and you aren't really yourself anymore. It's almost like you give yourself up to another presence. And initially when I used to see it in the church, the black church, I used to say, well, these people are, they're actors, what's this? It's just like a performance.
Yeah.
But
Me
I
too.
didn't understand underneath that what I was actually seeing. And it's only when I start delving in and studying African
Mhm.
spirituality and things of that nature, I say, well, I started to see similarities. If you go to a voodoo ceremony when the a voodooist is captivated by a Haitian a spirit, a spirit or whatever, a loa, they have that same kind of like out of body kind of experience where they just take on another complete personality. So I'm saying, why can't our ancestors, with a certain like drum rhythm and going or whatever, you see dancing or whatever, you see spirits them enter into that presence and entertain certain human personalities, so I was just really seeing a lot of similarities. And what we call it the so-called Holy Ghost, but that might not necessarily be the Holy Ghost. That might be something else entering the presence, our ancestors, the spirits that preside among us, things of that nature. That's what I think that I probably was actually seeing. You know what I mean? But this is after further investigation and the whole idea of Holy Ghost and all that good stuff. But
Yeah, if you don't expose, if you haven't been exposed to that knowledge, then what you would see would make you think it's fake. Because I grew up, like I told you and everyone else, I grew up in an Anglican church, and to see someone go into a spirit in that church, knowing that the church itself doesn't have anything intrinsic about it that really resonates with the African soul, right? So when you see that kind of action, you start saying to yourself, well, this has to be something made up and fake. It doesn't make sense here, you know? It just doesn't make sense in this place. So yeah, I feel you. And I think it was Ozuliism who was telling me in a comment after that show that, yeah, the belief is that you mount a horse, and the horse, or which is the lure, I think, the horse takes you on that little mission. Uzuli, have you had that spirit?
So what it is that it's called the loi mounts you. So it's loi monteo, like, so means that the spirit rides you, like Mr. Untouchable just said. Basically, you're the horse, and the spirit mounts you. And once that happened, you do not know anything. Your spirit, like like Ezulism, will be displaced from his body. He does not know what's happening. He does not know whatever happens, whatever ends up the behavior of the spirit that does, according to Ugans and voodooists and mumbles. You don't remember what happened. So if your uncle or your great grandfather jumps in, mounts your body, you don't know nothing what's going on. He's using your body as a vehicle to tell you what's up. Or if so basically it's just like I went to church. When the people catch that whole, and they start dancing and they can't control it. It's almost, I don't know if it's almost the same thing, but I see some similarities. So 2 weeks ago I went to one of those ceremonies.
Okay.
Like when the spirit or the ancestor comes in you, and the person, they don't know. They don't know. It's they do not know. That's all I could tell. Based on what I've been told, they do not know. It's like they move you out the way. I don't know where you go, but you're not in there. That body belongs to them for that minute or that hour or whatever. It's like you seen when Ogu enters your body, right? When Ogu enters somebody's body, they take a machete and they hit themselves with the machete, like the and then the day after that, when the spirit leaves, they don't remember what they did, but their body is sore as hell.
Right.
You know, so that's the situation. So I don't know. That's what I know.
Matron, Matron, you have a background in I guess religious, not African spirituality, but more Abrahamic religions. Have you experienced or witnessed? Have you personally experienced or witnessed, this catching the spirit type thing?
Ooh, there are so many things. Okay, so I will, yes, is the short answer. I've experienced many things, right? Like I have, before I came into the knowledge and was acculturated into Christendom and Christianity and all of this and all of that. Like I can remember astral projecting as a child. I can remember seeing different spirit entities and different things like that, both manifest in the real world and 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 other things. Like energy is around us all the time, right? So being introduced to Christianity and being told that this is the place for those different ideas and ideologies to exist was not weird for me when I began to be acculturated into that particular religion. However, as you grow, there are things that you find out that other people don't experience and that other people really don't believe. And then the metaphysical aspects of that experience are then demonized, right? So then they got to cast these demons out of you, and they got to do this and they got to do that, and oh, you got to catch the Holy Ghost. And this, like, I remember going to what they called Holy Spirit training classes, or what some people would call tarrying, and they would do things like, shortly after you have been quote unquote water baptized, and sometimes before you had even been water baptized, they would come up to you and they would lay hands on you and they would rub their hands together so you felt something physical, and then that gave you the utterance of the Holy Spirit. Then they would grab you in your stomach right up under your sternum in the center and tell the spirit to release, release, release. Like, it's a super intense set of experiences that they process and push a child through. But I have seen that. I have experienced those things. And if you think that the only thing in the empty room with you is you, then I would challenge you to close your eyes and see what you experienced.
Wow. In the chat, the Harsh Reality Podcast said the Old Testament was the action flick of its time. Talking snakes, ladders to heaven, fights with giants, sex scenes, adultery, action-packed, man. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, I understand what he is saying. I think she's talking about Zuliism, that they are so steeped in their belief that he cannot change their mind. And they discount anyone who goes against their practice. Yeah, she's speaking about when Zuliism tells let's just call them the practitioners, that you're using these like statues of St. Patrick and all that type of stuff and what it means. Some people push back against it. She goes on to say Obeah is a legal home in the Bahamas, but widely practiced underground, of course, and mostly Haitians provide the service. Dorico Cooper Photography is here. I haven't seen Dorico Cooper live in a while, so thanks for coming through tonight. Remember, that link right there is if you feel to hop on the panel for a little minute and share your 2 cents on a topic, you can do that as well. Before we move on from this topic, is there any last words for this topic?
I just want Azurism's opinion on this movie that came out in 80, I think 80 or 89. Azurism, you ever heard of that movie, The Serpent and the Rainbow?
First of all, that was one of the scariest movies I used to watch on Channel 11.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize until I was grown that the serpent in the rainbow is describing 2 spirits, Dambala and his wife, Aiwedo. So the serpent in the rainbow is actually describing the physical attribute that they give to Dambala and stuff like that. But that movie was one of the scariest thing I watched when I was a kid, and because even in the Haitian community, they tell you they demonize it too. So it's not only here, they demonize it a lot in the Catholic and the Haitian community. My parents never taught me, and all these things that I learned on my own. My parents knew a lot. Not, and this is one of the biggest thing right now that like I feel disgusted by certain these adults. Like they're waste men. Like I've never all these things I'm telling you I speak about is I learned on my own, and at the later age of like my late mid 30s or something like that. And how could that be? So yes, I did see that movie. This is I haven't seen it as an adult, but that movie was talking about because Duvalier used voodoo to create a fear of terrorism within the Haitian community, and that's how he was able to rule for such a long time.
And also a cult of personality.
Yeah, so he used that because he know that the majority of Haitian people, even though they go to church on Sundays, a lot of them practice that. He used that to hold the country in a terroristic state, you know. So yeah, that movie was crazy.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Matron and Koku. You know, you hit on something like the movie The Exorcist. Do you think that in the Americas there's been a 500-year exorcism of Black people's soul?
That's deep. I think there's been an exorcism of the Black people's spirituality because I don't think so. We all spoke about that lady Zora Neale Hurston. Like like her book, where she speaks about the hoodoo, which Goku said a lot. Some of it was in the Bahamas, but she does speak a lot on she went to New Orleans. But I've never heard any other author speak about the African American spirituality. And even in her book Hoodoo, which was a very big disappointment for me, not because of her, because of the story she was telling how black people were using the hoodoo to destroy one another.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I it's one of the things like I want to know, like the matron, for example, like she's a pure American, like we'll say, I'll just put quotation. I'm not actually like quote unquote. Where's their spirituality? I think all their spirituality is maybe entangled with Christianity. So I don't know. I really don't.
I can answer that real quick. You remember core 9 when we take core 9, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So what they would say, like they would talk about Brazil. They'll tell you, they'll tell a slave, you can't do this. You can't use your religion anymore. You got to become a Christian. So what the slaves would do, they would convert to Christianity, but they were not Christians. So like all those statues you see, they'll say, okay, this is this God, this is this God, this is this God. They're not really worshiping that statue. They're worshiping their God. Like I say, just like when they did capoeira, the ignorant, the slave masters would think, oh, they're just dancing, but they're really communicating a message.
Right. So what I'll say that I know is interesting and different and true is that they killed off a lot of the knowledge base. Like the process of continued enslavement prohibited the elders from passing down knowledge and information about spirituality to the youngsters. And if you lived to be old enough to both have the knowledge and experience, then you were often in a much more comfortable position, just like we have a generation of people that are in a comfortable position today to maintain the status quo, right? So they tell you to go to church. The church used to be a place where you got that knowledge, information, education. You got to express a level of spirituality. That's what the music was. That's what the snake taming services were for. That's what the hoodoo voodoo was for. That was practiced in the Judeo-Christian churches under the guise of Protestant or Apostolic or the Charismatic Church or the African spiritual churches and things like that. However, as it became more economically profitable and it was something that allowed you to obtain a level of peace, they stopped teaching the lessons. They stopped showing you and explaining to you the relevant pieces of it, right? Because it was easier to let you exist in the fantasy world that was being constructed for you and around you. So you have a class of people that reinforced a false narrative for you in order to allow you to live a life of what they thought would be peaceable for you.
Sorry. Mr. Untouchable, any last thoughts?
No, the conversation of African spirituality, I think that we need to really have a good dialogue on it, because it seems that everybody has a particular point of view and perspective on it, and I think it could be vetted a little bit further, probably at another time.
Okay, absolutely. So let's move on to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7. I think Achieve Mindset bounce. Topic number 7 is the Ivory Coast, and this story is a little bit old, but I think it's a good topic to discuss. The Ivory Coast deports Pan-African activist Kemi Siba for criticizing use of the franc in Africa. Let me pull up the article here. Pull up the article here. So this is the gentleman here, right? Kemi Siba. The article says last year, when the Kenyan legal luminary icon and Pan-Africanist Patrick Pierre Lumumba was deported from Zambia for speaking against China's dominance in the country, Africans all over the world knew that the dark ages of neo-colonialism were finally upon us. How can we fathom a scenario where an African country deports an African citizen because he defended Africa against foreign interference and exploitation. This means that the comprador bourgeoisie no longer carry out their atrocities in the dark and behind closed doors. They are now so bold and go all the way out to do the biddings of their colonial masters. And the deportation of P.L.O. Lumumba from Zambia was not a wake-up call for many Africans. Then the deportation of Kemi Siba should be. Kemi Siba, whose real name is Stelio Giles Robert Capo Chichi, is a Black French writer and renowned Pan-African activist. He lectures on Pan-Africanism in many African universities. European universities won't welcome him. Siba is a renowned activist who has been at the forefront of the fight against the use of CFA franc currency in Africa. He continues to call on African countries to refuse the continued use of the currency, which he says is France's way of masterminding neocolonialism and controlling African economies. The CFA franc is a French-regulated dominated currency. The CFA franc is the name of two currencies. The West African CFA franc, used in 8 West African countries, and the Central African CFA franc, used in 6 Central African countries. Both currencies are guaranteed by the French Treasury. Earlier this week, the activist Kemi Siba was deported from Ivory Coast as a result of his activism on the currency issue. For the first time since his expulsion from the country, Siba has broken his silence on the issue and criticized Ivorian authorities and his home country, Benin. He has accused them of violating his fundamental rights and playing puppet to France. Quote, there is a way forward, and that is why we are fighting this fight. It is a way to reclaim our wealth, reclaim our resources, to fight against bad governance, because there can be no healthy monetary system if there is no cleanup at the level of our elites, if there is no substantive work to ensure that corruption disappears and that our resources as such are reclaimed. If there is no such work, dropping the CFA franc would be pointless, he said. Siba is not new to deportation from France-controlled African countries, as he has been deported from Senegal and Togo in the past. What says you guys? What's your first reactions to this story? I will start with the revolutionary matron.
Well, of course, he would be put out of the country for calling out the stuff that they're doing. And, just like our petty bourgeoisie, our intellectual class, or the Democrats are acting out and crying bloody murder and fighting the Republicans before our very eyes, that same thing is going on the continent. So, this is to be expected. And until we can get into a position where we have organized ourselves to go and do what we need to do, which is not about armed struggle in that same way, it's about economic empowerment for the mass of our people, then we're going to continue to have people that are Black equals African is my Pan-Africanism ostracized from different places. They've been doing political exiles since they've encountered the continent. We had a story about that earlier, even in Ethiopia. So,
Azulism?
Again, who the people? I bet you, if you do the research, the people who deported him, who's paying them, is the people that he was talking against.
All right.
This is the same thing over and over again. Like we can't just sit there and be like, oh, the reason we're in this situation is because we have a lot of the people siding with the people for breadstick and French wine. So it's sad, but I mean, I understand that, and the barrel maker has to do that. He has to do that to keep you off your square. So I understand the move.
What about looking at it from this other take? What about this take? there's a take that can be made from this that says we're, you know, those of us who are outside of the continent who keep talking about Pan-Africanism when people push back against it, they can say, how are you talking about Pan-Africanism from outside of the continent, within the diaspora, when on the continent, these folks are not even talking about Pan-Africanism there, right? They're actually deporting Pan-Africanists out of their countries. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to that?
Oh, first, I want to just preface this. I know who Kemi Seba is, but in America, one of the laws against Black Americans is an unwritten law, which is called breathing while Black, which is doing something that is natural to every human being, but the race soldiers can come in and stop you or prohibit you from breathing while Black whenever they feel the need to. Whenever, you know, it's just a ridiculous unwritten law in America. Well, in Africa, Kemi Seba broke the law of behaving as an African in Africa. You know, he broke that law. That was a unwritten law in Africa. You can't be in Africa and behave as an African in Africa. That's illegal to do that. But I would say this. As far as Kemi Seba goes, you can't necessarily look at the bourgeoisie, the small selected group of individuals who hold a lot of power in these places, picked out by their foreign masters, to believe that these are the sentiments of the majority of Africans. In the same vein, when you come to a Caribbean country and a prime minister may have a particular view, but if you talk to the man on the street, it's very different than these so-called people who are in parliament or hold the reins of so-called power. And he must ask himself why. Why there's a stark difference from the people who hold the reins of power and the regular man on the street. They have different motives, ideas, and the things that drive these guys are completely different. So I'm not fussed. Kemi Seba was kicked out of France for behaving like an African in France, which is rightfully so. They should have kicked him out of there. But the fact that he's kicked out of these so-called colonial countries is just a further indication that the African continent is not as it should be as yet. These are artificial borders, not created by the Africans themselves. And the people who create these artificial borders are fundamentally still in power. So they behave as they wish with their little minions on the ground. And until we get rid of these people and draw our own lines of what, you know, who our groups are, you know, our respective ideas and ideologies and enclaves and however you want to run Africa. Africa fundamentally is still a European country, a continent, sorry.
Kevin Carre, you have anything to add to him?
I was to say, you know, what Gunnar would say, another L.
Speaking of that, Urzuli, any other words to add to this?
It's we saying that this person does not represent the whole. Again, we heard the kids said what they said. If the kids say that what they said, I'm not taking until you prove yourself different. Now I go by what your representatives say, because this man got kicked out of France, then he gets kicked out of his own it's like, for example, it's like the president Aristide in Haiti went and asked France for reparation. As soon as he said that, they hit him with a coup. They used their own people to hit him with a coup. So these people who plotted the coup, they're not supposed to be punished? Because they don't. Those people who plotted the coup against him don't represent the majority. But the majority didn't do anything to those people that did the coup.
Hey, Urzul, remember when Baby Duck came back? They were over there hugging him, welcoming him back.
And again,
back from the country.
And again, that would go. Let's go again. Let's go against what Mr. Untouchable said. The majority didn't hug him, but he's still there chilling, with knowing what he did to his people.
He's dead. He's dead. But
No. He's dead because of old age. He's not dead because he got punished.
no, but
No. There's a difference. There's a difference.
Yeah, I respect that as well, but I'm saying that okay. My brother Kevin say that the majority hug. Not really true, brother. He had internal enemies in Haiti who probably want. A lot of them was very old though, by the way. Because
first of all, let me say this: the old people don't pass on the story of how evil the Duvalier regime was. So a lot of the young people barely don't even know what he did to the country. He had a wedding for $4 million in 1984 while people were starving. When I was little, I see him pass with his car, throw dollars in the street, and have people run after him. I'm talking about the son. So
but Azuli, people in Haiti, just like in our countries, they have something called a smartphone. And just because you have a smartphone, that don't necessarily make you a smart person. But I would suggest all they need to do, because I know the reason why I know about the fact that he threw a $1 million wedding is I went on YouTube and I
4 million.
Huh? 4 million.
4 million.
4 million. I went on YouTube and I researched that. I knew about his wife, who's very beautiful, by the way, and what she eventually did to him, by the way. But I knew about these things because I went on YouTube and I found out these things for myself. So I mean, just like I could do it, they could do the same things as well.
You can't take.
But Mr. Untouchable, you gotta look at it from another point of view. Yes, we're older people. We enjoy reading history. We come from that era. There are so much distractions now. People are not gonna say, you know what, let me just go sit down and watch this video and whatever. It's nice and all, but I want to see what Lil Nas is doing or some stupid beef. Let me go watch, this and that. They don't listen. It's just a new era we live in. We gotta come to accept that now. It's a new era.
No, I accept it. Brother. I accept it. But I would want to know why Sweet Mickey, who used to dance up in front of me in a Pampas, is now the president of Haiti. What would cause him to do that? I would really want to know that. Even as an 18-year-old, I would try to figure out who is he. Try to find out his history. I would be interested. But I guess as an 18-year-old, I can't speak for the typical 18-year-old Haitian person. So I mean, I hear that.
And remember too, when you're 18, hormones are high, man. You're not thinking about you're thinking about pucking.
Well, what's that? Okay, so in the chat, the Harsh Reality Podcast says the quote unquote bag is undefeated, even on the continent. Don't control the monetary system or means of production. You're powerless and subject to banishment at any given moment. That's a strong point. Who's this Kamala person? Your audio is a bit distorted at the moment. Sorry. Could you press Windows? I don't know who that person is.
That's those White House trolls.
Okay.
Right, because I'm like, Kamala, that's a suspect name. We got salty bitches in the chat, yo.
She missing her knee pads, man. Her knee pads wore out.
So, but again, I mean, when I saw this story, it was in the context of diaspora and Africans looking at continentals and saying, well, y'all ain't practicing Pan-Africanism. How dare you guys keep preaching Pan-Africanism to us when if you took that same Pan-Africanism that you're preaching to us and you went on the continent, you'd probably be deported. How do you counter that argument?
The leaders, not all the leaders are Pan-Africanists. Right. Some of the leaders at African countries are Anglophiles.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They worship France and England, etc. But some of the leaders have a Pan-African, like the guy Magufuli, who just died. He had a Pan-Africanist mindset. Mugabe, he had a Pan-Africanist mindset to some degree. You know, you have African leaders who have a Pan-Africanist mindset, but like I say, until Africa redefine their borders and define themselves as actual Africans and not subjects or that colonial paymasters, then you won't see these kinds of things continuous forever and ever and ever. Amen. But that's not to say that people on the ground don't have Pan-Africanist views and don't want to do business, trade, and have extended relationships with other Africans from other places. That's just the reality of things. And until you really, I mean, we could always point at particular instances when one continental African have a beef or a grudge or do something ridiculous to a person from across the waters. But that's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Because we could, do you know who does that? The West. The West takes clips. You know what I mean? Because the intent is to create a particular narrative. And if you have a particular narrative already that the people who create these arguments, they don't want to have the idea of Pan-Africanism because really they don't see themselves as Africans. So they create these little instances, situations that happen on the continent. So you see there, that's what's happening there. So you shouldn't engage Pan-African. They are militant integrationists who create these kinds of ideas and narratives, but I don't business with them, man. You know what I mean? I understand and I know my sister in Michigan is a Pan-Africanist, and me and her get down just like my brother from Azuli from Haiti. We get down every Saturday, just like my other brother from Jamaica via New York City, and I talk to Africans on the continent. So I know it's a ridiculousness. You know, you can't just look at the small group of people in parliament or in power and say, well, you see, it don't work there, so it don't work for the rest of the 1.2 billion Africans. It's a ridiculous argument, and I know the reasons for it. The people who come with these narratives is because they really don't essentially want to be Africans, so they really pick, you know, little stories to put out there and say, see, they ain't working over there. You've been in America or in the West for 400 years, and these people can show you time after time that they hate your guts, but you do everything to try to assimilate with them. Everything. But you point to small little stories there, but see, it ain't working over there. It ain't working for you where you is in the West, but you still sticking to it, and you're trying to force it to work. You know what I mean? But these people are utter hypocrites. That's what I think about them.
You know what we got to start doing is to stop listening to the white noise. You know, it's just too much white noise sowing confusion.
Azulism?
I'm going to say this. Let's look at the evidence. If the people and I'll grant that a lot of people on the continent might be ignorant, because a lot of them are kept ignorant of what's going on in the world. Everybody's focusing on their microcosm of their microcosm, meaning that they focus on their little village in their city. They don't see the bigger picture. So we could blame it on that the people who are representative are not righteous, and so it's like when you speak, you say, oh, Trump was your president, right? And people in other countries be like, you guys are horrible people. And you like, why? Trump is your president. They say, but why are you saying, I'm not Trump? You know what they're going to say? You elected him, so that's your representative. So I'm saying this. I speak to a lot of you guys say, yeah, I judge people by their words. I don't take anything for granted anymore. Because I've seen in school, a lot of African people don't think they like us. Even though they come here, they don't think they're like us. And I'm not even saying us, because I'm a foreigner technically, like African Americans. So yes, they created that that separation between us. But a lot of people from the homeland, they're not even Pan-Africanists in themselves. I think sometimes it's sad to say, like, I think that shit is just a dream, that a lot of American on this side, meaning you too, Mr. Untouchable, because I consider all of us Americans because it's South and North America. Like, I think it's all a dream that we have, And I don't think the people on the other side have it the way we have it. But I understand what you're saying.
Matron, what say you?
I agree with Mr. Untouchable, right? I think that a lot of these narratives and the people that we are presented with have a particular incentive to push a narrative that is assimilationist oriented, that does annihilate the African inside. It is hard to decide to be African, even sometimes in our own family dynamics, because to some people and their parents, Black does not equal African. And a lot of times, maintaining and holding on to or creating that identity from nothingness or from pieces of history that you've strewn together yourself can be challenging. There's a lot of anti-Black racism in the Black community as well as from the larger world. But if you can again connect with brothers and sisters and people that think like you, that look like you, then you can create the new African identity. I have talked to Africans that want Africans in the Americas to come colonize them because they don't want to be subject to people that are white people in blackface, right? I have talked to Africans that want to totally separate from everything that is African. And when you enter into like social media spaces like Clubhouse and spaces on Twitter and discussion groups and things like that, you begin to see that there are a variety of opinions, but that you will find more people that believe Black equals African equals a Pan-Africanism that they want to live with versus people that say that white South Africans are really African people or that they want to assimilate into other people groups. Those are all just about economic opportunities. And as Africans in the Americas, we need to embrace the economies that we have access to and the money and resources that we have access to, and go back and build with our brothers and sisters across the ocean, because that's really the only reason that they're turning their backs on us.
Any final words from anyone on the panel?
Oh, definitely. As far as a dream, it might be a dream, might very well be, but you have to have a dream for a dream to come true. The man who wanted to fly, he always thought about flying, because you know what I mean, he was always thinking about being like the bird soaring to the sky. So he started to ask himself questions. How do I go about mastering the air and learning how to fly? And on question, on top of question, on top of question, eventually he started to create his own plane to himself and soar into the air. Another man say, you know what? I wish I could talk to my friend in the comfort of my house, but my friend lives 20 blocks from where he is right now. So he sit down and start thinking to himself. He said, how are you going to solve that issue and problem? And on question, on the top of question, on top of question, he eventually solved that to the extent I could speak to somebody not only 4 blocks away from me, but across the world. This is our problem, because we look at dreamers as a bad thing and we stop there. You know what I mean? It take a dream for a dream to come true. Yes, a lot of Black people may have a anti-African sentiment, but that's where you could start, because eventually, just like China, who have a pro-China sentiment, and the Europeans who have a pro-European sentiment, we've been denigrated to a degree so much in the West, where we have an anti-self sentiment. So what we have to do is go back and recreate a sentiment that is pro-us, and just like the rest of the world. We're going to just sit with the idea of a lot of them, they don't like us over. We can stop with that. So what? That's where we start. But eventually, it might take 400 years to get there, but we have to catch up with our competitors. Or what we can do, sit down and fail into they don't like us, we don't like them. We're going to continue to be weak just like they will be. That's just ridiculous in my mind.
I agree. Man, that's deep. I like that. I like that. We're going to take that same energy into the next prompt. The next prompt for the night, Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 of 10. How can Veterans Day be more widely celebrated for those who served from the diaspora? There seems to be fewer and fewer parades, which also presented an opportunity for local vendors to sell. Now, is this something we should be concerned with? And by the way, we could, if you're gonna thank a veteran, you could thank D Webb in the chat from the Harsh Reality podcast, who served and even was injured during warfare, right? And is here with us now, thankfully. So you guys, if you want to thank someone for their service, you could thank him. But is this something, panel, is this something that we should even concern ourselves with? I'll start with Kevin Curry.
Hold on one second. Let me pause something here. Okay. Sorry about that. I celebrate the black veterans of the world from the ancient times up to now.
Right.
That's who I celebrate, not some white veterans. But I digress.
All right. You could press play on that PH link you was watching there.
No. I don't do that kind of stuff.
Azuliism, what say you?
I don't even want to say anything because I don't want to hurt people's feelings. But if that's what y'all want to do, fine. I'm not I guess I could understand, like, because I read somewhere that Memorial Weekend was started by black people. Like, they didn't celebrate veterans before black people started doing it for their own people. I read an article that Memorial Weekend was started by black soldiers, as a matter of fact. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm not fighting for it, but I guess it's something to make the black veteran feel better about joining the imperialists. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, if you're a veteran and that's what you chose to do, yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, I don't know what to say about that subject. It's just weird to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I always found it weird. The idea, even with the incentives, me personally, no disrespect, but I always found it kind of weird how folks for generations would go into this thing to fight for a country that clearly has disdain for them, even while they're in this thing, this battle front or whatever. I always thought that was weird, and father would do it, son would do it, grandson would do it. That's always been strange for me. Matron, what say you?
Okay. I have an unconventional perspective. On my biological father's side, my father and my grandfather both served in this military, right? I have uncles that served. I have other family members that served. I did not serve. And actually, I can say that no one across my family line in the generation that I'm a part of decided to serve in the military. But as Pan-Africanists or Black nationalists, I think that this is an opportunity for us to recruit people, right? Because we recognize that some of them have seen the problem with their military exploits, especially in this generation. I think that if we decided to do some type of event and create an economic opportunity that venerated people that served in the military that were Black and or African people, no matter what ideological framework they came from, that would be an opportunity for us to discuss with them our narrative, our ideas, and our ideologies, and perhaps convince more people, like some of the people in our chat that are not just D-Web, that come and listen to our broadcast, and allow them to be invited into our world so that we could get some of the resources that we need, like the ability to defend what it is we want to build.
D-Web from the Harsh Reality podcast says survival mechanism. Most of us were there because not many choices. Being an ex-gangbanger and degenerate from the west side of Chicago, my path would have been much different. I feel you on that too. I understand that, it's there is an incentive, to do it. But it still was always kind of tough for me to think of someone really going into that knowing what they were going to return most likely to.
No. They did not. No. See, that's the other thing that we have to remember, right? Like, they didn't know. Okay, when recruiters came around to my high school growing up in Detroit, they did not talk about and the history of the military and the racism and the different things that you experience as a soldier were not things that were talked about ever, right? Like, to this day, men in my family, that like my father and my grandfather when he was alive, they did not talk about the racism that they experienced in the military. What they told you was that you could potentially get a house under the GI Bill, although my father never did, quote unquote, qualify to get the house. What they told you is that you had a guaranteed income. What they told you was that you had health insurance. What they told you was that you had the GI Bill where you could be educated. They did not talk about all of the negative things. They didn't teach us about Tulsa until I got good and doggone grown and went to college and started researching stories for myself. So they didn't talk about all of the things that were not a part of that experience. The only reason I think that more people that are my age, which is like that, Generation X aged people, did not go into the military in super duper high numbers is because of the anti-veteran sentiment that came back after the Vietnam War. Okay, and the number of people that were killed in the Vietnam War. So it's not like they knew about the imperialist exploits of America, because you're trained, like the pro-black perspective says, you are given 12 years of patriotic education.
Yeah. The Harsh Reality Podcast says, yes, I was told I'd be getting money, sitting on the beach making money, and could come back and go to school for free. Had zero clue as to the reality. Matron nailed it. And thank you for that. Yeah, that's true. See, I always thought that the word of mouth of those previous sorrows would have always passed down from families and passed on to other families. So I guess I am not taking into consideration that the transmission of that type of information wasn't fast and wasn't that wide at all. So perhaps maybe a lot of people did go in thinking that, never dreaming that on the other side of it, you'll be coming back to, the subjugation that you come back to. That's kind of wild to think about. Dr. Bobby E. Wright says, I don't think you can call yourself Pan-Africanist or Black nationalist and celebrate service to white supremacy. And my brother served in Iraq and Afghanistan. We always argue over this. Yeah, I mean, Matron, you wanted to add something?
I just want to say to Dr. Bobby Wright, Mr. Bobby Wright, I absolutely agree with and respect what he's saying. What my point is when I talk about being able to use this as an opportunity to recruit, especially as a Black nationalist, Pan-Africanist, Black equals African oriented person, these people are highly trained and skilled with a number of skills that we can use in the community and in the world that we're trying to build and create, right? And they may not have known what it was that they were signing up for, or they found out too late, or they found out too little too late, and now they're stuck, right? Like, I meet a lot of people that are part of a veteran community and they don't fit in anywhere, and they're about my age, right? They've been thrown away by the system, and they've been thrown away by mainstream society because they couldn't assimilate. They didn't want to assimilate. They still wanted to maintain some form of their Black equals African identity. And so, in looking at creating an economic opportunity for our community to support them or to participate in the process and say, listen, this is an event for Black veterans on Veterans Day, it gives them a way to be reintroduced into a society where they can thrive. Because right now we have a lot of people that have gone through this experience and they don't know where to go and they don't know what to do. So I agree that if they are educated and know that this is what the system is and this is what they're upholding when they go into the military and this is what it's about, then I agree, it would be really difficult to sign on to that. But there are a lot of people out there lost that would be beneficial to us that are just looking for a way to be reintroduced and integrated into a Black world, and they're stuck and don't know how. So I think that creating a Veterans Day celebration that created an economic opportunity and some type of support for Black veterans would be actually good and beneficial for us.
Nice. I'm going to paste in Shoot the Breeze topic number 9. If anyone has any last thoughts about this prompt that we're on right now, you could say it right now. If not, we'll just move on to the next prompt, which involves Lil Duval. Did Lil Duval spark a debate? Let's go to what this debate is. So, a lot of Russell Wilsons is out here. Lil Duval sparks debate after fans swoon over Ciara and Russell Wilson sweet posts to one another. If there's anything Lil Duval is going to do, is tell some jokes and spark debates. The comedian chimed in on the recent swooning by fans who saw Russell Wilson and Ciara's beautiful messages to each other. Wilson and Ciara have been married for 5 years and have been made into many an inspiration for many of their fans. So that's Duval on the left, and then Russell and Ciara on the right. Their love story has been a magical one from the start, and people can't get over how healthy their relationship seems to be. However, Lil Duval feels like the women who claim they want to find their Russell Wilson aren't being honest. He says, y'all women know y'all don't want no Russell Wilson type. You'd be bored out of your mind and cheating in a few years, he wrote in a November 10th tweet. And you can see the tweet here, right? Then later he followed up with another that said, newsflash, it's a lot of Russell Wilsons is out here. Y'all just ignoring them because they're not rich, right? And then this is a screenshot of the tweet, the previous tweet, right? 2 days prior to Duval's tweets, Ciara tweeted 2 photos of herself, Russell, and 2 out of 3 of the children they share. However, it was the caption that took their fans' hearts. Watching you go on this journey these past weeks has been inspiring. Your hard work, drive, and dedication never ceases to amaze me. You're the best leader I know. The true definition of a champion. Proud of you, baby. At Dan Russ Wilson, I guess that's at the Wilson fella. Man, so you could see his tweet is, I love you so much. You are a heaven sent. Thanks for always loving and supporting me. I love doing life with you. And that's to Ciara. Fans, women in particular, clapped back at Duval's tweet on both Twitter and Instagram once his tweet circulated. One person said, quote, part of being Russell Wilson is having the money, end of quote. Another added, quote, well, then they do not rustle because he's rich. But some women argued that their guy doesn't necessarily have to be rich like Wilson, but at least financially stable. he doesn't have to be rich, but I have some financial stability and be able to handle your business. I got the rest, said one person. A male follower also commented, writing, the money part is a big deal, bro. How do you buy gifts, fine dining, holidays, etc. without money? Else, date at your level, huh? What do you think? It's the financial status. Is the financial status a big part of making someone the kind of catch the Seattle Seahawks quarterback is? So I guess that's the prompt. Is it, do women, and you know who we have to start with, but do women really want the Russell Wilson type? Or are they just with that type when there's some paper involved? Matron?
Okay, that's fair. When you are young, right, and female, you have not been trained, right? You haven't been given an example uh, of what a relationship is or is supposed to be. You want somebody that's gonna thrill you. So, like, the comedian is right. Like, these young women, especially, like women under the age of like 27, and sometimes it's women under the age of 50, right? They don't want a settled, stable guy. They want somebody that's gonna be exciting, somebody that's gonna blow their back out, somebody that's gonna do this, that, and the other. And they're attracted to the one that's rough around the edges. I don't know if y'all remember, I date myself, but there was this song by MC Light talking about she wanted a roughneck, yo. And that was the whole vibe. Like, when I was growing up, you wanted a roughneck, you wanted a dude that would do this, that, and the other. And that idea of masculinity, of manhood, and things like that permeates our community, and it's gotten more perverse as time goes on, right? Like, I remember having female friends and associates that said, if he don't hit me, he don't love me, he just don't care, I need this, that, and the other, I want somebody. And it's just like, none of that is healthy, right? Like, this is all vestiges of our colonial experience. And so, yeah, they don't want a Russell Wilson or what Williams. Like, they don't want him. They want something else, right? But then, after they done let every dude in the neighborhood take a ride, right? And after they done did all this, that, and the other, then they want somebody that has, got their money right, got their mind right, did this, that, and the other, didn't have a whole bunch of kids on the outside, didn't do this, didn't do this, didn't do that, to take them on. And, like, this is an argument that kind of goes back and forth in the community, because it takes women a while to figure things out on their own without appropriate guidance and masculine energy to show them the way, and they don't want to listen to another woman telling them the right thing to do. And then somebody like a Russell Wilson overlooks, like, these women that have all these problems, because he doesn't have to take it. But women also don't have to take it. Like, you can decide to be different. The challenge is that a man that has decided to look past all of the shaquishas and, ghetto problems and whatever, is looked at differently than a woman that has made a decision to overlook all of these problematic pookies and ray rays, right? Like, we treat a 40-year-old man that's financially stable with his head on straight and no kids differently than the way that we treat a 40-year-old woman that's got her head on straight, that's economically stable, that doesn't have kids. And I think that is more of a problem. But no, women, largely young women, don't want Russell. They don't want him until they then had a turn with the whole neighborhood.
Right. The House Reality Podcast says Lil Duval low-key drops jewels regularly. He says, shout out Jacksonville. But yes, Russ is what they call a cornball. And a lot of those swooning over the gestures would never date a moneyless version. Yeah, Duval also has some Bahamian ancestry too. So speaking of that, Mr. Untouchable, what says you to this prompt?
For me, it's a little bit of a plantation conversation. I don't even know who these people are, to be honest with you. But I would say this. I would say success leave clues. You know what I mean? When you look at the lives of very highly successful men, they always talk about their partners who they've been in a relationship with for 20, 30, sometimes even 40 years. And some of the reasons why they successful is the woman who they with, they ain't had to have child support payments and divorce settlements and all kind of nonsense. That we need to define what this idea of boring is. If boring means me being productive and going to work every day, doing that over and over again for a certain length of time, where I become financially strong and is able to do for my family, then I'll be boring. But if being exciting is having 9 and 10 different baby mamas, and then eventually then having a drug habit as well on top of that, what's gonna eventually happen in the long term is either I'm not gonna live very long to see my children or grandchildren, or I gonna have to spend all the monies that I've accumulated to a bunch of different women, and we see that play out with a lot of these so-called artists and entertainers and athletes. So I mean, if the woman wants it with some excitement, just really leave me alone. Just walk past me and pretend I'm not there. I'm cool with that. I'll go with the chick who want boring, because I understand that success leave clues, and there's no way look at the lives of these NBA stars. They have millions of dollars in the NBA, and 5 years out of the NBA, they're broke, they're bankrupt. You know why? Because they ain't boring, they exciting. They have 9 and 10 different baby mamas, 9 and 10 different children, 9 and 10 different child support payments, and at the end of the day, all you're gonna get from that is either a generic what do they call it, venereal disease, and then a child that he wouldn't even never see his dad. So I mean, it's just, for me, it's a plantation conversation. I try to stay away from these kinds of conversations, personally, you know what I mean? But I'll stop there, man.
Kevin Conrad, what tell you?
Yeah, I'm like, man, stay away from the bonquishes and the Pookie and Ray Rays. If I'm boring, so be it. Let it be. We're not gonna change these people's minds.
Erzuli, what say you?
Well, let's say that maybe intrinsically, Black women are innately attracted to masculine power. And Russell Wilson is not masculine to me. Yes, he might be financially secure. Yes, but let's say that intrinsically that girls are attracted to that masculine energy, whether it's Pookie that could walk with the swag and Russell Wilson that doesn't walk with the swag. So is Russell Wilson, have I seen Russell Wilson act like masculine? Like, I haven't seen it. So you could be a boring guy and be masculine. You could be a guy that doesn't go around and party and come in masculinity.
That's true.
You don't have to be a Russell. To me, first of all, does Sierra even deserve Russell Wilson? Sierra was getting thrown out everywhere in the industry. She was not preserving her body. It's because Russell Wilson is not masculine. That's why she turned Sierra into a housewife. So yes, she lucked out. She's pretty. Wasn't Sierra just twerking in a video, a married woman twerking in a video in the middle of white people looking?
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I don't know this. Go Google this video where she's twerking. Megan Thee Stallion is twerking. She's married with 3 kids. She's twerking in Italy in front of the barrel maker.
Facts.
So who is Sierra? But you know what? That's because Russell Wilson is not masculine. Because that should have been a phone call check. What are you doing? We want to play, what's his name? What's the guy name that she was dating before? What's his name? Future. But Future knows something about Sierra.
Mm-hmm.
Why he didn't wife her up? Because she was, come on. Let's not act like the Pookie and Ray can't determine if you're a good wifey material and if you're not.
In the chat, we have a Janelle Benjamin saying true thing. Jamel, I don't think I've ever seen you before. Thanks for coming
Yeah,
through.
She is a guest that I invited to come on.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a Canadian Black lawyer.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to put the link in the chat, because I was trying to get her to come on from a long time ago, just to invite her to the conversation.
Right.
So I'm just saying. So I'm just saying that. Duval is saying something. There's a bunch of Russell Wilson, but maybe a lot of these Russell Wilsons are not emitting the masculine energy. You could be an average dude and come in respect. You could walk with a swag and be a regular Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why people Russell Wilson does not exude masculinity to me. He looks like Sierra Runson. So how you let your wife twerk? But again, these people in the music industry, they operate differently. It's just like Will Smith.
Yeah, boy.
Can we say Will Smith is the same as Russell Wilson? Yeah.
Yep.
Look what his woman is doing to him. But according to them, they could say it's for publicity stunt. His movie's coming out. He got a book coming out. So that's more people focus on his thing. But
Dwayne Wade.
This is what I'm saying. No matter how we want to say LeBron James, I never said his wife disrespect him.
Right. I want to welcome Janelle to the panel. Janelle Benjamin, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Good evening. How are you?
Great. I'm great. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. I've been enjoying the show so far.
Okay. Janelle, what say you to this Lil Duval thing? Did he spark a debate here?
Honestly, I think I agree with that. You know, the last person who was commenting just about the masculine energy. I think, you know, from a female perspective, it doesn't matter if the man is a cornball or he's wealthy. I think really it does come down to does he exude masculine energy? And if he's boring and he has masculine energy, we're gonna want him. If he's rich and he has masculine energy, we're gonna want him because he's a provider. He's taking care of his family. So, you know, I don't know that man. I don't know Little Duval, and I don't know Sierra's husband or whatever. But you know, she's with him for a reason, and it's not just the money. I wouldn't say that. You know, there's a lot of men with money out there, and so there's something that is drawing her and keeping her with him. So I would agree with that.
So okay. So we can say then that a Russell Wilson, even though he might not seem to have this masculine energy, maybe he is really the embodiment of masculine energy in terms of what he does directly for her. Is that something that
right? I mean, I would agree. I mean, isn't he a football player or something? I mean, athletes generally have, you know, they're gonna have more testosterone or whatever, or appear stronger, more virile, more masculine, just because they're physical. So he already has that going for him. And then if he's got money, he's got power, he's got status, he's got, you know, ability to make moves in her life in a certain way, that's gonna be attractive as well. So, you know, all of that comes, I think, with just masculine energy.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Great. Do you think that the personality of the celebrity in the Americas has anything to do with how their relationship is portrayed in public? Or do you think that we get authentic glimpses into who they actually are?
Honestly, in this Instagram generation, I don't think anyone's giving you an authentic version of who they are. I think we see what we want to see. I think people make their lives look glamorous. They, you know, they hype themselves up. They show you what they have for breakfast, for lunch, the patio that they're on or whatever. And all of it isn't real. You know, it's a fantasy. It's an illusion. It's inspirational or aspirational. So I wouldn't look to anybody's life in images and think that's what I would want, because you never know what's taking place inside the home. But yeah, of course, when you got celebrity and you got a good looking Black couple, it looks good. It looks good on paper. It looks good on Instagram. It looks good whatever on the nightly news or the Entertainment Tonight or whatever they're showing it on. People want that, right? And especially in this time when you don't actually see Black love represented in that way, right? So I think it's positive.
Okay. Any last words on this prompt, Mr. Untouchable?
No, I'm good. I don't even know these people.
Okay. So I'm going to the Harsh Reality Podcast says big facts to Uzuli. A lot of Boule men exude that cook energy. Your wife twerking for a room full of old white men doesn't scream big masculine energy to me, but to each their own. Yeah, I get that.
And let me say this: a lot of the Sierra likes Future, but she can't control Future.
Right.
But she's gonna go for Russell. Russell Wilson has the money, has the supposedly stature, but she could carry on, the way she wants to, and not get reprimanded. Because a masculine man, broke, average or not, will check her on that.
Mm-hmm.
But she and a lot of I've seen a lot of these women in the industry, they want to have that wifely appearance, but at the same time want to twerk over here, and then the men don't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Aisha, not Aisha, maybe what's her name? She could control Russell, and then there's a fake appearance of masculinity that a lot of these athletes portray, and it's not.
Yeah, because that came to mind when Janelle was speaking. I'll just interject here for a second. Of Russell being a football player, a star guy, because he's the quarterback, he's the chief on the field. Like he to many would seem to exude masculinity, right? So that means now I think this was where you were going. We got to really check on what we see as masculine, right?
Yeah, because a lot of time, the masculinity that they're giving us, and this media is not the real thing.
Right.
Like it's like we look at Will Smith, for example, at the red table. Yo, I'm not even average right now. You think my wife would tell me to come to the red table and discuss this in front of the public? So how come Will Smith is okay to do that, even if it's what do you call it, like a stunt? What are you teaching the boys? What are you teaching the girls? Your woman is on national TV telling me, "Oh, you didn't satisfy me." So are we gonna say we can't see Sierra doing the same thing to Russell?
To Will, yeah.
No, I'm saying, like, I'm gonna see Sierra and him in 10 years. She's doing her 10 years in, okay? Her 10 years in, and then divorce. A lot of these, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, it's funny that you say 10 years. According to the way the divorce laws work in most states in America, at the point that you've been married 10 years, you are eligible for a percentage of your spouse's Social Security benefit entitlement. So she do her 10 years and she collects a piece of his pension. I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. And then maybe Future saw that. And I'm not saying Future is a good representation, but there's a part in him that's like that these women see and they trying to conquer. And once they can't conquer you, they leave.
So let me ask you a question.
Russell's conquered.
Let me ask you a question. Who's more wrong? Her for choosing him or him for choosing her?
I think him for choosing her because his masculinity is supposed to show him, nah, she's funny style. Well, a woman is always looking for protection and for protection, and what's the other word?
Providing.
That's her nature. I need a man to provide for me and protect me. And she wanted that with Future, and Future probably was an a-hole one, but saw something in Sierra, was like, nah, we're not doing that. Russell Wilson, you're supposed to be the apex football player, masculinity. You don't peep the game. It's just like, what's her name? What's the girl named Brenner, the one that got pregnant for the basketball player?
Yeah.
We want to say she's wrong. Okay, yeah. She's, but boy, you're supposed to be, my boy. You're supposed to be the top, the apex. How you didn't see that coming from Shorty?
Right.
For me, I don't think that masculinity only have to do with physical strength. I also think it have to do with mental strength as well. And the problem comes in sometimes when we perceive what masculine energy is as physical strength. See, Mike Tyson, I don't know if you all even know who Mike Tyson is, but he's from another time. Mike Tyson was
No. I gotta stop you there. What did you just say? If we don't know who Mike Tyson is, yo, mute this guy. Coco.
Wait. Who is Mike Tyson? Who's this guy?
What?
Let me finish though. Mike Tyson was a physically strong dude, but a lady at the time, I think what her name is, I can't remember what her name is now. She weighed about 100 and maybe
Robin
20.
Givens.
Robin Givens was able to come into this physically strong, one of the most perceived masculine men on the planet, and was able to pilfer maybe like $20 to $30 million away from him. Why? Because he was physically strong but mentally weak. And this really goes back to slavery, really. Because on the plantation, what the slave master used to do was he used to ensure that the male slaves was physically strong but mentally weak. And it plays out with these guys right now. Our perception is kind of skewed, because to me, a mentally strong person is like Dame Dash or Master P, you know what I mean? But they might not necessarily have the same, or even Ice Cube. Y'all want to talk about entertainers and people like that. People who are strategic in their actions and they think out things, and even Magic Johnson in a way. You know what I mean? I think that our belief about what masculinity or masculine energy is, I think it's a little bit skewed from my perspective. But
Wait. There's something I wanted to say also that people are not seeing. Marriage is, we go into marriage for the wrong thing. Love. Marriage is never about love, about cooperation.
Yeah, it's about business.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that I never said that being physically strong is masculinity. That's not what I said. I said it appears that this Mike Tyson, to that story Robin Givens, Brad Pitt, Robin Givens had Brad Pitt right in front of Mike Tyson face cheating with him. Mike Tyson didn't do nothing. So I'm saying, Mike Tyson doesn't represent masculinity to me. Muhammad Ali does. So I do understand. I'm not saying it's just physical. That's why Sierra is able to get a Russell Wilson, because he does not have the package of masculinity. A man who's in his masculine frame, there's a certain stuff he's not gonna allow a woman to do, his woman to do, especially not the woman he's married to. So I'm not saying that Russell Wilson. I'm just saying that Russell Wilson is a provider to protect, meaning protect with his money, and he gives her status. And Sierra realized she can't get the man that she wanted it. She can't turn Future into a Russell Wilson, because maybe Russell Wilson saw something in Sierra. It was like, nah, I know your past, shorty, not happening. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Russell Wilson is masculine. I'm just saying it appears at face value he could provide and protect. That's what I'm saying.
In the chat, the Harsh Reality Podcast says half to be exact. Any career with a pension system, 10 years means you get half. He goes on to say Magic's son is 6'9" and in high heels. No masculine men are producing. No masculine men producing
That's
an
his junior
offspring.
too.
Yeah, an offspring like that. That one was a bad example.
Yo, that's one of the coldest shit I've seen. Yo, Harsh Reality, he ain't shit for this one.
Hey, hey, D-Web, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Man, Janelle, after hearing Mr. Untouchable and Uzuli say what they had to say there, what do you say now to that?
Honestly, I think I'm in agreement with a lot of what was said, around just being mentally fit, mentally strong, and just, that being also a side of masculinity and what women want. It's not always about the physical. I don't really know the backstory with Sierra. It sounds like she was doing something that potentially her husband needed to get a hold of, but yeah, I really don't have a comment on that. But insofar as we're talking about why she's attracted to him, I mean, it's all really just speculative. I can't really say what it is that she sees, but there's something there, right? There has to be, because she can't just be waiting it out for 10 years. Nobody stays with anybody for 10 years for money when you have money. Like, Sierra is a name in and of herself. It's not like she's a nobody. So I would conjecture that she's there for something more.
Okay. Matron?
You have to understand how American celebrity works, right? Like, one of the things that Tina Turner demanded that she have when she divorced Ike was her name, so that she could continue to make money off of that. Entertainers make money because they perform, because a lot of the rights to their music and to their image are owned by other people. So their sponsorships pay them. And like, I'm not trying to be patronizing or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, when you look at how these people are actually paid, especially somebody like a Sierra that came up, back in the day when they were still doing shiesty record deals and stuff like that, and you had to reimburse the company, that your label, for your tours and different things like that. So to come from up under that and to have hooked up with a Future, who was also another big name, get a baby, and now you surge forward into your career where you have a little bit more control over how you can generate money and revenue, to partner with a sports star who has a steady stream of consistent income, and then be able to slowly nurture your bank back to what it could be or what it should be. Lots and lots of women wind up staying with people for that 10 years, especially when they're under 40. It's like, yo, I could do 10 years standing on my head and raise these kids and this, that, and the other, whether they're in the hood or whether they're in the public eye, because they don't see like their independence coming any other way. I I unfortunately know a couple of people that did that, but that's neither here nor there. Like, even going down to like some of the people that worked at Motown that wound up staying with people that were in that field and in that industry, just for the extra benefit and perks. And so people are highly motivated by their ability to have an economic opportunity. And I think that your original question was, is he wrong or is she wrong? Like, we know that something that we haven't talked about, and I'm not saying that the brother is gay, right? But what we know is that there are a lot of football players and a lot of sports athletes that go around and they are booty bandits, right? Because we hear the stories and they've been coming out of the closet and doing more things more often. And I'm not saying that that's what this brother is, but somebody like a Sierra or somebody that has a big name makes a great beard and a great cover, or somebody that is a booty bandit. And I just wanted to throw that on the fire and, splash that little bit of gasoline before I, step out.
Oh, I have a question actually for Erzulism. Now you're talking about the masculine energy. Do you think I'm gonna bring up two people I saw disturbing images of this week. Rick Ross and Kid Cudi. Do you think they're masculine?
I don't think any of these rappers are masculine, short of Tupac Shakur and some of the even Tupac.
Tupac was kind of
Yeah.
Look at the nose ring. They were saying with Biggie and Tupac, Biggie was more masculine than Tupac was.
No, I'm not looking at no nose ring. You could have nose ring and still be masculine. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your mental being so strong that the people cannot project their belief on your life. I'm saying, I don't think Rick Ross is masculine. I don't think Kid Cudi's. I don't know what Kid Cudi's probably doing it from. Who the hell is Kid Cudi? Are you talking about the guy
he was wearing a wedding dress this week? This is take a look at it. Type in Kid Cudi wedding dress, and you see what I'm talking about.
Can a come on, man? A masculine man would put a women garment on. That's a no-brainer to me. I don't think.
Hey, Ving Rhames was playing a woman at one point.
Hey, in the next 10 years in America, men wearing dresses will be the new thing. I could assure you.
No thanks.
But I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna let the patron throw a disparaging remark on my boy Russell Wilson. He might be a little gentle, but I don't believe that's the case. I just really believe that Russell Wilson is like a very soft-spoken young man, because he was that's his second marriage.
But not a bungie bandit, is what you're saying. Okay.
That's what I can't let that. My man threw like an 80-yard touchdown last week.
What about the other Russell? That's very masculine. Russell Westbrook.
Yo, Russell Westbrook. I don't know what's going on with that guy. I don't. I had to unfollow him after I saw what I saw. So, but Russell, I can't get caught up. But hey, everybody has their own style. If that's what you want to do, fine. That's their life. But with the Sierra situation, Sierra came up with a bag. I can't hate on that. If she stays with him for 20 years, 30 years, then I will redact or restrict the statement from the court. But I will do that. But I do know, like, for example, what's her name? Dr. Dre's wife. All of a sudden, after 20, 15 years, you want to dip? Yo, these women know what they're doing.
Dr. Dre's wife got robbed, man. She got robbed. Oh my goodness, she got robbed. Anyways.
Another one. What's his name? The guy that plays golf, the dummy. What's his name?
Tiger.
Tiger Woods.
How you marry a nanny? The nanny was broke. Come up off of you is a millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
Again, did she see masculine energy from him? No. A lot of time, women of this time, they don't like masculine energy, because masculine energy is not going to allow you to do the shit that you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that that's necessarily true. And that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But I'm going to share with you that most women that are actual women enjoy masculine energy, because it allows us to operate in our true femininity. And my divine feminine energy can operate best and at its peak when I'm with a masculine man.
Adrian, how long did it take you to learn that?
Like you listen. No, it took a while. I didn't have examples of that in my life, right? I experienced several personal traumas in my life that I've shared with you all. So it took a long time.
This is what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the environment and the programming and all this, it's programming.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that if you weren't massaged properly with the masculine energy growing up, it might be something that you fight against. That's what I'm saying.
But
I'm saying a lot of the women,
society kind of wear you down over the years. You come in strong, but it just grinds you, especially living in a city like this, New York.
That's what I'm saying. Like the masculine, like I say this, that a lot of the women, and also to be fair, a lot of the men are rejecting the masculine energy because it's
Yeah.
too much responsibility. They don't want all that power.
Yeah.
I'd rather be an F-boy and keep it moving.
And they try to weaponize you guys because the thing about college is that college tries to make everybody a feminist, right?
Hey, facts. But this is one thing why I agree with what the matron said. Pure masculinity allows a woman to live in a pure femininity state. So vice versa. So I'm happy for Sierra. She cute though. So get your bag, girl. Get your bag. Get your boo.
Well, on that note, let's go to. I want to post up Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 10 is the final topic for tonight. But before we actually discuss it, get into discussing it, you guys see the Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. Before we get into it, let me make sure I do some business here. You guys can support the shows on KWAZ Radio by going to the merch store. So I want you guys to tune into this. Greetings, everyone. This is Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I just wanted to jump on real quick and highlight a tweet made by the revolutionary matron of the Learning Curve podcast on KWAZ Radio. She says in this tweet, buy black and support KWAZ radio hosts. Buy a t-shirt today. You can go to t-shirtepiphanies.com/KWAZ-radio-merch. You can support all the hosts like Onita Say from the Pro-Black Perspective, myself, Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast, the Harsh Reality Podcast with D Webb and Al Miguel, and last but not least, the revolutionary matron from the Learning Curve Podcast. And I just wanted to show you, also, you can look at and see some of the first shirts that we have here. We have a lot of size options for you guys to choose from. So make sure to go ahead and support each of these shows by purchasing a t-shirt today. The reality is that when you buy merchandise, support of one of your favorite shows on the network, you help to make that show even better, right? And by purchasing and wearing these t-shirts, you are showing people around you that you are included in the culture that we are creating at KWAZ Radio. All right? Buy it because you love what we're doing. Buy a t-shirt because you want to be a part of this thing that we're creating, right? And buy it because you want to show people that you feel united with the subject and the cause of the shows on KWAZ Radio. I'm Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. You guys be good. Peace.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yes, indeed. I see Janelle has left. She's bid us a good night. She said it was nice chatting. Thank you for coming through, Janelle. Make sure come by again in the future. Thanks to Mr. Untouchable for introducing you to the show. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. The final topic for the night is F.W. de Klerk recently died. So let me play this this video where the clerk talks about, you know, his final message. Let me just play something from right, you know, I don't know, for some reason we have celebratory music going on. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect the celebratory music, but yeah, I was about to play the final the clerk message that was supposed to be released upon his death. Let's try that again. Let's you know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, but you know, this bastard, the clerk, died, and he knew he was gonna die, I guess, like about 8 months ago, and he made this video message that was supposed to be released by his family upon his death, and it's his final message to South Africa. I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna play as much as we can stomach of it, and then we'll discuss it.
This is my last message addressed to the people of South Africa. To my dear wife and family, I will say goodbye in a different way. Our country faces so many challenges of a serious nature. I hold firm opinions about all of them, but decided to keep this message very short and only really focus on two issues: touching me and touching the country. Before I do so, I would like to thank all my friends and supporters for the wonderful support and encouragement they gave me throughout my life and throughout my political career. Many of them were close to me, even for decades. Others intervened occasionally. I thank you for your support and your trust in me. I thank you for your friendship. Thank you for having carried me on your shoulders for so many years. The first issue I want to focus on is apartheid and me. I'm still often accused by critics that I, in some way or another, continue to justify apartheid or separate development, as we later prefer to call it. It is true that in my younger years, I defended separate development, as I never liked the word apartheid. I did so when I was a member of parliament, and I did so as I became a member of cabinet. Afterwards, I apologized for the pain and the indignity that apartheid has brought to persons of color in South Africa. Many believed me, but others didn't. Therefore, let me today, in this last message, repeat: I, without qualification, apologize for the pain and the hurt and the indignity and the damage that apartheid has done to Black, Brown, and Indians in South Africa. I do so not only in my capacity as the former leader of the National Party, but also as an individual. Allow me in this last message to share with you the fact that since the early 80s, my views changed completely. It was as if I had a conversion, and in my heart of hearts, realized that apartheid was wrong. I realized that we had arrived at a place which was morally unjustifiable. My conversion, to which I refer, didn't end with the admission to myself of the total unacceptability of apartheid. It motivated us in the National Party to take the initiative we took. From the time that I became leader of the National Party, and more specifically during my presidency, we did not only admit the wrongness of apartheid, we took far-reaching measures to ensure negotiations and a new dispensation which could bring justice to all. This brings me to the second issue I want to focus on. Together with most other South Africans, I'm proud of our Constitution. The Constitution which we hammered out in the negotiations which started in 1990 and which culminated in the final Constitution of 1996. I fully associate myself with the values and principles enshrined in our Constitution. And I'm deeply concerned about the undermining of many aspects of the Constitution, which we perceive almost day to day. It is my plea that the government, all parties, civil society, and all South Africans should once again embrace the Constitution and interpret it in the balanced way which the Constitution demands. We need to align the principles of non-racialism and non-discrimination with the need to deal with the past and issues like affirmative action. We need to guard over the independence and the impartiality of our courts. We need to promote economic growth and job creation by basing economic policies on the principles contained in the Constitution and not on ideologies which militate against the Constitution. We need to make the Constitution the cornerstone of the new society we are building. The road forward is a difficult one, but I firmly believe that if we take hands and if all the reasonable people in South Africa put their heads together, we can overcome the challenges we face and we can fulfill the tremendous potential that South Africa has. May the South African nation show the courage and the ingenuity to achieve this.
What in the huckle fuck is that? I mean, what? Who wants to go first on this last topic tonight?
I'm sorry. It's a shame, man. It's a shame I couldn't be that last person he saw with my hands around his neck as I choked the life out of him.
Like what is that? Urzuli, what came to mind?
I want to see the video of the South African crying at his funeral because I know it's there. That's what I want to see because I know they have that video. Like this man wants me to believe he didn't know the shit was wrong. He was president from 1989 to 1994. He was born in 1936. My man was 53. You were 53. Who are you lying to? This is like, I bet you, I want to see the funeral. I want to see the funeral. Because I know it's not going to be no Soul Train. It's going to be just like they did for Reagan. I want to see, this is like, and then I thought he was going to croak. I kept waiting for him to die, right? Like, I thought he was going to die right during the speech. Like, I don't understand. the audacity. Who does he think he is that he thinks people want to hear his, especially, well, I don't know, like African people say, let me mind my American business. I don't know how they view it. So maybe, so I don't come back. Somebody else speak.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I think it was excruciating to listen to. It was really and truly. And I cry shame on Nelson Mandela. I think that when Nelson Mandela had power, Nelson Mandela should have either put this man in jail or put a bullet in his brain. Here's why. Because we are listening to the confessions of a mass murderer. He is undoubtedly, just like Ian Spin Zimbabwe, he is a mass murderer. And for me to sit down and listen to this guy after he didn't committed atrocities in South Africa, talking about, I sorry, I didn't know. It is, for me, it's astounding. And there'll be some people who forgive him, because they don't understand what we are forgiving people, but they don't understand. If you listen to that speech, one of the things he said is, oh, I didn't know and all this or whatever, but he talks about the Constitution being undermined. That's very important, because if you look at the South African Constitution, who retains power? Who retains power? When the South African was in power, they was talking about racialism all day. You know what I mean? But when they lost power, their new argument was non-racialism. Why they decide to talk about the idea of non-racialism? Because they wanted to retain what they already had stolen, kill people for, rape people for, and pillage people for. So he don't want that. That means all the things that they would have acquired through racialism to be taken away from him. So he didn't want the black people, who are the majority, to play that same game. That's why he talks about the undermining of the Constitution. I say the EFF or whoever else is in that country should do the same thing to them, that was done to the majority of black citizens, because the minority of boys in that country still retains not only the wealth in that country, but the power. But I would I would have put a bullet in his head a long time ago. I don't forgive mass murderers or genocidaires. I don't forgive them, brothers. I don't care what he talk. It's almost like the lady. You remember the lady in America who said that she said that the little boy whistled at her, and she was on her deathbed, and she said that he was lying. Emmett Till,
yeah.
Kathleen Bryant.
Say I was lying. I didn't. You know what? I would put her old ass in jail, just like the Jews. Well, the Jewish community. It was 60, 70 years since the Nazis committed their atrocities. And they will go after these old decrepit men to put them in prison.
Just last week.
That they would have done generations ago. And we just sit there and our tough it, like eating our curds and we and say, well, he said he's sorry and he didn't know, No, I'm unforgiving about these. I'm a hardliner. I'm sorry. I'm like Mugabe them. I'm a hardliner. Yeah,
and
I would put a bullet in his brain.
Let's not forget.
I think about him.
Let's not forget, when they get them, they execute them at 80, 85, 70. They don't care.
They don't care.
But guess I'm reading this thing. The EFF threatens public protest should the club be granted a state funeral. Why is he even in that category?
Right.
This is what, like, the goals that this man have to pretend at 53 he didn't know what you were doing was wrong. This is crazy to me. If that's, oh my goodness, like, I want to see the funeral because I know there's going to be a lot of coontastic South Africans crying.
KW Don 7 in the chat says, good riddance to bad rubbish. How do you accept a phony Nobel Peace Prize with this guy when he is responsible for the deaths of your people in Soweto?
How does any black person ever accept a peace prize?
I know.
If this guy could get that,
Yeah.
yo, the atrocity, and yo, we was 15, 16, 17. That didn't happen 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
For this man to be talking about he's 53, 55, 60, didn't know that it was wrong. Apartheid was wrong.
We gonna undermine the Constitution. Don't worry about it, Azuli. We gonna undermine it in South Africa. We gonna undermine it. Yeah, we have people there on the ground, like my brothers from the EFF and what's Malema them. We gonna undermine the Constitution, and I say we because I don't distinguish myself from my brothers in South Africa or Haiti or anywhere else. So we gonna undermine that bitch. Don't worry about it.
Look at what this thing says. F. de Klerk, South Africa's last apartheid leader who freed Nelson Mandela, died at 85.
Yeah. I saw that.
Yo, if they don't tell you that you ain't shit, yo, shout out to the barrel maker. This guy is one of the
yo, the balls to write that headline is incredible. I saw that shit. I was like, that shit is incredible to put that shit out there. Like you said, I was 15 when that shit was going on. Like we know what happened.
Yo, I saw, what was that movie, guys, that Whoopi Goldberg was in? My school teacher, she was very progressive. My 8th grade school teacher took us to go see. Yo, I cried, bro. Yo, that shit had an effect on me when that young man got killed. The most rebel out of. Yo, as a little kid, I cried. And you mean to tell me at 53 you didn't know that was wrong? Unbelievable.
Matron, what say you?
You know, Elon Musk is a South African, and he claims South African American and Canadian nationality, right? And he was born in 1971. Elon Musk is a byproduct of de Klerk's world, right? And his handiwork. And instead of truth and reconciliation panels and places where these murderers and these genociders and these torturing bastards can come and confess and feel like they're being absolved by a people in front of puppet priests and fucking politicians that have their strings being pulled by foreign governments. We need to have justice and vengeance. Justice and vengeance. I don't know, but we need to have justice and vengeance. Like, I'm tired of these people trying to say that I need to forgive this. I need to forget that. This is what Africans in the Americas, right? This is what we live through. Like, we talk about the fact that we don't know what the military does. We talk about the fact that we don't know our history. We talk about the fact that we don't know this, that, and the other. Like, this is an opportunity for all Africans globally to not lie and to stare down that bastard that did this to us and our ancestors, and to say, no, we're not going to forget this. Here and no further. This and no more. We know what you did. We know where the bodies are buried. We know how you displaced these people. We know that it used to be called the Gold Coast. We know that you keep trying to find a secret white tribe that was in this area of the world, which there never was until y'all asses came over here doing settler colonialism. Like, we need to just stare this motherfucker down and just say, no, we know who you are, and we are not going to forgive you. I'm with Malema. That's my brother. I'm with the EFF, right? Like, I have some strong feelings and some strong thoughts, but I just want us to recognize that we have to stop being these forgiving people. Like, and I've been talking a lot all night, so I'm gonna shut up in a second. But we can't forgive these people. We can't just say, oh, we're going to be constitutionalists now. No, we should be Black nationalists, Black equals African, Pan-Africanists, because that they always try to integrate our movements. They are always making entrees and trying to tell us why our reality testing and the reality that we want to project onto the world is wrong, when in fact we've been subject to a reality that they've been projecting onto the world, and we don't like that shit. So we need to stop accepting it. All right, I'm listening.
Dr. Bobby E. Wright in the chat says, this bastard de Klerk and Mandela the sellout helped rebrand apartheid, creating a government with a black face, but leaving all the wealth in white settler hands. The Ashley Ali podcast says, Matron turned into an After Dark episode. Respect. FDB. Azuliism, what say you to this this de Klerk video?
Well, do you know how much gall does it take? How much that you ain't shit does it take for me and my dying bed to look for sympathy after I eradicated? Do you know how much they have no respect for your masculinity?
Yeah, boy. God damn.
Do you know how much they have no respect? Like, he could have died quietly. Who cares about you? Nobody cares. For him to be like,
that was almost a declaration of war. Like that's how heavy that shit is that he did right there.
And guess what, Goku? These South Africans are gonna say they're gonna go to the funeral. Watch how they spend this. Unless the EFF have something to say, like the matron said. Watch how they spend this. Okay? Do you know how much? That's like me coming to your house, I beat you up, rape your wife, punch your kid in the face, and then 20 years down the line, you're my bad, son. I didn't know what I was doing, but I'm 42.
He never spent a day in prison, and not one day. And they lock up my man from Liberia, the president of Liberia, lock him up for 30 years, grab him talking about we need to put you in jail for crimes against humanity. You know, Charles Taylor, lock him in jail for 30 years. This man ain't never been to jail one time. He go up on YouTube, say, I apologize, and I didn't kill hundreds of thousands of people, and he was able to get away with it. And you know what? He can sell it to South Africans, and South Africans may eat that not wholesale, because like I say, many people could be dancing on his grave, you know. But it just goes to show that these people have the ability to commit crimes and get away with it. Why? Because we agree. We agree to it. They do it with our tacit approval, you know. But needless to say, and that's where I am with de Klerk. Rest in peace.
This like Sarafina was one of those movies that had a real effect on me. My teacher, Miss Smart, took me to go see that movie. That was one of the I didn't understand. I couldn't understand that. There was something called the Sunday Massacre or the Charleston Massacre. And I've seen they kill young men. And this is the thing. You kill one person or you kill two, you can never remake that person.
Right.
You know how much generation that they destroyed? For this man to be on his talking about he got to live up to 85.
Yeah, untouched.
Did he give some stock back? Did he give money back?
No.
Again, the Nobel Peace Prize. This man got the Nobel Peace Prize. A murderer.
We have got to stop venerating accolades that we think these people are conferring and conveying to us in our community, right? Like, I don't want to be a Rhodes Scholar. I don't want to have a Nobel Peace Prize. I don't want any of their awards and accolades, because that just affirms the fact that I have been totally psychologically weaponized against the people that I have the most genetically and socially in common with. But we want to sit up here and ascend the different annals of their power structure, and we want to be accepted by them, and we want to pat on the head by them to sit as a lapdog at their feet instead of standing up like upright people and righteous men and women to do what we need to do. I'm sorry.
Matron going off to that, eh?
And again, exactly what the matron said. Why should your women respect? Why should your women submit to you? Nigga. Why? And that's when I speak, I put myself in there too. For this man, after murdering, oh my God! Can you imagine? Freaking any of these freaking Nazi soldiers talking about I apologize. They would have shot him right before he finished his speech.
Yeah. Kare?
I said what I wanted to say in the beginning. You know, just me choking his life out would be the last thing he sees.
Yeah.
It's not like this man should have been. He should have went in peace. His grandkids are living perfectly. His grandkids are probably making more money than me in South Africa.
Absolutely. No transfer of wealth. None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Maybe,
no transfer of land, nothing. You get an apology. You hold that for your generations. An apology.
Yeah. You know what I'm seeing actually? He's actually trolling black people. That's what he's doing. As you said, he could have died peacefully. No one would have known. But he's like, you know what? Let me get my last licks in before I die. Let me give you a big middle finger.
That's exactly what a big F you.
You know, I want to add this other thing, right? So, like, I don't know if you guys have seen the propaganda campaigns and pieces that are against Malema that have these white South African Uish people pleading and saying to the rest of the world that they're taking our land and we've been doing this and this is ours and they need to live and they need to go according to the law to get their land back. You didn't use the law when you took the land from them. You didn't use an appropriate legal system in order to displace men, women, children, burn down villages, annihilate and assassinate them when you came in there to take the land. So how dare you try to uphold a legal system that you put in place in an attempt to deprive these people from taking back their land? Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
Dang. It's 1 o'clock. She did it a well for well.
The House Rally podcast says Nobel Peace Prize bin trash. Obizi won. Obizi won that joint while setting records for dropping bombs. Right. Man. Any last words here for this prom?
I can't. I want to see that funeral thing that you just played before the actual funeral for the actual that dance, boy. I was like, that's the way people supposed to be dancing. But I bet you for the next Shoot the Breeze, I know we're gonna have a prompt on his funeral. Was it procession or progression? Whatever. Watch how many coontastics are gonna be crying. Because you know who's another man that could belong there? That's gonna be a stretch. Your boy who just passed away. The number one top commander.
Oh, Paul.
Oh, Colin.
I'm not saying he's in the level of that, but you know what? Let me take that back. This is not the same. But Ronald Reagan funeral. Black people were lining up after they accused Ronald Reagan of putting crack in the community. It seemed like people were crying.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, this guy, I gotta respect the barrel maker, man. I wish I could do that. Spit in your face and then apologize. Talk about, I didn't know, man. I didn't know. Jesus. Oh my goodness. Woo.
Yeah, it's the level of balls. It's astounding. The level of balls on one hand and the lack of balls on the other is astounding.
No, but it has gotten to that point where they say, listen, these black folks, we can step on their child, we can do all this stuff, and they'll still forgive us.
Nah, bro. I think Malema about that life. He could be responsible for that. Just look out for it. He about that life, man. I'm telling you.
Who's about that life?
Malema.
Who's? Oh, please. Did he bust a shot?
Before you criticize, just look him up. Look him up. His name is Julius Malema. Just look it up.
Let me see if it's the same guy that I was like, yo, sit down. Let me see.
That's the one with the red hat.
Oh my God, oh please. Of course, yo, it's called something called control opposition. I'm gonna see what he says. I've seen this guy before.
But don't forget too, they just put a Chinese woman that was not born in South Africa, and she's part of the government now.
She's a part of the ANC.
Yeah, I think her name is Harvard or something. Look it up. I mentioned it a couple of shows ago. They put her in. She is part of the ANC. I think the ANC. Yeah.
Okay.
You do not.
Huh?
You don't run anything that you don't control, and you don't control anything something that you can't defend. So until we decide to do that as a people, then we are going to continue to be the toilet of everybody. And I, you know what I mean? Like I as a woman, you have no idea how frustrating some of these things that happen are. Like, I live in Michigan, that place where they took the little realtor guy to jail, and it's like, these are the type of men that are around me, y'all. Like, they everywhere, right? And y'all wonder why women is acting crazy and why we mad and don't know this, that, and the other. And y'all have a problem kind of trying to meet up and connect with somebody. This is a part of the problem. Is no man is standing up to say everywhere, like, nigga, I'm holding you accountable. Because women are trying to hold each other accountable, but it's like, what's the point? I ain't got nothing for you because I'm not gonna screw you. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not like Yvette or nothing like that. And people don't even understand the challenge that presents for us as a society, because y'all just bending over, taking it from this white man.
Yeah, there's an old saying. It says, "Kiss me." I like to be kissed when I'm being, I'm not gonna say the word, but you get what I'm saying.
Right.
Well, yo, so L again. All these pros were L, except
wait,
was there
that's
one
Gunners.
that was in the L?
That's Erzuli's T-shirt right there. Take this L. Put that up there, man.
All. Let me see. How many prompts? 10. Damn, 10 L's. Shit.
Take this L and love it.
Yo, and I understand the frustration that the matron is talking about. Yo, Shahrazad Ali said it. Yo, you gotta take it. And Malcolm X said it. You don't ask for freedom, you take it.
Mm-hmm.
Until then, the barrel maker is gonna keep making videos like that. If he killed your mother, you didn't say anything. He killed your daughter and raped your daughter, you ain't say anything. So what you think? That video, that's something he's gonna do regardless.
Matron, how I'd respond to your comments is, please don't watch the noise in the marketplace. As far as when you're looking for black male masculinity, power, and strength, it's not in the marketplace. In fact, the people who are the weakest, they make the loudest noise. They empty barrels. My teachers say the empty barrels make the loudest noise. And sometimes we confuse that because these people are so-called presidents and politicians and whatevers. But usually sometimes it's the guy who they say is the boring guy, the very boring guy who is very unassuming, no one pays attention to, who quietly, I don't know where that noise is coming from. Where's that noise coming from? Anyways, who quietly works, who quietly builds for himself and his family, and who is productive and leaves a legacy not only for himself but his children, and that continues. That's the man who is powerful over there, who the white world wants to ignore and pay no attention to, because he don't want to be popular. He want to be out of the limelight, because his purpose is something that is long term. Because I understand the race is not a rabbit race; it's a tortoise race. And I think that's where we confuse the whole racial situation, because the Chinese, they have 100-year plan. And these guys, they too just come around, their plan is maybe 5 years electoral. That's the democratic electoral process. But for the people who are working to maintain or gain power, our plan is 1,000-year plan. This race is for the tortoise. It's not about the rabbit. And I think that sometimes our women confuse the situation because we're watching a bunch of rabbits jumping around the room and drawing attention to themselves. The race is a tortoise one, not a rabbit one.
I absolutely agree. And that's a very prescient reminder, especially for women in a position where they aren't finding or they don't see these men. And that is one of the things that I speak against in regards to connecting with like the celebrity or the personality of a man. Because these people, like you said, the ones that are out front, the ones that have all of these social accolades and things like that, those are the ones that we kind of want to shy away from, but we also need the ones that are quiet. Like we need them to like say hi instead of just being there doing their work, because there's an order of things, right? And what happens is a lot of times when you're a woman and you have like an idea set or an agenda and you've been weaponized intellectually against your man in your community, and you try to reconnect and come back to yourself, you come out of the church, you decide that you're going to go into corporate America and get what you can get and come out, you make some different types of decisions, right? Like you already have positioned yourself in society to be an outsider. And so to then take on that role of initiator, and it's not that women can't and or don't, but it's like, dang, I'm fighting a whole bunch of different battles, like get my attention some kind of way, or project onto me this energy that you have. And a lot of times, women don't understand that, because to get to the point of consciousness and not fake consciousness, because it's a lot of them, yes, queen, and oh, don't you worship my body, and I'm gonna not that level of time, but like real consciousness, right? You have had to deal with a lot of other things to get there. And for a man at that level and a woman at that level to connect, the man has to be at least an initiator.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I mean, I hear this every time, and I'm not. It's. I'm not rejecting why the what's his name said the tortoise. Like I'm tired of hearing that. It's the tortoise race. My man, yo, you know how many doctors, how many lawyers, how many black boys we lost? While we're talking about this is the tortoise race? Are we not cherishing how hard it is to create a person? Every time a young man is dead, a young woman is dead, we losing. So every time we say it's a tortoise race, what the fuck? So how many generations are we gonna lose? And that doesn't mean losing not only losing generations to death, but losing generations to money conscious.
Did we catch the Misty Wisty commenter? Did we get rid of that person?
I think that someone got rid of them.
Okay.
Well, I
mean, that person is on drugs.
We shouldn't get rid of him. Leave him. That's let them.
No, he's talking about Bussy.
Oh, okay. I don't even know. Even then, I let them talk. I let you talk. It's everything's a tortoise race. But how long?
Yeah. Okay. So now you might be tired of hearing that statement, but that doesn't make the statement not true. Okay.
So it's not true for black people.
Okay. So let me explain where I stand with that scenario. As far as economics is concerned, there's something called compound interest, right? And that means you could start with something small and eventually end up with something that's great. Okay. Where's that noise coming from, man? Anyways, you could end up with something that's great. You could build with something. Black people in all over the world, we have little to nothing. But we don't have financial literacy or education. We don't understand things like taking something which is small and using compound interest and making it great, not only for ourselves, but our generations coming after us. If we'd understand these little small, little financial things that we need, vehicles that we need to do to empower ourselves, then the situation may be better. That's one of the things, because we clamor for this idea of money. That's one thing. So that's a long-term race. The other thing we talking about is skills. Skills is greatly needed within our communities. It takes time for you to develop the skills that you need to create any civilization. You can't do it in one day. I understand we live in a fast food society, so we want it to be done, snap our hands, and everything should be set like how we have it right now. But the people who create the society that we benefiting from right now, it takes hundreds of years for them to get to that point. But we want shortcut and live in the same level of the society we live in, not understanding it take them hundreds of years to get to where they is right now. So that's why I talk about long term. It can't be short. I know you want it right. And as far as people dying in any war setting or situation, look at the Vietnam War. You know how many people die in the Vietnam War, where you had some rice eaters fighting against the largest, most powerful empire in the world. Men, women, and children died. But eventually they won. They won their freedom and liberation, and they could stand to the world and say, we are men because we fought for our freedom. Yes, people did die along the way, you know what I mean? But we still have our right to be considered to be men in the world. And even the Haitians did it. What are you talking about? You don't think that young boys died in the revolution, in the Haitian revolution? You don't think that young kids died? Of course they did. You know what I mean? But that's when you want to stand up. Freedom means the price of freedom is death, my friend. Unless you ain't know that by now. You know what I mean? So I think that these things that we talk about, yeah, well, they good fair weather. But if we talking about serious business, that's what it takes. You know what I mean? That's what it takes, brother. Death sometimes, yes. Sometimes it takes time, and the value of time is very important. You can't fast food your way to freedom.
I disagree with that, because if we look at the Haitian Revolution, it started from 1791 to 1804. 13 years we fought. If you want to go back to the Vietnam War, how long was the Vietnam War? They fought. They fought. What I'm saying is this: we keep the thing you're using right now. Negroes were saying that in 1989 and 1960 and 1820 and 1750. They were saying that. Oh, it's not. Yo, you cannot be free inside the barrel. All this thing we're talking about, we're gonna build this. We need technology. We need workers. How are you gonna be free under another man's rule? How are you gonna achieve the pure masculinity, the pure femininity, when there's a system that's projecting their own masculinity and femininity upon your people?
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about? Of course, young people died. Just like the American Revolution. They freed themselves from Britain. It didn't take 300 years. We're still talking about that. We're still talking about now for a man to be talking about the clerk is still the same race as he was in 1989.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about it takes time. Okay, let's go. Take time. What are we doing to show? If we're gonna use the Asian people, the Chinese people, let's use them. Okay, they were backwards, quote unquote. You know what they did? Hey, you want to have cheap labor? Bring your computers over here. You want cheap labor for cars? Bring them over here. But you know what they did? They had their people working on there and reverse engineering this shit and learned it. What do these African people do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
what do these African people do that have all the natural resources, letting all these countries pillage them and not learning anything from it, and only giving money to a small portion of people that are getting rich, while the majority of Africans are probably living below poverty level? What's the excuse?
Nah, brother, I ain't trying to. I don't want to get in an argument with you. It'll be a back and forth situation. All I'm
No,
saying.
I'm trying to tell you what you're saying. That is a church's thing. Yes, I understand what you're saying. But where's the small wins? Where's the okay? A word? Come and bring your shops to Nigeria. Bring your IBM to Nigeria. You know what? You got to hire 100 of our peoples, and those 100 people are learning the computers and reverse engineering it. Where are those at? That's part of the fight. They ain't doing that, bro.
Okay.
That's my argument with you. I'm not saying. But at the end of the day, where's the little wins? Perfect example. Hip hop.
Okay.
Perfect example. Hip hop. What has hip hop turned? You want to say? A lot of people say Master P. What did Master? Look at Master P's music. He's the only one that benefited from that music. Black people as a whole, that his music was trash. Exploited black women. He didn't do shit for black people except for himself. Individually, a lot of us are successful, yes. But where's the little wins for the group? That's what I'm saying. Yes, I get what you're saying. Nothing happens fast. But I'm just saying, where are the small wins for the group?
Okay. So anyone else want to go? Because I want to take on this question.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
So now we're talking about small wins, and I understand you want to see small wins. So from what I could see that's happening right now, as far as Africans moving and forming relationships, there is a 400-year gap between us in the West and the continental Africans, people living on the continent. 400 years us being separated from one another, that distance. And what I have seen from a very short time, with the invention of social media and technology, that this distance has been being closed over a process of time, which means that you see more Africans in the West traveling to the continent to do business with Africans in the continent. And these things would have never been imagined even 50 years ago. Our relationships are weak, but time and time again, these relationships are continue to strengthen. And I don't want you to believe that for me, these are small economic wins. Because like I say, the thing that got us disaligned with one another was the tragedy of the transatlantic slave trade and things of that nature. And I think that if Africa was left alone, we would be far advanced and far ahead. But I think that with the invention of technology and things, people are seeing and rediscovering the continent and making moves towards that effort and creating relationships in these small communities. We are building on these kinds of things. Now, you may say that these are not wins, but many Black Americans and many even people from the Caribbean, they didn't even have a passport to travel. But people are taking chances now and going across the waters to create these kinds of economic relationships and building upon. I see these as great wins, and I think that these are things that's very needed. But if you ain't looking for them, you're going to just see the negative, and then you're going to dwell and focus on that. And if you see a problem sometimes, your challenge is creating a situation to solve the problem. Because if you see a problem that no one else can see, maybe it's one of your problems that you need to solve in your own personal life. You know what I mean? So that's where I am. But that way, as far as the wins, help to create them too. Don't exclude yourself from that idea of creating wins. Help us to create wins for us, for our group, as you want it to be. Hello?
Yeah. In the chat, the House Reality Podcast says, and we're still preaching about how we need to practice group economics, which is like step one. The learning curve, that's the Revolutionary Matron, says facts. House Reality Podcast says Mexico right now is taking over the automotive industry. This should be getting done in the continent. Anyone else wants to add any last comments to this prompt tonight?
What I'm gonna say is, small, just like the hotspot reality just said. Why hasn't the continent produced an automobile industry?
Because they're run by colonial masters that set their currency and dictate where they can get their vehicles from. They haven't decided to be actualizing and self-affirming and self-determining in a lot of different ways. We're still dealing with Anglophone, Lusophone, Francophone ideologies and people. Like their boomers are in power in their country. Like the people that are a generation ahead of us that unfortunately were intellectually weaponized against the mass of people, those are the people in power. So they have an allegiance and an alliance to France and Europe and all these other countries. You know, like my grandfather had a English passport. You know what I'm saying? Because he was from Jamaica, like in the 20s or some shit. So you know, like they have an allegiance to an entity outside of that. So that's why they don't make cars there yet.
Why hasn't all these stars, NBA, why hasn't all these black stars in America create their own production company? Why haven't those basketball players gone to Detroit and buy all these blocks that are left vacant? Those could be why.
As far as the automotive industry, the first question I would ask myself is, does Africa need an automotive industry? And the first person to say, well, yeah, of course they need an automotive industry. But is that the most important industry that what they need to solve whatever problem they may have on the ground? And I think that what we do sometimes is compare our situation with the situations of other people in other situations. And I think that that's a bad mistake. We need, I would think that Africa would need an energy industry before they need an automotive industry. You know what I mean? Our problems have to specifically be to our situation. But as far as what the entertainers and I don't know what y'all messing with these noise, man. I don't know as far as the things what celebrities do in America, as far as what they do with their money, you gotta ask them, brother. You gotta go to them and ask them why they ain't doing these things. You know what I mean?
No, I'm just letting you know that it's the same thing. I could ask the how come, why does it take, why do I have to have a visa to come to the Bahamas? Why do I need a visa to go to Jamaica? Why do I need a passport?
And you know what? As you speak right now, they have something called CARICOM. And CARICOM is trying their best, that is whatever is in their power, to create a situation where you could move about the Caribbean without having this idea of visas and all these kinds of nonsense. This, in the same vein, Africa is doing the same things too, for African citizens to move about within the continent of Africa without having these heavy restrictions because, well, I'm from this place and you from that place. And so these things are happening as we discuss them right now tonight on the internet. You know what I mean? Do your research on it. Just do your research on it. It's not that it's not being done. It's not that it's not being done. It's the fact that it's just being done very slowly.
Oh, yeah, it's that they're not men enough to do it. Okay, they're not men enough to do it because I'm gonna tell you something. My school, I know a couple of kids. You know what? They're born in America, maybe third generation American. Do you know that they could go to Israel for free because their ancestors in Israel? Do you know that? Let me finish. I'm just they third generation American.
Yeah,
they could go to Israel for the whole summer for free.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't those men leading those countries? Where the balls at?
Don't you know that the United States, which is the most militarily armed countries in the world, send foreign aid in the when they with as far as guns is concerned, for them to act like men within that state and defend property and do the things that they do. How much AK-47s have you sent to the continent for them to be able to stand up as men and do the same kinds of things? These kinds of things takes money. They take, you know, it's just a lot of different nuances that goes into the things that you simplify and don't necessarily see, because you taking a very surface view in looking at the situation. With the greatest respect to you, brother.
I mean, you could say I'm taking a surface view. Surface view or not, these things are not being done. Oh, I might. What's his name? What's the guy's name? Farrakhan. When that man was alive, the man that that Obama killed. What's his name again? From the continent.
Gaddafi.
Gaddafi wanted to give Farrakhan like over $1 million or $4 million. You know what they told him?
$4 billion.
I don't know, it's 4 billion, but at the time, that was when I was younger. I was in the 90s. They told him, take it if you dare.
Mm-hmm. So what happens? So
what happens? What happens is
no, he had to register. He had to register as an agent to get that money. I think it was Iraq that he was.
I don't know if he got the money, but what I'm
no, he never did.
What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, like the matron said, you have to be a man.
What happens when he decides to transfer that money from Libya to the United States? What happens when the fact that we don't have any, the Nation of Islam doesn't have any black banks and be denied by white banks to hold Gaddafi's money? What happens when Gaddafi himself, who have gold dinars, tries to change his currency as far as off the US dollar to gold dinars? You know what happens? The United States military funds Gaddafi's opponents, and they get him out of. See, we talking about international politics that have different kinds of consequences, and we oversimplifying. Anyways, all right, bro.
Like, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Untouchable.
I'm not
there's just a
it.
right. There's just a lot of frustration, like coming from both sides.
I'm just telling you that. I'm just telling you what it is. You're living under the man's roof. Everything that you get, your water supply, your school, your religion, everything that you get from him, and then you want to, when you want to claim sovereignty under his house, it's not going to happen.
Okay, matron, go ahead and speak.
I was just gonna say, like, I understand what both Zulism is saying and what Mr. Untouchable is saying, because the reality of the situation is that we don't know which African country is powerful and black, right? So and it becomes difficult as an African in the Americas to try to identify which one is powerful and will accept me and the resources that I might try to funnel over there or partner with somebody over there. What is challenging, and where, like, I think a lot of the older generation had problems, was that they may have wanted to go to an African country and they might have picked the wrong one, or they might have wanted to identify with an African country, but it's like, well, Africa is a whole big continent of a landmass, and I don't know where to go to be able to be accepted. But if we just had one African country that was consistently pro Pan-African, and we could help make it be powerful, so that as we decide to make these moves and do these things, we could stand up as real men and actually do some things differently to take the skills and technology there and do these different things. And that requires a whole nother level of geopolitical education that it isn't necessarily appropriate for, at this point, almost a 6-hour podcast. But we need to definitely have those conversations and figure out a way to connect with those people, because sure, we can connect to CARICOM on YouTube, but that's still their platform. Like, where are we connecting outside of these integrated spaces that are open, free, fair, and available, so that the necessary conversations can be had? And I'm sorry, I was mad earlier, like the whole de Klerk thing kind of set me off. It pushed a button that I forgot I had. And and you know, we just have to get to a point where we're having, like Mr. Untouchable talks about, much more productive conversations, and that can bring that energy and that fire that somebody that has a Haitian ancestry, which is where the new African was kind of created in the new world, where they stood upright and were free because they fought for their freedom, existed and was made. That was all I want to say. Thank you.
I want to say Africa never came back for us till this day, except 1 or 2 out of the 54 countries. They never came back for us. We're still fucking suffering. I can't go to fucking Africa because I can't get a fucking job in America and say, give me a fucking job. I can't go no fucking where. Let's not forget that. Black people are suffering on their own. I'm easier to get a job in a European country than to go to Africa and feel at home. They never came back for us. So according to the stories that they told us, according to the shit that they told us, oh, slavery, they took us there and brought us here. We fought here on our own. Rebels fought in Bahamas, the rebels fought in Jamaica, the rebels fought in America, the rebels fought in Brazil. Never came. I'm just keeping it 100 how I see it. To this day, Haiti's going through the shit that Haiti's going through right now. Can Jamaica do something? Can Trinidad do something? Haitians were getting murdered at the border by Dominicans. Haitian couldn't even defend Haitian. That's the funny shit. The Caribbean, some of them said something, but Jamaica couldn't send their army. Trinidad couldn't send their army. Say, you're not going to kill our Haitian brothers. The Bahamas didn't send their army.
Hold on now.
No, hold on now. Y'all didn't send no army.
Yeah, let's slow this conversation down a little bit, brother. Let's slow this conversation down. The Haitians have been coming to the Bahamas way before the Bahamas was even an independent country. The Haitians have came to our society. We've helped them go to school. We've opened up our
Bro, I've seen the articles where Bahamians are disrespecting Haitians. I've seen it.
I never interrupt you when you're speaking, brother. Have some discipline. Never. Anyways, they've come to our country. They've integrated in our society. They have jobs. They go to our schools where we pay for with our tax money. They participate in any and many variances of our society. Do we have issues with one another? Of course. Why? Because we in a very small situation, in a small country, we have very limited resources. We are 300,000 people. Haiti is 8 million. If 10% of that society comes to our country, they would subsume us. Don't you think that we in our country would have a problem with that? After the earthquake, the Haitian government, as a matter of fact, they sent a lot of the school kids here to go to Bahamian schools. We've been having a relationship with Haiti from born time. Many Bahamians went to schools even in Haiti in the Duvalier days, brother. So as far as what we do and as our relationship is concerned, that's an ongoing fight and struggle. Brothers have fights with one another. Family members have fights and disagreements with one another. But don't look at that situation in a microcosm. Come speak to the Bahamians about the issue before you start judging us.
My brother, you taking this shit personal. I'm not taking it personal. What I'm trying to tell you, that when the Dominicans were killing the Haitians, there was not a black military power that was sent to the border and said, you're not doing that to our people. The Haitians couldn't do it themselves. The Caribbean could not send it themselves. The African continent didn't send it themselves. I don't understand what you don't understand. I'm not saying that the Bahamian I'm not for Haitians running to the Bahamas. I'm not for Haitians doing that. What I'm saying is, like I said, Islam in America, I can't live here and go to another African country and be like, yo, come through. You're not happy over there? Come through, my brother. The police are shooting you in New York? Come through, my brother. No. What I'm saying, like, what's his name said? The historian, black people have no friends. Even we did not even friends with each other like that. The Hutsis and Tutsis were killing each other. Did South Africa send? Did Ghana send a group of soldiers to stop it? Did the Congo? Did Cameroon? This is what I'm trying to get that. I might have to use Haiti because I'm Haitian, but when the Hutsis and Tutsis were killing each other, did Ghana send a group of soldiers be like, yo, nah, we're not doing this. Y'all better stop it. Did the Congo send it? When the Zulus were fighting and down there with the Clark and the Clark's ancestors, did we send a group of soldiers to be like, no, we don't have that. I'm just being honest.
Okay, so you made a statement, and I'm gonna qualify your statement. When because it's going off almost until 2 o'clock, but I want to be clear. Please go look up when they was having the genocide in Rwanda, whether Nigerian troops, military troops, were sent to Rwanda as a peacekeeping mission, or whether the Ghanaian military was sent in, or whether the Zimbabwean military was sent into Rwanda. Just please do some research on it and then come back and we'll see whether that statement holds.
All right. Well, perhaps we'll make that a topic for next week. Shoot the breeze. Want to thank all of you guys for being here. We've actually we've literally almost made 6 hours here. So I'll say this. We almost made 6 hours. Let's just remind you guys about all the other shows on KWAZ Radio, and then we'll come back and give final thoughts, 2 minutes apiece. All right.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes. So, matron, what's your roundup for tonight's Shoot the Breeze?
We just need to begin to construct new relationships with one another that are mutually beneficial. We continue to try to set aside the thing that our open enemy has done to us in order to stay on the land where we are. We need to start looking at our brothers and sisters that look like us to try to set aside those grievances and resolve family business as a family while we lock arms to fight our open enemy.
Kevin Carre, what say you? What's your roundup?
Well, I'm looking at another perspective. We need to bring the youth in. We need another, because I'm listening to all of us. Most of us we're in our 40s. We need to bring a more younger voice in. We've been listening to our voice and our parents' voice for all these years, to a point in our grandparents. We need a new perspective.
Cool. Azuliism.
I don't know. I don't have anything to say, but it was a great show. I appreciate it.
Okay. Sound like your boy Vexe. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I enjoyed the discussion tonight. Sometimes we have to, have pushbacks. We get into a little arguments from time to time. But I think that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Because it never takes me from the point that we still brothers at the end of the day. I love all your brothers at the end of the day. We just have a disagreement. It's okay. Throw it out. Piss it in the toilet and flush it down the toilet.
I'm not vexed with none of y'all. I'm just frustrated at the situation.
Yes,
I got love for everybody. I'm not vexed with none of y'all. So
yes, man. Yes,
I don't want people to think it's all love. I'm just frustrated
man.
at the situation.
You're my brothers. You're my brothers and my sisters. So I mean, it's no issues. We just have a variance of opinion, and then sometimes you have that from time to time, even in family.
Matron. Oh, actually, I think I got your roundup already. Yeah. So I guess that's what we could take away from this shoot the breeze, man. It was really a shoot the breeze. We talked about all sorts of stuff, up and down the spectrum, over and across, and I hope everyone got a good time out of it. The Harsh Reality Podcast is saying much love to the panel. Great show. Thank all of you who stayed here the whole time with us. If you like what the Shoot the Breeze does for you, you could join the Discord where you can post your topics that you like for us to talk about in future Shoot the Breezes. So click the link at the top of the chat or down in the description. Join the Discord. And join the team. We'll be back. I'll be back on Tuesday, as per usual, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to continue the reading of Nation Building. I think it's been going good. Thursday, I'll be back 8 p.m. as well, Eastern Standard Time. And then, of course, next week, Shoot the Breeze. So I look forward to Shoot the Breeze. I hope you guys look forward to it too. If I were to go through the whole thing, I will shout out the Harsh Reality Podcast, KW Don 7, Bobby E. Wright, Janelle Benjamin, of course, Mr. Untouchable, who's on the panel, the Revolutionary Matron from the Learning Curve, Kevin Carre 42, NYC Beauties was here earlier as well. We had a Fed by the name of Kamala up in here before too. Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Janelle, Achieve Mindset, M. Chaka, the Pro-Black Perspective. And if I missed anyone, I do apologize. It's not intentional, but I appreciate all of you all the same. You guys on the panel, thank you very much. We'll be back next week. So you guys all have a good night. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.